The very same day, there was a letter says all the SAMU members must be at TNSN, all unit, for the reason being the council that sits where the sheriff of court serve the papers, and therefore they must be in defense of the CFO. I do have that letter, Chairperson. That's where the unrest started to broke in the municipality. It started in the 11th of September until the 18th of October. And those people who were on strike, they were on strike being paid. The municipal manager issued a notice to confirm, because they were even threatening the community to close the plant for the community not to get water. I was called by issue a statement to say the strike is illegal. But those people were paid for that 2 months. Of Masilonyana from Winnie Mandela and Winbeck to TNSN, to converge in TNSN, and they were fed, they were bought even food as well as liquor. The issue was to say the mayor must not enter into the premises of the municipality. Then what happened, the strike lasted for almost 2 months, and then it happened that the council, with the second letter that was written by the MEC, Kokta Tate Mofokeng, he wrote the letter to say the municipality, you failed to execute what I've been asking you to do. In that council, before that council, I sent the letter to the speaker to call the council, and the council, I request the speaker to call a virtual council because of the situation. But the council, subsequent to that, it became physical. I get the threats by some members. They were calling each other. There were voice notes that were sent to me to say if I can go there, they will deal with me. I said to MM, can you please arrange for me to join the meeting virtually? Since I was waiting for the login detail from the when I called the Secretary of Council to say what is happening, then he said the council denied me to enter into that meeting. They appointed the acting speaker. After appointing the acting speaker, the letter of the MEC was read. The council took a decision to say all the whips, they must go and meet with the MEC. As I later on, the other councillor in the council asked the what happened with the meeting, with the resolution of the council, and then the responded to say, I responded to the MEC myself through the HOD because MEC was not around. Chairperson, quickly what I can say, what is happening in the institution. The situation became worse after those strike of the employees. The cars were bought on the auction by municipal manager without notifying anyone in the council. And then my question was to say to the because we only saw those cars after, it was 5 bakkies. I said, what was the agency of deviating? And then, have you reported this to the council? You have, it's almost 4 months, those vehicles being bought from auction, but they never being brought to the attention of council. Brought the deviation to the council, as well as the opening of the new bank And then that, subsequent to that, I wrote a letter to to say, that was on the 5th of August, to say, are we ready to submit the annual financial statement as a municipality? Of August, to say, are we ready to submit the annual financial statement as a municipality? The municipality was transacting outside the system. They were trying to look around the invoice of the previous years. Outside the system, they were trying to look around the invoice of the previous years. But I said, for now it's 23, and whatever we have, we submit to the AG. But then said, no, we have to take all the invoice, put it in the system that were transacted outside the system. At the end, concluded to say, as a mayor, as a I'm aware that you were even now the CFO is still transacting outside the system, and that's what the part of the charges of the CFO where he come from in Mafube. The issue of the bank, the bank that was open is one another charge of the CFO in Mafube, and the was also testifying on behalf of the CFO in that municipality of Mafube. There was an issue raised again by union. I wrote the letter again to to say, I said to you, go and check the vacancies that we have in the municipality, people who are deceased, people who are retrenched, so that we fill those for issues of service delivery. That letter leaked to the union, whereby it was entertained by some to say, I deny people to be appointed. Chairperson, you will take note that in the municipality, on a monthly basis, the collection is below 2 million, and the salary bill is about 11 million. Before these 137 employees that were being absorbed, they were being absorbed without my knowledge as a mayor. I said, where are we going to pay this? How are we going to pay these people? Because now we are struggling even to collect. And then it was a matter that became to council, whereby the council became divided, chairperson on that matter. Whereby at the end, I was looked at as if I'm a problem. The do make the appointment without consulting, without saying anything to me. There are appointments that were being done by There's this appointment of the guy called Tumelo Litlojane. He was only appointed, there's a service provider appointed to do the AFS by the municipality. This guy is being, when I check, investigate, he was a CFO in Ratlo Municipality, and he was also charged. He was a CFO in Ratlo Municipality, he was also charged in that municipality. He was appointed without our knowledge as council. Secondly, there was the other service provider who was appointed to do the SDB for the municipality without our knowledge. The CFO yesterday said there were no fleet in the municipality. Chairperson, I must safely say, last year, 2024 February, there was an attachment of municipal vehicles by the service provider called HP Pelletona. The make arrangement of payment with the service provider. Instead of those vehicles being returned back to the municipality, they were never being returned back. They failed to honor the arrangement that they did with the service provider. At the end, that service provider go to attach the bank of the municipality. This vehicle, it was a grader, a mobile toilet, 2 bakkies, 2 tipper trucks. Yeah, and 2 tipper trucks. They were being sold because they were there when they have to go and fetch them. For the storage, it was something like, the storage was something like 1.6 million. That's supposed to be paid. Those vehicles was being sold, and when I asked, where are those vehicles, I was told that those vehicles are still there. Chairperson, the last one, it was the issue of, since then, the MM, I have to request the reports from him. The section 71 report, section 52, I will only show them on my table. At no stage whereby the MM will come to say, Mayor, can we discuss on this? Every time when I go to the meetings, I met the report in the meetings. The issue of the Hawks and the SIU, the proclamation was done before the MM arrived in the municipality. It's by me who took that, when I charged the former MM, it's by me who took all the report to the SIU and the Hawks. And there are many cases, it's not only that one. The worst part of it, Chairperson, the DC board, when after deciding about charging the other acting municipal manager, who was a technical director, the DC board with its recommendation, the council give the MM the powers to say, MM, go and implement all of those people who appear in the report of the DC board. It was at the end of September 2023. It was me who always ran after the MM, how far are we with this, with the report? Instead, the MM appointed 2 service providers, not 2 service providers, 2 legal opinions. In the council, I was attacked when I asked who asked the MM to go and solicit 2 opinions. The first opinion was from Moroka attorney, whereby it was on the issue of the CFO, whereby it was said, if the municipality, the CFO has pursued the case at labor court, and we have never saw any paper that says the CFO is pursuing the matter on labor court. It was only a verbal information to us as council. Then I said, I asked the MM to say, now that the labor court, there's no anything with the labor court. We have never requested the opinion. The first opinion of Moroka attorney, it was saying, now that the CFO has pursued the matter to labor court, as a council, you'll have to wait for the decision of labor court. Secondly, you will have to wait for the decision of the MEC, because there was that technical meeting that MM was speaking about yesterday. Thirdly, the municipality has to approach the court for declaratory order. Now the council, in that, the council was very mum on that. The second one, it was the second opinion. It was the opinion that was questioning the pieces of legislation that was quoted by the MEC, the letter that is being wrote to the MEC. Now, Chairperson, the last one, it was this one of this the acting MM who was charged, who was a technical director, a person who appoint a person today, and the person give her a invoice without even accepting appointment. It was on Friday, Monday, the 1.7 million is being paid to that person's account. While we were busy to say, MM, proceed with to charge this person, that person was appointed in Ditlabeng while he was on the suspension in the municipality. So that's the situation that we are sitting on. I was all over in the media. I was being questioned day in, day out by the media to say I've been charged the amount of 141 million, of which I still need a proof of it today. That's all I can say, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. CFO, just so for my recollection, when were you appointed in the municipality?
I was appointed on the 3rd of, no, I think on the 15th of December 2023, if I'm not mistaken. But I resumed my duties on the 3rd of January 2024.
Just give me the years when you were in Mafube, when did you start in Mafube?
Mafube, I think I started on the 1st of March 2020, and my contract was terminated, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in April 2022.
Okay. And what was your duty there? What was your responsibility there?
I was a CFO chairperson.
Okay, you're CFO?
Yes.
Okay. And before that, where were you?
I was at Municipal local municipality.
Mantsopa?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there?
Mantsopa, I think I was there for a period of 11 years. However, I started at Mantsopa as a manager internal audit for a period of 5 years.
Just give me the last day in Mantsopa.
The last day was in February 2020, before I moved to Mafube.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're CFO in Mafube when you left. Sorry, in Mantsopa when you left, you were CFO?
Yeah, I was acting CFO in Mantsopa, yes.
Acting?
Yes.
Okay, no thanks. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And MM, so can you just check again, when did you come to Masilonyana?
Thank you, Chair. I came to Masilonyana on the 1st of September 2023.
2023. Okay, and which years were you in Mafube?
I was in Mafube February 2017 for a period of a year as an administrator on behalf of provincial government, and then thereafter from the 1st of January, though I started on the 2nd, 2018 till 20th February or the end of February 2020 as the municipal manager.
You're municipal manager in Mafube from 2018 till 20? 2020?
2020, chairperson, February, yeah.
2020?
That's correct.
Okay, and between 2020 and 2023, where were you? You say you started in September 2023, you ended in Mafube 2020, and in between?
And then when I applied for the position of municipal manager in Masilonyana, I was coming from Northwest. I was the EXCO rep, and then I was based at Ruth Mompati.
What's EXCO rep? What's EXCO rep?
It's an administrator, and then who reports to the provincial executive.
Okay. All right, no, thank you very much. Let me just go through the members now. There were questions that were asked when we're getting towards the end of the day. Let me just check if those have been responded to. Let's start with Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there's four questions that have not, or three parts of the question that have not been answered. The one was the water, the amount of sewage effluent running into the Windberg Dam, and the extractoration.
And the question about it.
The question was, what is the progress on that report? Are they aware of it? According to the South African Human Rights Commission, they had to table a plan, a turnaround plan, and it was supposed to be implemented by now. It has not been addressed. And then has the water, the same with the water to supply to Brandfort, Tiernison, and Winnie Mandela, about the pumps that have been stolen that were supposed to resolve. It was not responded to. And that's as far as I can remember. Thank you.
Okay, can we deal with those? Let's deal with the sewage and water problem.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, like I mentioned yesterday, there was a court ruling in terms of general supply of water, especially in Windberg. Like I said, we had been experiencing challenges, which it's really an issue of legacy for many years. And we did not oppose, but we, even previously, it was not sort of a surprise to us, because Human Rights Commission would engage us, and then would also even let complainants have a discussion with us. So in this regard, we said we will oblige by court's decision, which we did, and it was stated clearly what actions we should take, and then in relation to short-term and long-term. And then we have obliged in relation to that. In our report, we have also covered that. In terms of what we have done, we have also...
Which report?
The report that we submitted to the committee.
Okay. You just reference us to where that part is, but continue.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Later I will mention the relevant pages of that report. And then, like I said, there were certain things that needed to be done by the municipality, also by the district was cited, as well as Corktown and DWS. And the HOD of Corktown arranged a meeting where those were discussed in detail, what would be the responsibility of each, that should later even lead to MOU that we have to sign with the Val Central. We have since provided that information and willingness to be able to assist in that regard.
And the storing pumps?
Again, Chair?
The pumps, the water pumps?
In relation to the pumps, in the very same report that I'm making reference to, we are also expressing how we are going to be dealing with that. We have also made a request to sister department, DWS, to be able to assist. This is a project that...
Why do you say we've written in the report what we're going to do, but you're not telling us, and that's what we're asking?
Pardon, I didn't hear that.
You see, you've done a report. The question is, what happened to the pumps? Now you say you have written it in the report, you have said in the report what you're going to do, but you're not telling us. You just tell us what you're going to do with this thing. We'll read what you wrote.
The issue of the pumps between Tennyson and Brandfort, it's a long-standing matter. What has been the case there, it's a project that I think many years, when I used to pass around the area, I know that there was work that was being done there, even before being a municipal manager.
You know, there's something I'm trying to get you out of. We said you've got 1 minute to respond. Now, you might have been walking around that area for a long time. You might have read the issue. We just want to know what happened to the pumps and what are you doing about that. That's a very simple, short question. The details can follow.
Okay. Chairperson, those pumps, A, B, C, are the source of a problem in terms of water stability in the area. And it also comes as a surprise that that project we found that there was a service provider that was mainly linked dealing with issues of maintenance in that. And from time to time, there would be problems with that. Then it went to the level that at some stage during exams, the very same provider switched off and said he was being owed by the municipality. We took the service provider to court so that he must bring the keys and be able to provide water. We won the case. But historically, it also made a link that before we came to the municipality, we know that this municipality used to have problems in terms of paying its employees. They were getting vouchers to go and buy a grocery at the store, and they were not being paid. When we did the analysis, we realized that there were millions that were being paid to this service provider to the extent that workers were not getting paid. And I asked CFO to investigate that because there was pressure from this service provider to say that since CFO arrived, he's no longer getting those amounts, which indeed CFO brought that report. Then we could realize why these workers have not been paid. So that is the source of the problem around those pump A, B, and C. But we have provided and requested to be assisted by DWS in relation to that.
Okay, but just wait a bit. The question here is the pumps were taken away. You have not referred to that. You are saying they were switched on and off. So you are saying they were not taken away.
Because the service provider was having keys with him. At some stage, even when he says he has not been paid, he would take those pumps and say that those pumps are his. He had borrowed to the municipality.
Okay, I think let's hold it there. Now, what was the question? Let's just deal with one other question.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm not calling you yet, so cut off your... Let's go back to CFO quickly. Switch off your mic, please. CFO, just take me through quickly now on your side. You are employed on the 1st of, you are employed on the 15th of December 2023. And when were you dismissed? What date? Mafube dismissal.
Chairperson, I think I was dismissed in 20... '22. To meet with the MEC of Kokta. I think at that time was Ndati Ngamili.
No, that's fine. So you were actually dismissed in February 2022.
Yes.
Then you were not employed after that.
Yes.
Then 15 December 2023, you were then employed in Macedonia.
Yes.
Okay. Now, from the time you were dismissed, from that time, what happened to your case?
I referred my case to CCMA chairperson.
When was this?
I think within that financial period, I think I referred my matter to CCMA. I can't recall. I think 2 weeks after that, I filed the papers.
After what?
After I was dismissed.
So that would be February 2022.
Yes.
And was there any judgment after that?
No, the judgment came after I was employed in Municipal on the 5th of the 2024. Yes.
What month was it?
Pardon?
What month was this, 2024?
It was issued in February, the 5th of February of 5th of January. Yes.
And what was issued then?
The report from the judgment from the CCMA. Yes.
What was the judgment?
The judgment was I was found guilty.
So they confirmed the dismissal.
Yes.
Okay. And then was there an appeal?
Yes, I
When-
instructed my lawyers to appeal my case.
And what date was the appeal lodged?
I cannot recall, but I got the papers with me.
Just estimate.
I think it was after 2 months.
So that would,
After 2 months.
so that would have been around April.
Yes.
April. So you sent you got a court application.
Yes.
This was in April now. Okay. All right. Honorable Klute, you asked a question. Were all those questions answered?
Yes, Chair, I think you highlighted the timelines which I wanted to know. I've got a few extra questions. Will you allow me to ask them now, or will we deliberate later?
I'm trying to get away from lots of questions now. That's why I'm trying to channel things. So just let me hear the questions.
Okay, it's quite easy. It's two questions. Or the case against the CFO when he was at Mafube. So was council ever informed about that? And then the speaker also said that council resolved that a meeting would be held with the chief whips and the NEC regarding this matter. Did that meeting ever take place with the with the whips actually, and the NEC, or did you go along and do it yourself? So that's two questions I have. Thank you, Chairperson.
Let's just clear the question, MM. Yes, MM.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question relates to whether council was aware. As you know that the council had a resolution in terms of who should...
No. We're not going that route.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes, council knew about the case because when we interviewed the CFO, he also made the declaration on the application form. So through the panel, then council knew. Thank you, Chair. That's the first one. The second question, Chair, is whether council knew that the CFO had issues with his erstwhile employer. And then my response is yes. That was declared through the panel and on to council, and the matter got debated.
Okay, Klute, are we done?
Chairperson, can I ask the mayor if
Please, let's just relax, eh? Let me deal with this one. I don't want us to be restless. It's just a routine question, we'll come back to it. Let's finish this. Klute?
Chairperson, if it is so, can we just maybe confirm from the mayor whether council was informed about this arbitration with the CFO? Because we hear about the processes that was followed, and yes, was council informed of this?
That's your last question.
That would be my last question. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. The council didn't know about the declaration made by the CFO. And even I request the audio after receiving a letter from the MEC, because I said that I'm not sitting in the interview. I requested that each and every proceeding must be recorded. Even in that recording that I can forward it, there's no at stage whereby the CFO did a declaration. And even when the report of the vetting and screening, as the MEC wrote in the letter, it was said that the process of interview took place before the final report of the vetting and screening.
All right, let's close your question. We've dealt with the issue of the pumps. What was the one that was outstanding?
The lavish holiday, Mr. Chair. How does the
Whose
cash
holiday?
the question?
Whose holiday?
There was a question that how can a cash-strapped municipality afford a mayor to take her PA and 4 of her officials with her to a fancy lavish holiday in KZN within municipal vehicles and most likely funded by the municipal account?
So the question should be who funded it?
Who funded it?
We mustn't throw the assumption. We must
Yes.
actually ask the question.
Who
Funded it?
Who
So
funded
the
it?
question goes to the mayor.
Yes.
Okay, let's be specific, because we need to be specific on what is it that we know and what we're asking.
Thank you, Chair. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
That's fine. Mayor, the holiday.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I must say I saw that on the social media, but however, it was on the 3rd of December, of which everyone who's working got the plans.
Lalela, Mayor. We don't go that route.
Okay. No
The
one has
issue-
funded
issue-
the lavish trip. It was not funded by the municipality. It was not being used, the resource of the municipality used for that.
You didn't use the municipal funds
Yes,
to
yes.
take the holiday.
Yes, Chairperson.
You just used the cars.
No, Chairperson.
You didn't use the cars.
No, Chairperson.
All right. Now, you're done with your question. Thank you. Okay, honorable members. Now, we don't do it like that. Honorable Kute,
My apologies.
that was your last question.
I know, but there's
Leave it
one.
there then.
There's one question unanswered.
No, not
Okay,
like
thank
that.
you.
No, not like that. Let's come back this side. Honorable, let's start with Mkaribi.
Okay, Chair, is on a different matter, ne? Can I ask a question?
Anything, I want us to close this discussion.
All right. Leadership of Macedoniana, can you clarify the issue of interdict court order against the Community Trust of Macedonian?
Community?
Trust. Yeah. Macedonian Community Development Agency. There's an interdict against them.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Mayor made reference yesterday to groupings that would come and disturb or do work stoppages at municipal area. And therefore, even previously before we came, there was that interdict in place. And what has happened recently, that development agency had disrupted the operations of the municipality. Amongst others, we had gone on tender and we called a briefing on PPE. They came to disrupt that. We even called the police, but that could not happen. So, and after that, there were also marches to the building until we decided to do court interdict against those. Yes, indeed, it was also in our favor. I think it happened yesterday or the day before. Thank you, Chair.
Kupega.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the House, and greetings to the team from Masilonyane. Chair, I just want to know, are we as a committee sitting here not going to look into or speak about all of the allegations that the mayor has just made against the MM?
We don't answer questions. We don't answer questions. You either ask a question to Masilonyane or you make a suggestion. Okay.
I'll ask a question, Chair.
Ask the question.
MM, there's allegations of you opening up new bank accounts without speaking to the council. You bought cars at an auction without speaking to the council. You blocked the water supply in protest against the mayor to protect the CFO. There's vehicles that were attached by a contractor. Because
I think the list. Yeah.
To the list that you spoke about,
that
could
list,
you speak to that list and take us into confidence about what happened there? Thank you, Chair.
Was there another hand? Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. A car tracker that's installed in the municipal vehicle, the grey Fortuner, revealed later that that number plate, that grey silver double cab Fortuner, did travel to KZN over that period. That was the car tracker that did that. It's not me, it's here. And also indicating in the same that you were even late for a council sitting, Madam Mayor, because you were still coming from this little holiday. I know you said the municipality did not pay for the holiday. I want to find out if you paid for the holiday or if there was a funder, because that is also could be problematic. You know, brown envelopes are real. Thank you.
Okay. The mayor has said she didn't use the municipal vehicle. And the report, the media report says there was a tracker that indicated that that vehicle had been to KwaZulu-Natal. And did you have another funder? Was there a private funder to your trip?
Chairperson, I've never used a grey Fortuner to KZN on that day, on that week. And also, we have pumped out our money with the employee. That was the trip that was long being organized. We pump our own money, we donate our own money to book there.
Okay. We can take it further if there's other additional information. Let's come back to MM. List of issues raised by the mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Try and be specific, because I'm going to keep interrupting you if you go too wide.
Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity. One, on the issue of a bank, as you know, through MFMA, we have one primary account. We have one with ABSA, and then we also have a secondary account, which is for investment, which also we disclosed in our AFS. So, and all this matters, I think we have council resolution to support. On the issue of a strike, yes, indeed, there was a strike that took place, and the demands of workers were saying that the mayor must leave. And it's an area that we did not get into. And we have had meetings with labor, wherein, as the mayor says, we informed them that the strike it's illegal, that they should stop. On the issue of 23, 24, the letter that the mayor is referring to, we also have a report where we responded. When the question was asked, what is it that is going to cause your delay? We provided a detailed response, and that letter is also in our report, and it had gone to council. Therefore, there's a council resolution that is supporting that. On the issue of
Sorry, what delay was that?
It's around the delay of submission of AFS.
Okay.
And then I'm saying we have responded to that. It's also in our package as a response. On the testifying against or in the trial of or disciplinary hearing of a CFO, as you correctly are left in 2020, as I've mentioned. And then around the period when he was going to CCMA or being charged, I was not in Mafube at that time. But I was called in as a witness to verify certain issues when I was the at the time. So there is, we have provided, as you instructed yesterday, Chair, all the documents that are relating to CFO matter. In those bundles, there will also be a transcript that relates to that case. And then also to Honorable Klute, when he was requesting issues around whether council was informed, all that information is requested, Chair. It's at the disposal of the secretary of the committee.
Just a second. So you were asked to come and give evidence in his case at the municipality or at the CCMA?
That's correct, Chair.
Which one?
It's at...
Who called you? Was it the Mafube or was it the CCMA?
It was, I think I was called by his lawyers to testify around issues that he was being charged in, because I was the accounting officer at the time. And then I just stated...
Just so that I can understand, you had...
That's correct, Chair.
After you left, then CF, you had been an administrator in Mafube and left.
That's correct.
Or was employed.
That's correct, Chair.
And when...
No, sir. Manager.
Now, the dates don't match. You said to me you were in Mafube as administrator in 2017. You were an MM from 2018 to 2020. Then the CFO was in Mafube. Let me say now, 2020 March. Let me see. Just check my dates here, because CFO left February 2022. By which time you were not around, but he says it started working there in the let me see, did you say 1st of March 2020? CFO, just confirm your dates again.
Chairperson, yes, I think it was on the 1st of March. I think 2018, if I'm not mistaken, yes. Around that, but it was the 1st of March.
No, you didn't say 2018.
Yes. I said
You know, you said 2020.
2020. Yeah, I made a mistake. It's 2018. 1st of March.
I actually don't think it's going to help us to ask you these questions further, because the reason why I wanted to understand is coming out now afterwards, that you were actually there at the same time. And in the dates you gave, you separated the dates. So you were there from 1st of March 2020, okay? And then you were terminated 2022.
2022.
Okay. The CFO, the MM was there up until 20. In fact, you were a month apart from the dates you gave. You came in a month after he had left on this thing. Now, you didn't correct it. MM, don't jump. You didn't correct his dates. Don't jump. Now, from where we sit, your dates as administrator, 2017, your dates as MM is 2018 to 2020, February. His dates, you left to February. His date just missed you by a month. That is the date he gave me. Yeah, we can go on record and check. Now, for you to be called to give evidence in his case would be very strange if these were the dates. Now you've given us a better date. Let's explain why you were asked. And from what you're saying, what is missing is how long had he been in Mafube before you left? That's a question you can answer. Yes, you were asked to come and give evidence in his case by his lawyers, because you are the expert on the municipality. Presumably you knew how well he worked and all of that. You only knew that because you worked with him for some time, and I want to know how long that was.
Thank you, Chairperson. I confirm the days that I gave you in terms of my presence in Mafube.
Okay.
And I also know that the dates of March 2020, it can't be true, it can't be the case. It's either he was appointed in March 2018 or March 2019. But the records that I've provided will clarify that.
But certainly you must have known him for at least a year before you left.
It could have been a year or two, Chairperson, yes.
So he's actually just lied to us. He has just lied to us. You can't give us a fine date of the 1st of March. It's a very fine date. If you say to me 2018, 2019, it's a very vague date, but it's correct. Because you don't have the recollection. Once you know the first day of March, you've thought about it, you have checked it, you've considered it. So you're giving us a date with a purpose. And the purpose is to mislead us. But that's not the question I'm asking you. I'm only just saying you are now giving us better sense of what we've been trying to find and he's been hiding. So you knew each other before, you worked with him. What evidence did you give about him?
Chairperson, it was in respect of charges. I can't remember all of them, but they're in the document that I've provided. But one of them related to the issue of a bank account that was opened. Then my testimony was around that. Then I provided that information.
And the information was?
The information was, he was charged that you did not inform council or you did not do your responsibility in terms of advising on opening of council. What happened around that area, there was an attachment on the primary account, and I asked advice from Mr. Hatton telephonically that this is the situation. He advised me that I should write a letter to him and I must copy Mr. TV Pillay and also provide the same to provincial treasurer in the Free State. And then I did that, and then the letter got dispatched. So his charge was, you have not advised properly and all that. And then my input was that I did that, and then the only...
So he was accused of opening an account without reporting to council. Is that it?
Along those lines.
Along those lines.
Yeah.
And your evidence was actually you as MM did that for on his behalf.
My issue,
in other words, it was reported.
Yes, my issue is that as the accounting officer, I took the initiative. I spoke to Mr. Harting, and then a letter...
To report this account.
That's correct.
So in other words, he is accused of opening an account without authority. You are saying you actually took the initiative to report that he's just opened an account as the MM. That's more or less the kind of issue.
That's more or less, but like I say, I can refer to the document that I've provided.
Don't worry about the documents, because you're going to give that to us. What I wanted to get is just a flow of the discussion. You see, what's happened here, he gets dismissed. He's because of misconduct. And amongst the issues he is accused of misconduct on, he opened an account without authority. That is what then you are called to say, but this guy, who is a CFO, who you left here, he actually opened an account without informing the authority. Listen, there's no raising of hand. When you have to answer, you will answer. You'll be pointed whether your hand is up or down. So you will answer. Don't worry about your hand, because we don't need it. We just need you to answer when it's your turn. You will have that. I just want us to clear one issue. From 2018 to 2020, you knew him, and maybe 2018, maybe 2019, but more than a year. You know about the account that he opened, and he was charged for opening without authority. You actually had to be called by his lawyers to come and stand in for him to secure his evidence to the fact that he cannot be charged for an account that he opened without authority, because you, rightfully so, as the MM, were the one who actually did the notification. So he must be released from that accusation, because you actually did the reporting. So effectively, you did the report that he's accused of not doing. That's more or less the flow of this thing.
More or less the same, Chair, except I want to say the charge related to the account, but as to the right wording, I would not be sure, but my account was to say that I, as the accounting officer, took the initiative. So it could be that the allegation was that you did not advise the accounting officer in relation to that. But it will be clear in the transcript.
No, that's fine. So the long and short of it, you knew him for more than a year, and it's just so to us, he actually didn't meet you there in terms of the dates. His dates were, he didn't meet you there, you were a month gone, and that's the date he gave us. Here, everybody had. Okay? Now, let's move on then. Now, the question which you were being accused, the issues that are being raised by the mayor about you, just finish off those issues, because that's the list that the mayor has given us.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. There was next one around issues of absorption of staff that mayor says did not know of. What has been happening there, Chairperson? We have had EPWP employees who are in the main doing service delivery work, and work that our own employees were either not doing or there were not enough personnel to do that. Therefore, there was an advert in relation to having to advertised, and in the main we absorbed 92, 93 or so of those employees. And in the main, they were relating to service delivery issues. And then when the mayor queried, look, I'm hearing that there's this employment and all that, and I said, Mayor, though that it's an operational matter, I'll give a detailed response in relation to that. It will go through your EXCO and council must express. We've got a council resolution in respect of that, a very detailed report. On the issue of a certain Tumelo, who has been appointed on a contractual basis, that's correct. But before that happened, I had discussions with the mayor. That mayor, as you know, that our audit opinion has not been okay. We need to beef up, you know, the gap that I see in the BTO. One amongst them, we must get somebody who has knowledge around AFS and all that. This is a same Tumelo. Mayor even said, when you do this, you must also consider someone who we mentioned the name and all that, and then, but the process went through the right channels. On the issue of the consultant that helped us on IDP, I mentioned yesterday, Chair, that we have had issues in terms of reporting on performance and all that. And I did not get joy from my own unit. And that's why it was put in the AGSA. Therefore, I needed somebody to be able to help us to deal with issues of SDBIP and also make sure that we've got measures, KPIs that are related to that. It's an operational matter. We advertised, and then the service provider, even when he was assisted, it was at a Bosberat where all councillors were there, and that report was adopted by council. We've got a council resolution in relation to that. The issue of attachments, we've got a register on litigation, and which we found to be a very long, to the tune of 160 million, excluding the main creditors that I spoke about yesterday. We have been able to make arrangements, because initially there were arrangements that were made that were too steep, made by somebody who was acting as the CFO without a council resolution. We stopped that around January. Therefore, from time to time, we do have service providers who are attaching the bank account. Then we have to negotiate with them because of agreements that were made that were too steep. So it's an operational matter in terms of how do we defend ourselves, and if they've also taken some scrap that we don't utilize and charge us 1.7 million to fetch those, we said it does not make sense. So that's an operational matter, but we have reported it to council. DC board, as I said, we are utilizing DC board of the district. It's only on the 31st that we'll be doing our own. Therefore, they had DC board of the district, they had recommended that acting MM must be charged, who was the technical director at the time. This council, when I came there, this individual was 16 months on suspension, council without doing anything about it. It's only when we received that we took the individual to disciplinary hearing until council expressed itself in terms of what in the order. It's a council resolution as well. On the issue of, Mayor mentioned 2 opinions and what have you. Those 2 opinions were relating to how we should deal with the issue of the CFO. We have provided that bundle of those legal opinions. They will be there. That's more or less, unless I missed something.
Fleet.
Or the last one.
There are 2 issues about the fleet. I think the honourable member said no one has seen the fleet. The So the mayor says that there's some fleet that was taken by a service provider, and that service provider sold the thing, but you said no, the fleet is still there. And when there was a problem in what did you call it? Where was the problem with the sewer, where they couldn't get the fleet to go and deal with the issue?
They're not
Brantford.
not related. They're not related, Mr. Chair.
Oh, they're not related?
No,
Okay.
not related.
All right, then let's just hear about the fleet. You bought and nobody knew about it, and then the other fleet was taken by someone else?
Through you, Chairperson, I've covered it in a broad way, but if I can get your indulgence to have the CFO talking to that. The last one was the issue of the car that the mayor used to Durban. It's not true that there was no fact, and that was utilized. And then we have evidence in that regard.
What about the car? Was it a municipal car?
In fact, I was asked a question, I can't remember whether it was HOD or MEC, because the mayor was supposed to attend local government summit. The mayor said to me, she'll be in Wynberg. The mayor also spoke to a person that I know at the legislature. When he was required to attend a certain meeting, the mayor mentioned to that person that she's attending her uncle's funeral, because that individual called me to say, where is your mayor? And I said, but my mayor is at Wynberg. Then that's when I got to know through social media where they're taking pictures of that particular car, where the mayor was, and also some of the staff that I'm not aware whether they took a leave from work. Then there was a request from Provincial whether indeed that car was a municipal car. Yes, it was. It was a Fortuner. And yes, the mayor has a petrol card, and then we have evidence to show that she utilized petrol, which was paid by the municipality.
Okay, but you still haven't clarified. Did she go to the holiday with a municipal car? Yes, the card I know now.
The car is yes, Chairperson. The answer is yes.
Okay, so the mayor went to a holiday using a municipal car and a municipal petrol card.
The issue of holiday, I don't know, but I know that the car, even from the shots on social media.
No, let's leave the social media, because you see, if I take your photo here and say we were together in Durban, it doesn't show you well. I just want to know if when the car the mayor used was the municipal car, was if you're gonna match, there must be some way if you're gonna match the car and the presence of the mayor. So I'm just, if you don't know, you don't know. I'm just asking what you know.
What I know, Chairperson, is that the car was utilized for a trip to KZN, and that car is the car that it belongs to the municipality, and also the petrol card belongs to the municipality. It was utilized for that purpose.
Okay, let's leave this issue. Let's no wait, you know, let me just say, because I wanted us to get the MECs to come into this issue, so I want us to try and exhaust the issues. All right.
Chairperson, Car Tracker does have an option for you to get documents, so if we can get the documents maybe around that time. Thank you.
No, that's fine. That's kind of logical, because the reason why I'm asking is because when the thing gets investigated, we must know what was said here. Space.
Chair, I would just like to solicit, when things like this happen and allegations is thrown around, I want to know, was there any disciplinary process instituted to either, you know, find whether the mayor was guilty or not of all of these allegations? Because the mayor is still here. We have all this information that is coming to us. Was there at all any disciplinary process instituted by the council so that we could clear this matter and not all of it hanging in the air?
Just one answer, yes or no. Was any action taken in relation to the use of the card?
No, Chairperson.
Thank you. Direko?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, colleagues. Chair, mine is just one question that I want the municipality to take us along on the charges that led to the dismissal of the CFO. And secondly, the when he was presenting, he indicated that the CFO had disclosed when he was applying for the job. So, and yet he was shortlisted while he had already disclosed on that. So how did it happen, and what was the role of the HR in the process? And the view of HR on this matter. Thank you.
By the way, you headed the panel that was interviewing the CFO.
Yes, Chairperson.
You are not conflicted?
I don't think so, Chairperson. The reason is you disclose when it's your spouse, when it's your family member. The CFO is none of those. But despite that, the CFO in the application form, there's a specific question as to have you gone through disciplinary process from previous municipality or not? And then he responded and saying that yes, I had some charges, blah, 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 you know. That's what he said, that's what is on record. And I think we might also be having a record of all those deliberations.
Okay, so you are the MM. So you are the former colleague from Mafube. You were one of the main witnesses that actually saved him, that was trying to save him from the previous charge. You were aware that he was charged. He's not your friend, he's not your relative, but you've got all these issues. Do you really now looking at it, should you have really sat in that interview?
Chairperson, if I can just ask your indulgence.
Proceed.
Yes, Chair. I've been plus minus 25 years in local government at the level where I am of an executive. I've worked mostly in Free State, for Mangawu, Mafube and all that. I've also been an administrator elsewhere. I almost know most of managers in local government. So every time there would be interviews, I would even say, even though I am not related to this, but the panel know that I know John, I know Mary and all that. Meaning that the measure should be that I must disclose if there's a person who's my relative or friend or family, whatever. But above that, and it's on record, I would declare that I know Jabu, I know Mary. And then panel members are there. Our panel consists of councillors, also MM from another municipality, and even opposition. And in all cases, they would say, no, it's fine, chairperson of the panel. So that's why I wanted just to give that context. And Magwai, it's any of them that are even said in gesture that, yes, I know this chap. Panel is their problem. They said no. So the issue, even when it was debated in council, I said, council, you must even ask your panel members that you send there. You don't individualize it as if it's an MM's problem.
Okay, Clote, was it Clote or was it? Okay, you do both. Let's start with you, Chifu.
No, mine.
Make it short.
Yeah.
Ow. When you came late, you are not going to ask questions. No, you came late. All right, wait. Let's do this. I just want us to close now. I see.
Yes, I wanted.
No, wait. Let's do
I wanted
this.
Chairperson when the MECs respond, must touch on this issue of whether departments have checked the relationship between this long period of government intervention in the municipality and this long period of disclaimers of this municipality. If it has not been done, I would request the government to look at that. Thanks.
Clote?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just that question earlier I asked. So Council resolved that the whips, together with the municipal manager, would arrange a meeting with the MEC concerning the matter of the CFO. Did that meeting, together with the whips, ever take place, or did the MM go alone to the MEC's office? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The council resolution, when it was...
Sorry, so just wait a little bit. Let's take the last, so we just close the question. Listen, are we going to ever get out of this Macedonia? No, but when you want, you raise your hand too. Yeah. No, okay. You're on the floor. Let's just do short.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to, again, emphasize my first question when we started yesterday with regards to municipal officials in high positions moving around within the Free State, that there is a necessity for a list that indicates which officials has worked in which municipality and whether charges has been brought. But my question is, or rather just if we can just confirm that again, I do understand that the members in front of us or the councillors in front of us are under oath. What are the implications if such a councillor or mayor then misleads this committee? Because we now, it was said, the mayor indicated that she did not use a municipal vehicle. She didn't use funds to get there. And then it was contradicted. So what are the implications, if we can maybe just get that? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for the answer as well for, I wanted to know what happened to a boutique consulting. They were brought in to train financial staff. They then abruptly left. 4 or 5 months later, more people were brought in to train the same financial staff again, which is happening currently, but yet a subcontractor is now being sought to handle the financial books. It doesn't make sense. Why train staff if you're then going to hire a subcontractor to do the job?
Deputy Speaker.
I just would like to know from the MM that upon becoming aware of the transgression that you alleged to with the issue of the lavish holiday, what action did you take? According to section 32 of the municipals, of the MFMA rather, section 32, you are required by law not only to investigate but also to report a transgression. So why would you have not reported the transgression and only come to this committee today and then deal with it here at this level? Thank you.
Jangaman, you are the very, very, very last and the final.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to direct this question to the MM.
Just bring the mic closer.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to direct my question to the MM with regard to council vehicle that were bought did you actually make sure that these vehicles actually are put on the council, on the assets register of council? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's start, MM.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question by Honorable Klute. Yes, there was a meeting with our political principals, with the MEC Makume at that time. But we were supposed to have joined as officials, but I got the message very late when the mayor and the speaker were already in the offices of the MEC. So I could not attend that meeting, but I was later told by both mayor and MEC that it did take place. That's number one. Number two, there was also in that meeting an instruction for us to meet as officials of the municipality and that of the department, which we did. I was accompanied by the Director of Corporate Services, and then we had a meeting with Mr. Sankhane, who was in the office of the MEC, Advocate Monto from Corktown, and the other 3 or 4 officials on the matter, where we also provided the information as it relates to chronologically about the issues of the CFO. It was dealt with the MEC at that time. We also met at that level. When the new MEC came on board, and I think you, Honorable Klute, asked questions in relation to the CFO, we also provided information that was given to the previous MEC to the now current MEC. Later, when there was a letter that Honorable Mkhalepi read yesterday, coming from the MEC, we responded on that, or the speaker rather responded on that. We've got evidence, we've got documentation to that effect, that the speaker and our principals, they wanted to come and meet the MEC and give an explanation. The MEC, I think around that time, was in Egypt. But as officials, we went, myself and director, we went and met the HOD and explained the matter, and then we left it at that. So when there were no comebacks or any of thing, we took it that the matter. Consultant Abuti was contracted to help in terms of staff regulations and all that. That's before we came. And we have since, you know, because Abuti, there was only one director. So they were not engaging with the senior management because senior management was not in place. But upon our arrival, we engaged Abuti and even augmented some of the recommendations because there were expertise now at that level in relation to our knowledge of local government. So Abuti has nothing to do with other service delivery in relation to service delivery. So it's a different point. The issue around a transaction, at the time, I think I was requested to confirm, like I said, I can't remember whether it was the MSC or from the HOD, that indeed the mayor did not attend the local government summit and could have gone elsewhere. I requested the CFO to check whether indeed there was that movement. And then it took time. Later, I got the information. But yes, it's a matter that I think was a knowledge. But issues also of disciplinary are taken by council. We did not do much in that regard. I must admit. And then through you, Chair, if I could ask CFO to respond on the issue of fleet.
Okay, CFO, before you get onto the issue of fleet, you were going to give us annual financial statements which were going to show us what you did about disclosing your remuneration. I haven't seen them. Do you have them?
Yes, Chairperson, I got a soft copy of it.
Soft copy?
Yes.
Wonderful. So please get, where is Shirin? That's fine. We're going to ask you to send it through to our team. Can you just can you just get that transmitted? Just get hold of Shirin and let's get the information from the CFO. And then you will comment on the fact that there was or there wasn't your remuneration in it now, because you didn't know yesterday, you couldn't recall, so you're going to talk about that now. Maybe you start there, then you go back to the other issues.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, indeed. Yesterday at 2 o'clock when I arrived home, I did check, went through our annual financial statement. Indeed, those remuneration for all directors were not disclosed there. The issue was, as a result of our case where GL did not pull all amounts through well. And then this matter was also highlighted at a high-level review by Auditor General. Hence, the Auditor General stopped to audit our annual financial statement in terms of those material misstatements. It was not only that one, there was an issue of a distribution loss, unauthorized expenditure was not disclosed there. So I must admit it was as a result of misaligned in terms of between our GL on our CCG financial system and a caseware, because of we perform annual financial statement on the caseware software. So indeed it's like that.
So, you know, so in short, actually, you are the main cause of the disclaimer. Because firstly, you did not submit the correct information. Secondly, it was your information, in fact, that was kept away, that made the financial statement to be unreliable. And you are the CFO.
Yes, I'm a CFO chairperson, but I think yesterday I alluded to the point that that municipality had a historical history where most of the transactions were done out of the financial system.
Now, Yagale, I'm talking about your statement. You know how much you earn and you didn't put it, and you are the CFO. You are the one in charge of the documents that go to Auditor General. You didn't give them correct information about yourself, about your category. Leave the others, because they would have been the main cause. Now, in this case, we can see you are one of the major causes, yeah? Probably the main one.
Yes, Chairperson.
And what do you think should have been done to you? You know, there has to be consequence management, yeah?
Chairperson, if all the transactions were done through the financial system, it was going to be easy for me to compile the annual financial statement. But just imagine if you deal with the backlog of 7 years transaction, try to capture them on our financial system. So it's going to take a long time to finalize that exercise. Hence,
so if you are as clear about that as it is, what makes you not to remember it yesterday? Because yesterday you should have told me. You don't do that. And firstly, you ask the question and you're the ones who are now making noise. You're not going to do that, and you're not going to ask any more questions. Let's close this issue. You give us your answer and let's move on. Give us the soft copy.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, Chairperson, I say I admit in terms of that, but it was as a result of that historical information that was not in our financial system. Hence, we're having those gaps on our annual financial statement. However,
Don't go into that. I'm asking you a simple question. You knew that you couldn't fit in your system for the backlog of 7 years, but yesterday you couldn't tell us that this is the reason why you didn't put it.
yes, I was not sure about that information, Chairperson.
Answer the other questions.
Yes, the other question about the assets, yes, the vehicles that were bought, they are part of our fixed asset register. So we'll report adequately on our annual financial statement. Thank you very much.
Let's go back to Mafube. You didn't ask. I stopped you from when you were raising your hand.
Okay. On that one of Mafube, Chairperson, what happened? The first charge that MMO was alluding to it.
Now let's start with the dates. Why did you give us wrong dates?
Chairperson, I was not sure about the date, but I vividly recall I started...
1st of March 2020. You can't be unsure about a specific date. If you ask me when I was born, me, because I'm old, I can say, hey, I think around 90, so many years ago I can forget. But if I give you a specific date, I can't give you a guesswork.
No, I apologize about that, Chairperson, but I know that I resumed my duties on the 1st of March, but I was not sure about the year. So I admit there, and I apologize.
You still don't know?
Pardon?
You still don't remember the date?
The date is the 1st of March 2018.
How can you make a mistake of 2 years?
Pardon?
How can you make a mistake of 2 years?
No, I was not
I mean,
sure.
if it's 1 week and 2 weeks or 1 month, I mean, I don't think you're taking us seriously.
No, I do.
You are not. You are not. Let's get the other answers and move on.
No, I think I answered all the questions, Chairperson. Because of I was supposed to answer the issue of the assets, the vehicles that were bought, whether those assets are part of our asset register. So I did say yes, are part of our asset register. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm going to request that the two MECs respond onto this issue. But in the process of responding, I just want to say to you, you will take us briefly back on the issues which you want to respond to. We're particularly interested on the issues which they have said which you believe are untrue. Where you agree, you can indicate that, yes, that's what happened as they stated. We found a lot of things that are contradictions here that we just want to know which of these you are actually part of what they've said. Now, you will notice also that there are issues that the mayor raises that are problematic that would need to be investigated. And I hope you noted them because we're going to ask you to do those investigations. There are issues that were raised by the MM that are problematic that we actually are going to ask you to investigate. So we want to see if you have noted those. Then there were issues that were raised by the speaker and the way the speaker started this whole discussion. I don't know, I think only one MEC was here at that time. Again, we need someone to go in through those and separate out what of those, okay? Then you come to the main issue here, the appointment of the CFO. We've got both your letters. So we want you to take us briefly through that, not long, briefly, because we're not more interested. Whatever you tell us is background. What is of interest is action and timelines going forward. That's really what we're interested in on all of these issues. Now, there are two problems with this municipality. The first problem is that it's a very poor municipality that has got challenges with its own revenue. So its sustainability is a big question. That's a problem. It's a kind of dysfunctionality that can't be cured by the municipality itself. Then you've got a second problem. The second problem relates to financial mismanagement, which is one issue that we expect to hear a lot more from you. Then we've got the other aspect of that being the issue of the auditing processes and auditing outcomes, which again is a major bulk of the issues. Then the last one are major issues of irregularities. Now, these irregularities are just unnecessary burdens on a municipality which would have had a problem anyway. Now, this is where we would like to get concrete steps, ways forward, and actions. What are you going to do now that you have picked up all of these things? Leave the fact that we would have wanted you to have dealt with a lot of these issues so we don't have to go through this discussion. But now that you have now found them out, what are you going to be doing about them? We'll give you that opportunity. I think if you gave us a response, it shouldn't take us more than 10 minutes. You can just, see how you share the time. And after that, the Premier is going to make her own commitment on this matter. In your own order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me apologize for arriving late. I did send you a text message.
We received your apology. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. The first question which I will respond to is the appointment of the CFO, as I was the MEC responsible for local government, just to pick up on issues that colleagues might not have raised. Number one is that local government regulations on appointment and conditions of employment subject us to give concurrence to the appointment of the senior managers. In the letter, I raised 7 issues that were outstanding from the report that I received on the 10th of January. And the following are those issues that were missing or were not attached to the report. Number one is the council resolution approving the previous selection panel. Number two, it was the screening reports of other shortlisted candidates. Number three, it was individual scores by each panel member for other candidates. Number four, it was the competency-based assessment of the recommended candidates as per paragraph 16.1. And then number five, it was a proof of withdrawal from the interview process from 5 of the shortlisted candidates. And then number 6, it was the recommendations of the selection panel as per paragraph 17.4. And then number 7 was a written confirmation by a successful candidate that he does not hold a political office as per regulation. Colleagues will remember that at that time it was before the Constitutional Court reviewed the fact that senior managers from municipal councils must not hold a office. So that's why I was also included that. So those were the 7. But we then picked it up that other than these documents that are supposed to accompany the report sent to the MEC, there was an issue about Mr. Makwayi as the Chief Financial Officer, who happened to have been found to be invalid and non-compliant to the legislation. And the issue was the case in Mafube. The mayor was therefore advised to request the speaker to call a special council meeting to table the report on what I've said. Indeed, they tabled the report, but in their resolution, apparently they said, let's go and arrange a meeting with the MEC. Then I agreed with them that, okay, we can come and speak. They come. The expectation was that the 3 of them, MM, speaker, and the mayor, will be coming. But only the mayor and the speaker arrived. And then I said, okay, what is the issue? They explained to me. I said, no, it's fine. Then tell your legal departments to respond to my letter through my legal departments, because this letter I was advised by the legal gurus of the department. So tell them to do that. So that is why the meeting the MM is referring to, that they had to meet as technical. The issue in hand was that when we're supposed to approach the court, because I said to them, if you are not going to respond, I will have to go to court. The issue that prohibited not to approach the court was when we were informed that they have made an appeal at the labor court by Mr. Mackay. So that's when we said, okay, we can't approach the court. We'll have to wait for the appeals to come back. So that's the matter about the MM. That's where the matter ended. Unfortunately, elections happened, and then I was changed, and then the Temkwena took it from there on the basis of two grounds. One, it was the handover report that we submitted, but also the question that was asked by Honorable Klute in one of the PROPEC meetings. On issues that have been raised, I know that the Department of Finance is regularly meeting with Masilonyan, particularly because it's one of the distressed municipality. I think they are making top 10 in the country. Number two, because of the instability, we also have a joint committee together with the COCTA that was trying to diffuse some of the things that were happening there. Number three, it was the meetings that we had with the Premier, including the Premier's coordinating forum, where we were engaging the municipality. But on the commitments moving forward, we will commit ourselves that, particularly on the allegations that have been raised in relation to financial misconduct or mismanagement, we'll commit ourselves that we'll get into the municipality, and then within 3 months, we'll report back to the committee that this is what we have done as the financial department, and where there are possibility of consequence management we'll have to do, and where we have to open cases that are criminally related, we'll have to do that. This is what we can just promise, because some of the things are just new to us. I think that they had themselves there at the local municipality, but we are committing ourselves to begin to get in and resolve those things. That's what I can say on behalf of Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Now, MEC Mkwena, Premier will be last.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. I am largely covered, Chair, by what MEC Magumi has raised, except that on the issue of the CFO, we received a letter that was directed to TZ Magumi and then myself, and I was asking him if his initials are TZ Magumi. Now, Chair, in that letter, the council was really responding to our letter where we were making it clear about the appointment of the CFO, as well as the fact that they will have to make a presentation about 139 if we do not have to trigger that intervention. This is where they were indicating that the Troika, the whips of parties in council leadership, to make a presentation on the matter raised, Chair. Now, that meeting did not take place. I did not sit with them, where we sat with the Troika as well as the whips of parties on this particular issue. For us, it's simply a case, Chair, where either the council followed the process or did not follow the process, and whether the process was compliant. If it was not compliant, we insisted on them calling a council meeting to correct. If they failed to correct, then the Masilonian, as part of the municipalities that we are taking through the legal process to seek a declaratory order against the appointment. And the matter has been raised with them. They know it, Chair. The second part, Chair, is we have been interacting with the municipality. Maybe just before that, the HOD has got a file in relation to the municipality, which should contain the Resolution 17 report about the issues that the Magumi was raising, and all the issues of our relationship with the municipality, which we can share copies if the committee so wish. We still have to peruse it and pull what we believe will be relevant, as was requested. The file just got in to the hands of the HOD in the last 20 minutes, Chair. The municipality, Chair, is sitting with serious challenges of water. The responsiveness of the administration is an issue that we raised with them. That's why the issue of 139 will have also arisen. We will have directed the HOD to convene the municipality together with Val Central to deal with the problems of water. Because their responsiveness has not been what we will expect, and at times we'll have had to jump as the department even before the municipality could jump. We are quite clear that we could have had a better response on this particular aspect in view of the experience, particularly of the municipal manager in local government. There are challenges, as you can see, in terms of the relationship between the accounting office as well as the mayor, which requires to be attended to. We have tried to mend the fences, and clearly a lot of work still has to be done. Chair, we did ask we tried to locate the mayor, if I remember well. We did ask the HOD, the where is the mayor? And then the report was that she has attended the funeral, and then we saw the pictures at the level of the social media, which we then inquired that was that a private trip or an official trip? Now, there hasn't been a formal report that came, and what is being revealed here, Chair, requires an investigation on our side. Within the context of the rules in terms of what the mayor is entitled to do and not entitled to, what the mayor is entitled to do, and what the mayor is not entitled, is entitled and not entitled to, yes, excuse me, in terms of the usage of the official vehicle that is assigned to her. And that will also have to come in relation to the answers that she has given here, so that a report is then provided, so that we probe both the conduct, we probe the usage of the resources of the municipality, including how the municipality in itself has dealt with the matter and lift it up as the department. We therefore, Chair, are sitting with a challenge that we will have reached a court situation by now, except that we had issues to clear with the state attorneys in relation to the type of attorneys we needed to deal with the questions of municipalities that are appointing outside concurrence, that are not compliant and meeting with the process, and when the matters are raised, they tend to react like how Masilonyana has reacted. So we are heading to the courts in relation to that. Now, this is, Chair, without repeating what Tate Magume has raised. The last issue before I step down, Chair. There is a director who's also appointed in the Hlabe municipality who comes from Masilonyana. And part of what arises here requires us to retrace our steps to look into the concurrence in terms of whether was everything that happened at Masilonyana on her side was disclosed. And then if it was not disclosed, we'll then have to take the appropriate steps. We had already indicated to the HOD that there are issues that are arising, and we'll have to get the municipality to confirm, but the deliberations here does indicate that we do warrant to relook at the issue of concurrences we'll have issued in relation to the concerned director, Chair. The last issue that we will have to look at as well, I think there is an issue of the recruitment process outside the Resolution 17 report, in terms of what we picked up on the role of the the relationship between him and the CFO, including the fact that he would have been a witness on behalf of the CFO to clear him in that particular case and came to conduct the interviews. we'll have to look at that in terms of the law and whether the process will have been compromised. This is outside the Resolution 17 that we really have got to look into, because there was an issue that in our discussion we required him to look into in terms of the ruling of the CCMA, which went for the correct, and we asked him that if you are protesting this issue, please go and appeal so that your name can be put into the straight and there will not be any other question. So we'll put that into the process and make sure that we then do have a proper report firstly to the committee, but ourselves in terms of the next course of action that will be taken. Thank you.
Premier.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Indeed, Chairperson, some of the issues that were raised today, especially around Masilunyan, are new to us. But one thing I know is that the MEC has been working closely with these municipalities. We identified a list of municipalities, as I indicated yesterday, that other municipalities I was able to visit with him, accompanied by him, to those municipalities that we think really needs an intervention, and not just an intervention on a paper, intervention in a manner in which we as leadership executive engage with them and understand what are the challenges. And Masilonyan was one of those that were supposed to have been visited last month by myself, and they know I indicated to them that I'm coming to your municipality, even through PCF, because we are worried about this kind of defiance that happens at the level of municipalities. Every time people have to get concurrence, you don't comply. And whether they complied or whether MEC said anything, they continue. A person will be put on, whether they call it personal, but in the system, where they'll be getting paid without the concurrence from MEC. And indeed, there are those municipalities that I said, MEC, just get a legal opinion and then we deal with these municipalities. We cannot be defied when people know very well that they'll have to get concurrence from the MEC and they decide otherwise. And indeed, on the issues, the allegations that have been raised here, my understanding is that now, as this team seated here from EXCO, that Desaki, myself, Treasury, we'll have to have an investigation on allegations, because these are allegations and counter allegations. So we really need to deal with this matter and speedily. The Tema Kume already set up a time frame that within 3 months, indeed, within 3 months, we'll have to come back and say, this is how we intervene here. And perhaps, Chairperson, I also need to mention this, that in all these municipalities, there's been this issue of yellow fleet that is bought and get missing somewhere. I don't know what is it. Because we've been advising municipalities that municipalities, if you like to purchase, we got what we call RT57 contract, at least the government garage. Why don't you come and utilize those services? And this is what I've been even reporting on the Public Accounts Committee, that we're saying, when they need cars, they come to the provincial government. But when they got them, when their muscle now is ready, they got a financial muscle to purchase on their own, they decide to go elsewhere. That's where the problem is. And I've been raising this matter. Mohukare knows, they know as well that why don't you come to a provincial, to a government garage, purchase this yellow fleet. Number one, you purchase a yellow fleet on an auction. It's not, I just ask MEC man, Baraki food steward, you take it as it is. You don't know. We got a yellow fleet in Kronstadt as this provincial government. As you all know that we got a fleet management area in Kronstadt. They're there. We can't even sell them, we can't even auction them, because we don't even know the conditions in which you are buying this yellow fleet. Just go to an auction, but still you spend on maintenance of the very same equipment that you bought. That's why today they are here in Nala. We're faced with the same situation. I had to go there and interview the workers to say, tell me, when did you receive this? They gave me the date. And then what happened? no, somebody came. Oh, no, we received 1 set of keys. I said, why didn't you receive 2 sets? No, the delivery guy said, this yellow fleet is not fully paid. Therefore, we keep the keys. And what do? Later, 2 weeks, a month after that, the very same guy comes and picks them up. Why are you taking them? No, we are going to register them. How do you register something that is not your property? It's municipality supposed to register them. Even to date, we don't have that yellow fleet in Nala. I don't know whether there's someone here who's got yellow fleet, who's got an arrangement with me. I really don't know. But like I'm saying, Chairperson, we really need to set our foot down now and investigate all these matters and have time frames. Just deal with 3 municipalities, we report in 3 months. If 3 months we feel it's not enough, we'll extend. But we'll be able to come back to the committee and say, we only managed to deal with 2-3 municipalities. But really, because if we don't address this issue of yellow fleet, it's either there's a scam around Free State here, where everybody's just dishing out this yellow fleet and claiming that this yellow fleets are from auctions and so on. So from government point of view, Chairperson, I commit as MEC Makume said that we are going to make sure that when you come here or when you just give us a call to say what happened, the progress within 3 months, we would have dealt with a lot of issues. As I indicated, that some of these things really are new to us, are really new, and our apologies that we did not know the depth of this. Because the other part, Chairperson, as I conclude, we try by all means to assist them. They know, even Masilunyan, that we took the yellow fleet from the province to work in Windberg. We're not doing that for them, but the communities there were raising concerns with the Premier's office. We took our yellow fleet, we worked there in their area, we removed illegal dumping site, we opened roads that were going to gravesite, because that's where communities were complaining about. We do assist where they need the intervention. Even in this particular municipality, we assisted, we took services to their municipalities just to calm the community down there. But there are issues that we really need to address in that municipality, and I promise that definitely we are going to address them, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Premier. Thank you, MECs. All the issues that have been raised in relation to the challenges in Masilonyana will then be subjected to this processing, and therefore we'll get a report in 3 months. The annual financial statements I have not received yet. I don't know if you have given to anybody at this point. You have. Okay. Honorable members, let me just check now. This issue was raised particularly by Honorable Matuna. So I want to advise that we'll receive these these statements, and you look at them. You got 2 options. One option, you look at them and process them in the way that you might want to do, whether through SCOPA or through your committee, and then you can take it forward from there. But my advice would be, we wait for this report. Then you look at them in combination with what comes on this report and then take it forward. It can be taken forward in whatever manner that you believe is necessary, whether you raise it with the minister, whether you want to raise it as a committee or for a discussion. Maybe we'll all be together dealing with it, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, I think it's best to study what you've got and then let's combine with the report, then we take it from there. For these matters, it will obviously be best, as the Speaker and Chair of Chairs had suggested, that we do a combined report to the Parliament, but that's a matter that we'll sort ourselves. But for now, I'm saying you will receive this, analyze it, see what you want to do. If you want to ask additional questions before the MECs actually report, we can send them the information to the MECs, incorporate your questions and ask them to investigate further, then it can come back all of it together. So you're free to deal with it from that point. The rest of the issues, colleagues, we will actually wait for the report that comes from the provincial government. And then the MEC has indicated that there are other reports, and indeed we did say we would like to get those reports as well. So at this point, we want to say thank you to the team from Masilonyana. Thanks for all the answers. And indeed, at this point, we would like to excuse you. Thank you. We'll take the next municipality, which will be Tokologo. Will come and, as you know, we won't want to burden members here with taking breaks in between. We just leave it up to their discretion as to when, as and when they wish to go for tea or stretch. We will continue the processes. Tuguluho, you are on the floor. I also want to plead with members. We still have to keep looking at our watches as we move forward. Yes. You agree? You know, if it was me and you running this meeting, we would be very far. You know, I'm not saying anything about the other members. I'm just saying about you. All right. Tuguluho. If we can just lower our voices at the back so we don't have the team disturbed. You are on the floor. Thank you very much. Please take us through.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Protocol observed. My name is Buitumelo Inoxiake, Mayor Tokologo. I'm with the Speaker, Councillor Haibe, and then we also have our Municipal Manager, Ntate Mposetlo, and then we have our Acting CFO, Ntate Matile. Without wasting any time, Chair, I will allow MM to go through so that I should not consume more time in terms of his presentation. But what I can allude to is that our municipality is still under FRP, Section 1395A and C. And then currently we have only the municipal manager who has been appointed. Secondly, the 3 directors. Their contract has just ended around June, 30 June. We did advertise. The advert closed around 2nd of July. And then the process will kickstart of the recruitment. So therefore, I will then allow the municipal manager to continue presenting. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. I'm not saying anything about your team. I'm just noting that it's all men. It's a really strong man team. But I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just observing. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the House, protocol observed. Chair, we are presenting to you a municipality that was once said to be dysfunctional. And everything that we are going to present today may not be new to the committee, as it is our 3rd time coming to this committee. And we merely want to present our improvements that we've made over the time. And we are upfront saying to you, Chair, the history that we come from is something that we don't want repeated. We are here to account on matters that could not be resolved. And probably you will realize that the team has put a lot of effort in ensuring that we resolve some of these matters. So I'm putting a disclaimer that I'm not presenting a perfect municipality. I'm presenting a municipality that has been found wanting in a number of occasions and transgressions. This municipality at some point did not have records. AG could not audit the municipality. At a particular year in 2021, 2022, we've had to do 3 audits in a row so that we catch up and become accountable to the community of Tukulo. I'm presenting a municipality that has no revenue base, and I will illustrate this as I go deeper into the report. I think the best shop we have is a U-Save in Dealsville. All other towns do not have even a sufficient food outlet. Chairperson, in our report, I indicated that we managed to move from that disclaimer of not having records, and we've sustained 2 qualified audit opinions. And we are still striving to improve. We are a municipality that owes ESCOM, and that has declared a dispute with ESCOM. The dispute started with the intervention of the minister in December, and Sanedi was appointed to be a mediator between ESCOM and Tukuluho. That process started in March and it ended in April. Both parties are still awaiting a report from the process. The municipality did intend to get into a distribution agency agreement with ESCOM. The matter was presented to council, and council unanimously agreed that the municipality should enter into that distribution agency agreement. However, there's a latest communication from the National Department of Treasury, to say municipalities should wait and that further discussions will be held between SALGA, the Department of Cooperative Governance, and the Minister of Electricity. So we're still awaiting that outcome. I'm saying this because I'm answering that question that perhaps we do not have any intentions to pay ESCOM. We do have those intentions. We have clarified this matter intensively in our interactions. That's one of the challenges, is that what ESCOM is charging us is something that we're not able to collect from our residents. And this speaks to a number of issues, including the collection itself, in terms of what costs us to distribute this electricity. Chair, the second debtor that you would see in our books would be your Department of Water and Sanitation. We do not have a water board, so we owe the department a substantive amount of money, but in that amount, there are amounts that cannot be explained. And Chair, we will be applying to the department for a relief, and this will be done by the 31st of July 2025, which is the time frames that we were given to make this application. So Chair, the purpose of the report really was just to answer your questions, and I'm going there straight with the background that I've given. The matter that was raised was that what is the mayor's actions in relation to section 131(1) of the MFMA. And in relation to the specific question, I have attached, you will see in my report that there will be page 5 to 9 that indicates the post-audit action plan that we are busy with. And we intend that this post-audit action plan addresses the issues that are raised by the honorable members. The second question was in relation to the municipal manager, that in terms of section 62(1)(d) of the MFMA, what has the municipal manager done? So basically, this outlines, we've outlined this in a table where we indicate that following the question on the municipal manager, these are the steps that the municipal manager is taking to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So these processes are ongoing. We've outlined the timeframes, the action required, and the notes that the municipal manager is actually doing to ensure that these transgressions do not occur. The reasons why irregularities or transgressions occur.
So what page of your report did you refer to?
Chair, I indicated that the post-audit action plan is the last matter that I just indicated. Is
Do you have pages or page slide? You have got slide numbers.
Chair, there should be a PDF report that followed the slides that we sent.
Okay.
I'm
Proceed.
speaking to the PDF report.
That's fine. Proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. On that PDF report, I'm now on page number 9, where I illustrated actions in a form of table 3.2 that the accounting officer, which is myself, would take to ensure that there's no occurrence of the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Chair, I'm moving quite fast because I only have 16 pages and I'm on page 10. As to offer the committee enough time to make us accountable. Reasons why irregularities or transgressions occurred, I've already said to you, Chair, that we come from a very rural municipality. This municipality also has most of the marginalized and people that cannot afford services. Now, one of the issues flagged by AG, which we accept, was the non-compliance with supply chain management laws. And I would like to take Chair deeper to say, sometimes it's not out of choice. This municipality lacks service providers that can aid in assisting the municipality with certain matters. So at times, because of the rural nature of the municipality, we are unable to attract sufficient service providers that will respond to the call for the bids that the municipality is placing. I think the best hardware store we have is Sadvest, and it's not even having most of the infrastructure that the municipality would need to replace, for instance, pumps when we have a crisis with water. And then the other issue that was highlighted this week, internal controls. I will illustrate in my presentation that we've done something about this. We've gone out of reporting channels to get assistance even outside the municipality. I will get into details when I go to it. The lack of skills and capacity. The municipality is unable to attract the requisite level of skills. However, we are training staff within our municipality. I think we're graduating most of the staff in the province where the municipality is funding the education of our staff. And we're not doing this with fly-by-night institutions. These are institutions that are giving NQF levels that are required in terms of our staff regulations. And in terms of unrealistic budgeting and financial distress, Chair, we do project the amount that we intend to collect from our residents. I was listening yesterday, one honorable member indicated that perhaps there's a certain margin of our community that decides to have boreholes, to have solars. That's exactly applicable to Tukulo. Those that can afford are beginning to be independent from our supply. And we are not able to harness that revenue base that used to be there before. We're not able to sell the electricity that we used to sell before. We're not able to provide the water that we used to provide before. But Chair, I must make a disclaimer that poverty in our area no longer has color. We have struggling communities, even in our former towns, who are not able to pay the municipality. So that disclaimer is very important as I go to revenue. Thank you very much, Chair. And then, Chair, I would like just to touch on the corrective steps that we've taken. On the corrective steps, I remember I've said we've gone out of our way to also look for support outside the normal systems of government. We went to South African Institute of Government Auditors, and they appointed a consultant to assist us to perform our post-audit action plan. That consultant has developed standard operating procedures, which were mostly a problem in addressing our irregular expenditure. And what do we say in terms of our future actions to prevent reoccurrence? We are saying we will budget accordingly. We will restructure our budget, and we've put time frames to that. We said we will look at revenue. We will cleanse our data, and we've put time frames to that. We said we'll do our credit controls. We'll put prepaid meters, and then we'll deal with the issue of expenditure management. And just on the issue of the expenditure management, if I can go a little bit extra. In terms of our financial performance, we've decreased expenditure by 5%. And out of that 5%, 30.9% of that decrease came from contracted services. So we are trying to do away with contracted services, and we are building in-house capacity. Chair, in terms of anticipated actions to be taken in preventative actions or target, if preventative actions or target are missed, we said we have a post-audit action plan that we monitor weekly. We will do oversight and we will ensure that oversight is done, and we will escalate matters monthly. We will ensure that disciplinary measures are not discarded, are actually strictly adhered to. We will revise the plans that we have to ensure that we comply. We'll continue to build capacity within our employees. Chair, I want to speak to matters that were said, to say there was a non-implementation of remedial action to correct material irregularities. This specific this specific matter was raised by Auditor General. And in Auditor General raising this matter, we took it upon ourselves to ensure that we comply with it. The municipality was found not to have taken corrective actions with respect to remedial actions.
Please round up, your time is up.
All right, no, thank you very much. This had two aspects. The first aspect was that we were not keeping records. But you will see the improved audit opinion then showed that we did something about it. The records were not there, but the years that followed, the AG was able to audit us. And the second part of this was that there were interventions sought, and on those interventions, cases were opened with subs. Subsequent to that, there was an SIU investigation into matters in Tukuluho. There is a report that served before council, and council supports the recommendations as they were put. The recommendations looked into maladministration and the conduct of employees for that specific period. And also, one of the projects was thoroughly investigated by SIU. We complied with that request because we want to see clean government, or at least have clean government that we leave to the future generations. Chairperson, I think the other issue was the unspent conditional grants. We only did not spend one grant, which was WSIG. That grant was not spent because we were doing a sewer extension ponds in Herzogsville. And in the process of that implementation, the contractor was liquidated. And when the contractor is being liquidated, we could not spend further. So we had another project in our plan, which we fast-tracked. That project is in Boshoff. We are doing toilets, sewer toilets in Boshoff with that funding, whilst we are awaiting this process of this project, because the matter is in court, and we have been called on a numerous occasion to state our affairs in relation to that project. The poor revenue collection, Chair, we are saying, we've already said we'll do data cleansing, we'll ensure that we do strict audit strict controls. We will promote payment habit. And Chair, just on this one, I just want to pause there. As we promote these payment habits.
You remember I said your time is up, no?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, we'll take one by one. Let's go by row. We start with you, Kubev.
No, thanks. I just want to check, I see that in your unauthorized, combined with your fruitless and wasteful expenditure and irregular expenditure, it's in 2020, at the end of 2023-2024, it's almost close to 1 billion. Why you are not dealing with that? I think 694 million unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure 108, and then irregular is 265. So I want to check that. And again, can you provide us with the explanation why you didn't spend that grant? Because I noticed that also at the mid-year this year, also it's also indicated that you are still not spending that grant. And lastly, I want to check what percentage is your salary expense to your revenue, vis-a-vis your revenue.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I want to check I see your unauthorized expenditure moved from 1.12 billion and it's 0 in 2023-2024. So can you take us to confidence as to what happened? Did you deal with it or?
Don't disturb him. You don't represent each other here.
That's not the
You
one.
speak for yourself.
That's not the one. Sorry. I was.
You're reading a wrong script.
No, it's fine. I'll come back.
No, let's jump you. We will come back. Recheck your notes. Right. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, through you, thank you. In terms of the ESCOM debt, can the municipality just tell me how much you owe ESCOM and what the plan is for that debt relief? The mention was made of no revenue base. Now, given that, I want to know, given the lack of the municipality's revenue base, what actions are you taking to improve revenue collection and ensure financial sustainability? In terms of your qualified audit opinions, how do you justify the 2 consecutive qualified audit opinions? And although you've mentioned that you are working on it, can you give specific actions that you are taking to address it? And then the last one, Chair, is the issue around the oversight and impact. And just want to know why is it that your impact failed to table any reports before council since its appointment in January 22? And why should this committee not be disbanded, given that's definitely a clear lack of purpose? Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Matiwan.
Thank you, Chair. Since Tokoloho is one of the municipalities in the Free State that are under administration and that is failing to meet its constitutional obligations in terms of Section 152, what are the plans that the municipality has in place to address the crisis of water shortages and the backlog of the bucket system? And in terms of the report of the South African Human Rights Commission, have they tabled the reports within the required times that they were required to in addressing the issues, especially in the two towns of Dillsville and Herzogsville. Does the municipality has a plan to bring basic services to its residents? Thank you.
Please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with a question on UIF and W. I indicated in my presentation that there was a period of 3 years where the municipality was not audited. And obviously, there was UIF that had occurred. Now, the first thing that our MPEG is faced with is to look at irregular for a period of 3 years. And in looking at that irregular, they had to do investigations. I've been with them to sites where some of these transgressions occurred. As much as there's no report presented to council, it doesn't mean that there's no work done on the ground. And one of the issues that the report was due to be tabled, it was withdrawn at some point, precisely because they wanted to see for themselves the things that are on those reports. And we commit to this committee that we will not come here the next time without any action, because there are reports and council has to interrogate them and decide on them. Now, in terms of the WSIG not spent, we did not spend this WSIG only for a prior year, but for the current year, Chair, I can confirm to you that by end of June 2025, 100% of this grant was spent, even though it was not spent by mid-year because we were running SCM processes. But after we procured, we managed to completely implement this grant, and we pride ourselves with that. And in terms of our salaries, Chair, I will not tell you that I don't know. I know it's 33%, and it's within the norms of our overall budget. Before you ask me why we are paid for, we paid exactly to do this work, to ensure that the municipality moves from the state that it was in to a much better state. And then in terms of the
you know how
escrow
people
debt,
get themselves into trouble, eh?
I know, Chair.
You've just invited a lot of trouble. But
I know, Chair, and I'm willing to be accountable. Thank you.
let's
very
deal with the questions. Don't ask the ones who haven't answered. Don't answer the ones who haven't asked.
Thank you very much.
But seeing that you are interested, we may as well go into that.
No, thank you very much, Chair. You are welcome. In terms of the ESCOM debt, we're sitting at 328 million, which was on the news, and part of the dispute that went into the mediation between Sanedi and ESCOM. In terms of the low revenue base, we're not giving up at the fact that we've got low revenue base, we're not doing anything. We're looking at partnerships. One of the projects that we're going to put in the future is that we're looking into bringing a solar farm into Kuluho so that we reduce our dependency on ESCOM. This is one of the proposals that we want to partner with individuals that are interested to come and invest in our municipality. You will realize that Tukuluho is becoming slowly a solar city, especially in Dillsville, because we've got one of the biggest substations of ESCOM that are providing electricity towards Cape Town. So this is one of the issues that we want to improve on. We've gone to LDA. We said to LDA we've got 2 farms that are a heritage and have got animals that if they can run it with us and invest on it, we will be able to improve our revenue in Tukulu. And then in terms of the 2 qualified audit opinion, the actions that we are putting to ensure that we move to a better audit opinion is precisely to deal with the UIF and W that came before. And I can tell you, Chair, in terms of that UIF and W that we are dealing with, most of that expenditure resulted from projects. We've got a project scheme that we are implementing from Riverton to Boshoff. That project scheme is almost estimated to 800 million. Now, if you are told that documents for that scheme cannot be found and the auditor cannot audit that 800 million, it automatically goes to your UIF&W. And I'm answering already the honorable member that why would a small municipality such as ours have such a high irregular or UIF&W? It is precisely because of those documents where a case was opened, but we've managed to maneuver and work with the service providers that were there to ensure that we recoup those records and that AG audits those records. It doesn't mean that processes were not done. There was a criminal conduct that sought to destroy those records, but we managed to recoup those records and we got those projects audited. Now, that's the report that is sitting with our MPEC. In terms of the MPEC not running for a period of 3 years, there were issues of capacity that were highlighted. And a number of trainings were done in between as they do their work. One of the last training was done by SIU to our MPEC to capacitate them so that they deal with these matters decisively. And I can tell you, Chair, some of the expenditure there results because we don't have companies in Tukulu that can address the issue of tricotation at some point. We've got a single source service provider that is giving us petrol, for an example, and diesel. You can look at that expenditure, but accumulated over years, that's a huge amount of money that Tukulu, each town has got one garage, and we cannot get this service anywhere else. Because if we take it outside Tukulu, it would be more expensive. And then in terms of the administration in our municipality, the section 1395A and C, this has actually brought light to the municipality. I can tell you of 3 gains that this process brought. One is that COCTA was able to support us with a forensic investigation to look at whether are there ghost workers in the municipality. And the report is there. It will serve before council. We managed to get meters from provincial treasury to improve our revenue. We managed to get the attention of National COCTA, where they came to the municipality and said, we will support you to keep proper records. And this is a gain, Chairperson. And we've got a very capable support of the EXCO representative that was brought by our province. And we are providing monthly reports to National Treasury Financial Recovery Service on this intervention. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Umali, are you okay now? You're coming? You want to ask? Or the MM answer the question you wanted to ask? Okay.
Okay, your number of days to pay creditors is extremely high. How are you going to work on that? How are you going to turn that around? Because it's still going to remain as one of the findings that the AG is going to quote as a material irregularity. And also the AG mentioned that you don't keep records. And you did give a response, but you did not give adequate information. How are you going to address that MR? Because it was one of the qualifications of your financial statements last year. And then on the UIFWE, the one I wanted to ask actually is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. From 2022 to 2024, it moved from 68.7 million to 108.41 million. That is almost double in just 12 months. So can you take us into confidence as to what happened there? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. On your opening remarks, you mentioned that you are struggling to provide water in the communities. But according to the report here, you have already spent more than 30 million to erect a water treatment plant in 2019. Can you share with us what happened? Why are you still struggling? What is happening with the water treatment plant? We are saying we are here to account, that's why we are using 33% of the money to pay salaries. Can you also tell us in terms of the informal settlements that you have in Tukuluk, if are 3 or if are more than 3? For more than 15 years, the people who are living in this formal settlement, they don't have water, they don't have basic services, they don't have anything, no toilet, no roads, nothing. For 15 years, what is happening? And then earlier on, the Premier spoke about the issue of fleets. I'm sure you were listening. Do you have fleets in your municipality? Because we are told that there is no tools, there's no vehicles, there's no tractors, no trucks for operational purposes for the past 6 years. How do you do your work as a municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Cut it.
Ngibonge, Kabaza. Greetings to the team. Chair, I just want to know, the MM spoke about 3 years that were not audited. Exactly which 3 years were those, MM? And then I want to know, when did the MM and CFO join the municipality? I'm asking, Chair, because I'm looking at the records of poor repairs and poor maintenance of infrastructure, non-implementation of remedial action to correct material irregularities. That's from the AG. My colleague there mentioned the 1,400 days to pay creditors, the issue with ESCOM issuing a publication of a disconnection notice for bulk electricity supply. Could you please just elaborate on those issues for us? Thank you.
Vansel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Your collection rate, I might have missed it, but if I can just see what your debt collection rate is at the moment from the consumers that can pay. Then unfunded budgets for 5 consecutive years, I think you said, and then the AG couldn't audit you for 3 cycles. How did the province assist you after the first year of noticing that you weren't being able to audit, and then moving on to the second year, how did the province assist, and the third year, how did the province assist? Because there's 3 years unaudited. I'm sure the province would have known, they've got good leadership. And then I also just wanted to remind the MM that residents, if they want to bore holes for water or put up solar, they can. It's not illegal or unlawful. The ESCOM debt at 328 million rand. Is there a debt relief plan? Are you in the debt relief plan? What are your plans with that? Then something I picked up is the SIU has been authorized to investigate high mast lights project in Tokologo for the procurement irregularities. What can the municipality explain about that project specifically? Thank you.
Fagu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, you are alluding to the fact that your senior management has run out of contracts in July. Why did you start the recruitment process late, as you knew long ago that their contracts were coming to an end? I'm looking at your closing date of your advertisement, which was 2nd of July. That's one. Number 2, you are talking about a rural nature of your municipality, and you are arguing that against the non-compliance with the SCM laws. Then what is it that you are going to do going forward? Because I can't foresee a situation where your municipality is now all of a sudden not going to be at a rural area. What is it that you are going to do to mitigate that? Then the last one, looking at the backlog of your MPEC, you have explained why, but my issue is, when looking at that backlog, how are you going to mitigate the challenges that is going to create for you in your consequence management so that you are able to balance that? Because you may have the reasons, but the fact of the matter is that there is still this aspect that you still have to deal with. Thank you very much, Chair.
You will wait a bit. I will take the answers and then I'll come back to your last page. The three of you, you will all be covered. Let's deal with the responses, then you'll come in.
Thank you very much, Chair, to the audit, and to the honourable members. The number of days taken to pay creditors, we've significantly reduced them, and that's why I limited the service providers that are still within that span to ESCOM and the Department of Water and Sanitation. The municipality had a lot of litigations precisely because they were not paying creditors. Some of the fleet of the municipality was auctioned because we couldn't pay creditors. But we ensured that we do have settlement with creditors, one of our creditors being pension funds. We made sure that we do pay some of these small pension funds up to date so that we do not recur this. And then on the issue of the MI, I want to say it here that that MI was addressed. One, we've shown that we've improved in terms of records because we could give the auditor to audit the records. The second part of that MI, Chair, was precisely because they saw us not able to collect and to also ensure that the municipality is afloat, and they were also putting that towards records. Now, these records have assisted us to review ourselves and to ensure that we do perform our duties diligently. And then the issue of the, with regards to the opening remarks that we're building a water treatment plant, I want to explain the scheme that we are doing in Boshoff. This scheme, I said, is estimated to be 800 million, but government does not have 800 million to give to us now. So they give us an allocation per year. And based on that allocation, we plan and implement components within that scheme. That scheme is taking 60 kilometers from Riverton in the Northern Cape, where Val River is, to Boshoff. Now we've had to break that pipeline into sections. And with the sections of that pipeline, there's a water treatment plant. So this water treatment plant is not yet operational, but it's complete out of the funding that we received. So even though that we have this scheme, we still capacitate boreholes because the Boshoff town, the Dealsville town are still reliant on boreholes. Now these boreholes are scattered across our area and they are prone to vandalism, they are prone to theft. So whenever we've got these challenges of water, it's not because the municipality does not have capacity to provide the service. It's because some thief somewhere went to steal our boreholes. And these are cases that we raise with South African Police Service. And we understand with the capacity challenges in the country for SAPS itself, they won't be able to guard every single borehole that we have. In Boshoff, we've got 31 boreholes. In Dealsville, we've got 32 boreholes. And we're running at a low capacity precisely because of that. And these boreholes are the ones that are feeding these two communities whilst we are implementing this scheme, because this scheme is actually posed to address in totality the challenges of water for these two towns. Now, in terms of the informal settlements that are in Tukolo, Tukolo is not directly responsible for housing. There's a human settlement department in the Free State. And we've engaged this department. Through HDA, there are plans that have been made to improve this informal settlements. And we are in their budget. However, we've not been assisted as yet. But the problem is that we've got informal settlements, and that these informal settlements, we are giving a basic level of service to them. We're giving them water in terms of JoJo tanks, communal standpipes, and we still use sanitary buckets because we cannot put services in terms of the mandate of the grants that we have. They do not allow us to develop in not formalized areas. And then in terms of when did we join the municipality? Chair, I grew up in this municipality. I came to this municipality in 2010. I was a technician at the time. I'm a civil engineering graduate. And I learned this municipality over time. And that's why I'm able to respond to you, Chair, because I've got the background memory of this municipality. Our CFO started as an intern in 2009 for finance, and now he's the CFO. And you can see with our looks are not deceiving, we're still young, Chair. And we want to leave a legacy.
Are you really that young? Eh?
Chair, if I may give away my age, I was born in 1987.
You were born in 1987?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, you are very young. Very, very young. Unfortunately, it doesn't go for audit outcome that, but let's continue.
All right, Chair. And then in terms of the unfunded budget, we do have funding plans that we sometimes are not able to achieve because of the challenges that I outlined. And with those challenges, Chair, I can tell you now that with the support that we get, Tokoloho is not a municipality that needs billions to address its problems. We also now, with the mayor, trying to get into civil society to assist us. AfriForum has been criticizing us for the longest time, but at least for now, they want to come in and assist us in terms of bringing some of these services to realization, and that's a good thing, Chair. And the next thing, in terms of the boreholes not being illegal, I understand that completely. I was saying it in a context of revenue collection, that we're not saying it's wrong, we're just saying it's impairing somewhere. And the other issue, in terms of the contracts of the 2nd of July, I think that one I'll leave it to the mayor, just to explain some of the challenges that led to the council sitting and subsequently, because we needed to get the approval to proceed. And then in terms of the MPEC backlog, I want to assure this committee that our MPEC will, in the end, be able to deal with that backlog. It is not work that was started yesterday. It is work that has been done over time. And our post-audit action plan will demonstrate this. And then in terms of consequence management, Chair, I want to say, so far there are no matters that were raised that warranted the consequence management. However, the SIU report itself is somewhere somehow detailing some of the processes that council needs to take in terms of holding people accountable, precisely for that project of 15 I must lie that the honorable member asked me about, to say there was improper conduct in terms of the officials that were there. It is unfortunate that those officials are no longer with the municipality, and the municipality was now not able to do some of the recommendations in the report. The report is with the Office of the President, and it has been shared with Tokoloho local municipality. And we will in time respond to the report to say, what have we done? Records management is one of the issues that are in that report. And the conduct of employees is one of the issues that is in that report. And I indicated that council is in full support of ensuring that a law is done. Thank you very much.
Let me take the next page. Mayor, you'll come in after the next page. We start with Van Veek, then Mteto, then Mtolo.
Sure, Chair. You've said that you are from a rural community, and you actually even mentioned that you only have one store there, USAFE. And you say that you come from 2010 as a young person. What opportunities have you created for other young people in your municipality, even with province and so on, so that they can also build themselves like you have done? And lastly, can you please just elaborate about all the problems that AgriForum is giving you? I'm sure my honorable member, Mteto, would like to know. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you don't represent another party here. You must speak on behalf of your own party. Honorable Mteto, don't feel provoked. Don't change your script.
And Africans are passionate, and as Afrikaners, they are passionate, yellow fluke. So, Chair, I was waiting for this opportunity and I think I found it to confirm what white people are doing in this province. And exactly, I coined it an economic espionage. Afrikaners and the whites in particular, they are doing an espionage on the entire province. And I've already seen all these municipalities that are not performing, so I'm using this one as a launch pad. This is what we need to do. I have a report on land ownership patterns as to whose land belongs to in this province. And now in this municipality, I think I will share that with them so that we reverse the imbalances of the past created by the Afrikaners. And so that, because in economics, you need 4 factors of production and land is one. And when I check the land, it belongs to the whites are owning all the productive land, which they took through forced removal, which they are owing blacks to return it back to them. And we have laws that says they must do it and they are not doing it. So now we will force them to do it because they forced us to take it away from us. And then against that, we will then be able to do economy for our people. What they did during the old order, they will redemarcate all the productive areas where minerals and then the production of farms into areas where they will benefit. So now we must redemarcate these economies looking at what we call demographic parity according to racial classification. So we will use this municipality as an example so that we restore factors of production. We ensure that they benefit according to racial classification, because you cannot have 8% of white controlling 92% of blacks. That is unfair, unjust, and we must correct it. And in this municipality, we have found the example. We're going to follow it up. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. In your input, you've mentioned that although you are getting support from the provincial department or government, but you've also taken an initiative of approaching a provincial body to assist the municipality as well. They've also actually given you some consultants. Was that based on pro bono or you are paying them? Thank you.
I wanted to come back. I see that someone has been circulating the issues around the bucket system and a project that's not been finished for 10 years. I'm not sure where this area is. Sorry.
I can assist you there, Chair. It's in Shwaraganang, right next to Deelsville.
Okay, thank you. So, just to comment on that so that we can just understand what is happening on that. You had 3 questions. Can you deal with that? And at this point, MM and Mayor and whoever else wants to comment, let's respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with what opportunities have we created for young people? Because the municipality that we serve wants to enable that development, Council took a resolution that for kids or young people going to universities, we should pay their registration fee. The next program that we are running for young people is to ensure that through LG-CETA, we tap into the various grants that they have for different programs. And we've employed them through LG-CETA, training skills programs in their hundreds. And I just don't have the reports just to mention what is it that we prioritized. But I can tell you skills like plumbing, skills like hospitality were some of the skills that were provided through these programs. And we can only do so much. And then in terms of the AfroForum challenges, I cannot name them challenges because they've actually helped us. They've pushed us to do our work. And in them pushing us to do our work, we were able to address some of the important community concerns. In terms of the support by the professional body, that support is absolutely free. It is because most of our employees are affiliating with them, and we were able to plead with them to assist us. And then in terms of the project that is in question in Tshwaraganang, the project is not run by Tikologo Local Municipality. It's one of the projects that we are supported by the department, the National Department of Water and Sanitation. This project has seen different contractors being removed. This project has seen gift of the givers coming into the space because of sewer spillages. But I can report to you, Chair, that this project is almost complete. It is because of these challenges that occurred over that period that this project was stalled for a period of 10 years. On Monday this week, we convened a meeting where we were given a progress of this project. This project had added scope also that must also be recognized. It was initially intended just to make the toilets flush into the oxidation ponds. But in that oxidation pond itself, there were leakages, there were no fences. We had a case where a kid fell in, and we still are facing some litigation because of that. And that was precisely because of the infrastructure that was stolen around that area. But this project has managed to address those issues and also address the issues with Human Rights Commission that were related to sewer in Dealsville. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mayor.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think that on the issue of the advertisement, our last meeting in February, the matter was presented to council, and then the council referred the matter back. Then on the around end of March, then is then that the decision was taken that the advert must be done. Thank you.
Any other? All right, we've got three this side. Let's just go one after the other.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with infrastructure spending, and it's a issue in the Free State in general. The National Treasury benchmark is now 8% of your budget that should be spent on infrastructure maintenance. I would like to know from this municipality, what is their infrastructure spending versus the budget for the current financial year? I hear that impact might be able to change or finish the investigations. The problem is they have little time because the next administration is will be elected in 18 months or so. So I don't see impact actually finishing everything. I would just like to know, in the last financial year, how many times did impact actually meet? I don't talk about whether there was training, actually to have meetings to discuss these matters. And then on the Riverton scheme, the 800 million, when are we expecting that scheme to be finalized, number one? And number two, there were also legal proceedings on this matter with the contractor. Lawsuits, I think it was non-payment issues. What happened there, and was there any legal outcome? And so we can just maybe make sure about that as well. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thanks very much. Mine is very brief. The MM indicated the the enormous amount around UIF, I just want to check one. Can you give us the skills within the support staff of the MPEC? The manager of that particular office, what skills or qualification does he or she have that will enable them to be able to deal with this report, or rather look into this research work? Secondly, how many reports are they sitting, is the MPEC sitting with that are ready to serve in council? Lastly, the issue of the sewer that runs in that particular area there, given the report made by the Human Rights Commission, did that report serve in council? If so, give date of the report that was then sent into council, and how many of the recommendations from the commission are you busy implementing? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, related to staff, when was your last skills audit done? So number one, your performance management, is that in place? Consequence management, is that in place? Why do your disciplinary hearings take so long? There's some of them that have been going for 3 years and still have not been resolved. Yet the person's suspended, getting paid, sitting at home, watching TV. Then, when will the position of the SCM and the expenditure manager, as well as the LED manager, be filled? The LED manager has been vacant since 2017. And then I think, just a suggestion, maybe think of looking at Tokologo and change it to Frollywood or Hollywood, because you've got 25 acting positions by my last count. It's time that those get turned around to permanent positions. Your active, do you have a functional and active internal and risk management committee? I know you don't have a risk management committee, but your audit committee, if a meeting is called in the 11th hour, it gets cancelled. So they don't get to sit. And even the chairperson says that they're not getting support from management. And he said that in a council meeting, he says every time he tries to call it, doesn't work. I don't know what your relationship is with the audit committee, and then your indigent register. When was the last time it was actually verified? Because you do realize that that is directly related to your equitable share income. And then, do you have a functional billing system? Because there's been quite a few queries in Tokologo that people have to drive down all the way to go and get their bills sorted out, but nobody can assist them because they don't know what's happening, they don't get bills, it's moving from this system to another system, so it's a bit confusing. As far as the water extraction point is concerned in Riverton, this is a problematic area. I've just received a video of how contaminated the water is, which is currently happening at the moment. And this has been ongoing for quite a while. If that water is then extracted and sent through to Herzogsville, there's never any chemicals to actually treat the water, so the water goes through with high E. coli levels and is not fit for human consumption. That is a major problem. Then in addition, I don't think Tokologo has a concept of how much water they actually use, because there is no water meters. There's not conventional water meters, there's no water meters. Although you took a resolution to install water meters, and it was a council resolution, nothing's happened. There's no prepaid water meters being installed. You've got absolutely no concept of how much water you're actually using, because one person can be using 10,000 kiloliters, the other person could be using a glass full of water. And then my final question is, on the Herzogsville, I'm finishing.
Okay.
The Herzogsville and Deelsville sanitation plants, neither one of them are connected to anything. There's a pump station in Deelsville, a water treatment works, but the pipes don't go anywhere, and so the effluent just runs out into the road. And in Herzogsville, it's the second time for 2 different contractors that sanitation is now in court and they're busy suing you. So what are the legal costs contained to that? Thank you.
Let's get the responses.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's at this point where you must remember that disclaimer that I made, that I'm not presenting a perfect municipality. I'm presenting a municipality with challenges, and these are the interventions that we are doing to those challenges. Now, in terms of the infrastructure spending on operations, we're ensuring that at least 5% is spent on that infrastructure. But I can tell you, with the vandalism that is happening, we are spending actually a little bit more than what we planned for, because most of these issues become unplanned and people will have to get these services. Now, in terms of the MPEC meetings, most of these meetings have been interrupted by these trainings that I referred to, but I do not have the number with me that I can share with the committee. The issue of the scheme of 800 million, yes, there has been legal challenges on the scheme, but I can report to this committee that those challenges and the legal matters were settled between the contractor and the municipality. Hence, we see contractors continue to work to implement the project. In terms of the skills of the audit manager, on one of the applications that closed on the 2nd of July, we are in search of a manager that is skilled enough to assist the MPEC. So you will see that an advert went out and we closed on the 2nd of July. And then how many reports? The reports were, I do not have the number of reports. What I can tell you is that the MPEC has said to consider the reports for 1920, 2020, 21, 21, 22. Those reports are reports that are awaiting council consideration. And then in terms of the sewer, I would say the sewer in Tukulu, most of the running sewer that is piped is in Bosov. Herzogsville is partly piped and using VIP toilets. Dealsville does not have a running sewer. So in these locations, we're using trucks to suck drains and dispose of those drains. So we do not have sewer spillages in Tukulu. That I can confirm to this committee. The only time there will be a sewer spillage is when a drain is full and perhaps the truck has not attended to it yet. And it will be of a particular household. It will not be of the entire community. And there are a number of challenges to those drains. One, some of those drains were constructed a long time ago when we did not have the sufficient use of water as we do today. So in terms of how they feel, sometimes it's because the resident left the taps open, because we do have a challenge of water in Dealsville. Sometimes we load shed water. We will have water in the morning based on the availability of water from the boreholes, and later in the evening. In between, some of the households leave their taps open, and we will have that crisis of servicing those drains when water is available. Now, in terms of the staff skills audit, the report that I alluded to of COGTA also looked into skills audit. It did not only look at ghost workers. And that report is there to illustrate, are we compliant in terms of our staff, in terms of skills audit? And then performance management. We've had an issue with performance in our audit report for quite some time, but I can report to this committee that through our M-Score compliance system provided by SEBAT, we've added a function for performance management. This is to also alleviate the issue of human error in as far as performance is. We are automizing performance in a manner that we will be able to get reports at real time. The issue of the LED manager. In terms of the finance recovery process, there were posts that we were given by National Treasury in that report to say, these are critical posts, and those are the posts that we are focusing on. We do not hire based on how we feel. We are guided by a report. That report has got different phases. It says, this is what you do to stabilize the municipality. And this is what you do to continue this municipality from where it is. And this post, I can guarantee you to you, Chair, that it's not a priority in that report. And therefore, it's not a priority for the municipality because that report was approved by council. And then the issue of the acting positions, with the positions that we advertised and ended, that were closed on the 2nd of July, we looked at this issue and we've stopped a number of actings precisely because we want to stabilize the municipality and appoint. In terms of the Internal and Risk Management Committee, we do have a committee on risk, which is also part of our audit committee. The audit chair did rightfully raise concerns in terms of the meetings. It was relating to particular reports that needed to serve in a particular quarter. And because this is clearly outlined in the audit charter, he had all the rights to approach council and tell council where he's not happy. And council has some recommendations and they have outlined, they are actually playing an oversight on us to ensure that we do comply to the request made by the audit chair. In terms of the indigent register, we come from an institution that I can say our people sometimes are not free enough to share their personal details with us. And I'm saying this because our indigent register being low doesn't mean that we don't have indigent people. Most of the people do not want to share their income with us. They will rather proudly secure that information because of the rural nature again. We know each other in the community, and perhaps it's a feeling that if so-and-so knows what my income is, perhaps I will not be protected in terms of dignity. And this is an issue that the mayor is taking in terms of public participation to encourage people to bring information so that we are able to address this matter of registering them for indigent. But indigent calls are done probably on monthly basis, and we have a walk-in policy where customers can come at any time to declare their financial statements so that we update the indigent register. In terms of the water at abstraction point not being clean, what we do, and fortunately this is an area that I understand, we take water samples from the river, and based on those water samples, we determine what chemicals are needed to clean that water. So the abstraction point I want to correct for Herzogoville is in Christian. That abstraction point, as dirty as it may be, we have a capable plant to deal with whatever that comes from there. Because experts tested the water, they know the condition of water all year round. So the chemicals advised for us to use are sufficient to treat that water. And if you can speak to Herzogoville residents, they will tell you the quality of water in Herzogoville is not what the honorable member is saying. That is not correct. And then the other issue in terms of water meters, we've accepted. We had conventional water meters, we had prepaid water meters, and those did not work. Some of the conventional water meters were even billing when there's air in the meters, and these were complaints that were brought by residents. And then council took a resolution that we will charge a flat rate until we resolve this matter. So a flat rate was discussed with communities through public participation and is what is being charged in terms of water. But we do know the quantity of water we are supplying. We've got plants. We know how much is that plant per day producing to the residents of Tukulu. And then the issue of the two contractors in Herzogoville doing a project, that is not true. There's one contractor, and that's the contractor we are sitting with a court case on. And the municipality stance is that we are dismissing that contractor for poor performance, and we will get a capable contractor to finish that project. And in terms of the pipeline not being connected to the sewer outlines, that is also not true. In Herzogoville, we've got sewer that goes into our oxidation ponds. The project there is extending the capacity of that plant. The old portion of the plant is still functional. In Dealsville, what is said is partly true. There are pipes that were left incomplete by the previous contractor. The current contractor is addressing that matter, is finishing off the pump stations to ensure that they pump to the sewer oxidation ponds, which are elevated and are not in the same level as the community of Dealsville. Thank you.
Percentage collection?
This one I'll give it to the CFO. Thank you.
Whilst you do that, just talk to us about the Herzogville extraction plant. Somebody has just sent us some indication, some photos that relate to some work, some problems in the river, saying that they are seeing lots of dead fish. Presumably this is contamination. They say this is Riverton Dam where obstructions are taking place and people are getting sick in that area. Can you deal with that? You, at least you, because you just spoken quite an extent on this issue.
Thank you, Chair. Riverton, we are not yet abstracting. In Riverton, we're still in construction. So there's no way that that water will reach our residents at this point. But I can tell you, Chair, with the experience in Christiana abstraction point, that we put sieves to ensure that that fish does not find expression in our system. It remains in the river. So when that abstraction point is complete, there will be sieves that are sieving the water, because we are also protecting the pumps themselves by putting those sieves. So the water, when it gets to Boshoff in the future from Riverton, it will not be at that state that they see in the river, because there is a mini pump station that we put there where we are able to flush back the dirt from the river that comes into our system back to the river. So we ensure that the water quality that we take and transport is not that is seen in the river. Thank you very much.
I think somebody must send you these photos and some of this, because what we are seeing here is dead fish. And wait a bit, Mayor. What we are seeing here is dead fish, and if it's sent by someone here, it can only be either in their area or maybe they went and sourced it from somewhere else far. But the real issue is that somebody is reporting contamination, and I'm not getting that confirmation from your side that you know that the level of contamination could be as bad as what they have shown here. And so can somebody just send the photo through so you can have a look at this thing? You have sent it, okay. Okay, so somebody will send something to you so that you can look at it. What we can't do is to ignore that because it doesn't come from the MM's report. So you'll have a look at that. So you can come back with your comments, and then let's move on to the CFO and then the mayor at the end.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Wait. Let's start with CFO, sorry, with MM. Let's deal with this contamination.
Chair, I accept that the river will have dead fish. That I do not dispute. Any river in South Africa has dead fish. And when, Chair, may I please be protected?
No, you won't be protected because you are making a provocative statement.
All right, Chair.
Okay, yeah. Wait. Yeah, because you're in 1987, I allow you the space. I become very sensitive, you know me, I'm a grandpa at this stage. I have grandchildren as well who are your age. So just calm down. Now, don't talk to us like that. What you must say, are you aware that any of the rivers in your municipality could actually be contaminated by spillage of sewer? And your answer is a yes or a no. And we can't talk to you about dead fish in South Africa. We're only asking you about the contamination. So let's be focused on that. If you cannot recognize this area and you get the messages and you don't know what it is, you are going to have to undertake to go and inspect and check if there's any such a thing, because you know this area very well. But someone is concerned enough to say we must look into this thing. They haven't given us on the specifics. So focus it that way. Don't go so wide. You see, engineers don't faff around now. Political scientists do that, but engineers are very specific to the issue. So you either know or you don't know this thing. It either exists in your municipality, it doesn't exist. Don't talk to us about the dead fish in the Indian Ocean. Let's focus. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm corrected. Chair, I'm not aware of any contamination. And the reason why I'm not aware is that DPW sends us reports when there are contamination in rivers. And this contamination has not come through those channels. Whenever we have that contamination report, we act accordingly. That contamination would have been broadcast for all that are abstracting from that level to know, and remedial measures would be put as to what should the water service providers do in terms of that contamination. So this contamination, I'm not aware of it, Chair.
Okay. There are two ways you find out contamination. Either surveillance, which is what you do as a municipal manager, or reports from affected community. So if you don't do surveillance, or you do and it didn't give you, it doesn't exclude the possibility somebody would have spotted it and will report it to you. You'll only tell us after we have gone to check what they said. So you have to look at that area and undertake to go and get some team to go and investigate to see if they'll pick up anything there. And we're going to then say, those who receive the message, send it back and ask them to give us more specifics. These days we've got GPS, so that you've got at least a response to say, we went and checked where there was a direction and there was nothing. Then we know that your answer can be relied upon. At this point, you're not aware, we take it that you're going to go and investigate it. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, I ask that the CFO responds.
CFO, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the House and all protocol observed. In terms of our collection rate, Chairperson, the property rates, it's standing at 67%, and then in terms of service charges, we're standing at 28%. And the other part I just wanted to omit to was the repairs and maintenance. In terms of our repairs and maintenance, Chairperson, we're standing at 1.3% in terms of on a PPE, and in terms of the total operating expenditure on the repairs and maintenance, we're standing at 5.4%. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I was just coming in on the issue, but it was clarified because it was a confusion in terms of Christiana or Riverton. So I just wanted to clarify that to the municipal manager. Thank you.
Are you done? You've said very little in this meeting. I don't feel excited with that. I'll give you another one more minute. Tell us about other issues, service delivery. I know you don't have any.
No, thank you very much.
You can't have a mayor so quiet. We're wasting, and you're getting paid for this. So you must talk to us.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that what the municipal manager said, we did prepare this report thoroughly. And then one of the issues with your revenue enhancement, when you look at why the FRP was brought to us, one of the issues was the tariffs. They were saying that our tariffs are not cost reflective. And then at least now we are trying to ensure that those costs are becoming reflective, because it's one of the issues that made us not our budget be funded. So those are the issues. And then we are committed, Chairman, in terms of ensuring that we turn around our municipality. Because, like you have already said, that we are not here to play, and then indeed that I was here for the first time and second time. Now I'm here for the third time. So that is why that I ensure that at least we push, ensure that there is a service delivery with whatever that we have. As a municipality, we use it optimally to ensure that there is a service delivery to our own communities. With those words, Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You know, this 1987 crew is a bit of an issue. I've got my own 1987. Okay, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. You know, there is a crisis of water and sanitation in the municipality, and they've underspent on a water services grant. So can the mayor give us a picture of the projects that were affected by the 6.9 million that was not spent of the water services infrastructure grant?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think that the issue of...
Let's get this one.
No, thanks, Chair. I think because I'm 5 years younger than them, more than 5 years younger than them, it qualifies me to say what I'm about to say it as raw as it is.
No, I am the chair.
No.
I decide whether you're on order or not.
Thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I think the picture that we are being given, Mayor, is that the municipality is actually crying to good, but it's not the truth. 71% of waters going through your municipal pipes, you are losing all of them. 31% of electricity units, about 12.6 million, that are distributed through your municipality, you are also using it. AG highlights, attributes this to poor repairs and maintenance of infrastructure. And I think you are also in line with what my colleague is saying. If you have a blink picture like this, and your budget has been unfunded for the past 5 years, you can't say you are doing well. So I just want to check, Mayor, do you have any turnaround strategies that you have developed and its own implementation plans? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, okay, you now the just over. No. I'm not reopening. We're going to close. We can't. All right, 10 seconds, and the other gentleman 10 seconds too.
Thank you. Any performance bonuses paid in the last 5 years, and what is the amount? Thank you.
You passed. You see now, that's my generation. Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the unspent grant relating to WASIC, I think that the municipal manager has explained that the contractor is being liquidated, and then we are in court with regard to that. But as far as the problems we had, then in Boshoff, the money that was there, we are doing that project in Herzog to eradicate bucket there. And then secondly, on the issue of water, we have indicated that there is a scheme from Riverton to Boshoff in terms of bulk water supply. And then the issue of performance budget, a bonus, we have not yet paid anyone in terms of the performance. Thank you.
Maintenance. The issue of the loss of electricity. No, can answer this. And I've got somebody has sent me something from what do you call this place? Herzogville, the sewage treatment plant. It seems to be. I'll show those as well. Serious breakdown there. But the question was asked about the loss of electricity and water.
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the loss of electricity, we have identified the gap and we've tightened our bylaw because the gap that warranted the loss was precisely because of people bypassing meters. And we could not make any revenue from the meters that are bypassed. The municipality has gone as far as putting a penalty fee of 15,000 for anyone that bypasses our meters. Now, in terms of the water infrastructure that is not maintained, that is also true. We had that issue, but that issue is seemingly no longer there because we would have breakages from time to time, especially in Hertzogville, of pumps in Christiana, and most of that was done because of the load shedding that prevailed. Whenever electricity surge happens, it will burn the pumps. Now, we've installed a generator there. So that generator actually solves two problems. The first problem is the high usage of electricity because ESCOM was charging us around 600,000, whereas with a generator, because we are pumping only certain hours, it's costing us less than 200,000. So that's a cost saving just on that. Now, with the money we used to spend on electricity for ESCOM to pump that water, we're investing that money into bettering the service internally, where we had small pumps that were not working in the plant and in some reservoirs. So this we are addressing. And for our community to see that we are addressing these matters is that I think Hertzogville has no water challenges currently, something that was not there before. Thank you very much.
I've asked that I must send you the picture so you have a look at it. But anyway, at this point, let me say thank you for your presentations. I think for us, the number of issues which obviously we need to get the province as well to work with you as we monitor how you're moving about with them. Firstly is the sustainability within this municipality. The fact that you have poor revenue collection and difficulty in spending your conditional grants and very low collection as has been reported here, still unfunded budget, and the need for you to get a financial recovery plan is one big issue. The second one is on the audit issues. The Auditor General reporting that you are not able to implement the remedial plan that they have put in place, and also dealing with the issues of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, and the issues around indigent records, and the performance of your MPEC, your audit committees and audit units is another big issue that you have to give attention to. And the third one is the issue of services. You are raising a sense of optimism around this, but certainly issues that arise are that of the sewage issues in relation to the bucket system. You have indicated in some of the areas you don't have that problem, and then, but the complaints that come from the public still require that there should be attention given to that. And the issues around contamination of water, we need to actually give specific attention. We are dealing with the ESCOM issues, both from the point of view of the services and future plans as well as the debt. But I think the other issue you have raised is the issue around maintenance of infrastructure. So all of those issues are issues that require a lot of attention. And as you move along, the MECs will be giving us regular reports as to what progress you're making on all of these issues. When you deal with them, we need you to be able to put timelines and proper targets so we know what you want to achieve by which time and whether you are achieving that as we move on. The other issue in relation to the sustainability will fall into the baskets of the issues that we have to discuss at a national level relating to various municipalities that are in a similar situation with poor revenue base. Thank you very much. Let's close this discussion and take the next municipality. Thank you very much. You are excused. We're going to request the next municipality to come to the fore, and that would be Tsilopili. Thank you. Welcome, Tsolopili, and who is addressing us? Please introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon to yourself and the honorable members of the NA and the legislature.
I hope that your team was the original delegation. It wasn't just shuffled now that I made a comment earlier.
No,
it looks
Chair.
good.
No, Chair. No, thanks, Chair. My name is Kinalema Mpukunzi. I am the mayor in Tsolopili local municipality. With me, I am with the Speaker, Councillor Musabinyana Raseu. I'm also with the acting municipal manager. I am also.
When you introduced, raise your hand so we can see who.
Councillor Musabinyana Raseu, who is the Speaker. The acting municipal manager, Sabata Rabanye. We also have the acting CFO with us, and that is all it. We'll then have to explain to why these two actings, Chair. Chair, we will continue with the presentation, and then when the questions come, the officials and all of us as a team will respond to the questions, Chair. We indeed received the questions from your good self, Chair, in terms of the AG's report, but we want to just give a bit of background to our response, Chairperson. When we came into the municipality in 2021, the municipality was faced with 3 issues. The first one was the ESCOM debt, the second one was the water debt, and the issue of the URFWs that were not investigated for the prior years, Chair. So we want to start there so that we are able to give context to our response as we will be moving forward, Chairperson. The municipality is stable, Chairperson, compared to what happened prior we come into office in 2021, because I think it's a known fact that before 2021 there was instability, and the mayor by then was removed from the council because of many other issues. In terms of the questions that are raised to ourselves, Chairperson, we just want to make a point that the MPEC is indeed in place, but immediately after our election into office we appointed MPEC, but there were challenges in terms of the audit findings after the AG presented the report to council. We then went back to council to change the committee, especially the chairperson, because the same issues that were recurring from the prior years were still coming back. So after the installation of the new chairperson of the MPEC, there was a progress in terms of investigation, in terms of dealing with all those matters. And we are going to cite examples as to why are we saying there was some progress in terms of the investigation and other issues, Chairperson. The audit committee, the risk committee, they are in place. The disciplinary board is in place, Chairperson. The Council of Tsolopili has your collective executive committee that sits on a monthly basis to deal with issues of council, the Section 71 report and any other reports that goes to council. They go via the EXCO. The issues of the chairperson, the top management, the whole top management was filled, Chairperson, until we suspend the municipal manager on the 25th of June this year. The process of dealing with that particular matter, it will be concluded roughly by month end of August, because it ran into two folds, non-financial matters and financial matters. Then we are all aware that if it's financial matters, the DC board does kicks in, but if it has non-financial matters, then the council, in terms of the regulations that deals with disciplinary board, disciplinary of officials, then has to appoint an independent investigator. So that process is running, and we are expecting a preliminary report by next week. So the matter will be concluded by August the latest. The MEC is also informed about that particular process, Chair. The issues that are raised by AG in terms of the UIFWs that were not implemented, we have making reference to those issues to say matters comes from the prior year's chairperson. And I said that we are going to give context to say why are we saying since the inception of the new MPEC there was a progress. The AG through communication 161 with the mayor then raised quite issues in the first year when we came into office. One of the issues was the issue of the upsurge, because the AG's representatives in the office were saying to us, if we are not going to agree with them, they are going to qualify the municipality. And it was an issue of upsurge. Upsurge is a contractor that is not responsible for revenue collection. So it was actually fraudulently appointed to the municipality by the then municipal manager, who is no longer with the municipality. Then we raised the matter with the MPEC, referred the matter to MPEC to say, MPEC, please go and investigate and report back to council, because this is what is raised by AG. The other issue was the issue of the incomplete toilet project of the toilets in Wolfstad, that is called 499 toilets. Those two matters, the first one has said in court, it is referred to the regional court, it will be setting in August, and then the other one, there is still investigation going through, Chairperson. Those two matters are those matters that made us to say that the MPEC has actually dealt with what it's supposed to be doing in terms of the issues that are raised by the AG, including other issues that they go further to go and investigate that were not even raised by the AG, Chairperson. So the matter that we want to bring is in terms of us relying on the AGSA for the AFS. Indeed, Chairperson, when we got into the office, the unit that deals with the preparation of the AFS was actually assisted by the consultant. There was an instance whereby I was informed that we are not going to be ready to present the AFS by the 31st. Then I have to request that we have the meeting with the consultant that was contracted by the municipality to make sure that we are ready for that particular thing. There was only one person that was dealing with that particular preparation of the AFS, but to date we can report that we have actually made sure that that particular unit is well capacitated. We've got 3 people there. It's Mayor Consilia and the other lady and the intern that is in the municipality. In terms of the risk, the internal audit chair, equally the internal audit was only one person, but we have equally went to further to capacitate the unit to make sure that there are people in place that are dealing with those issues. So those issues of the prior years, we have moved to make sure that we address those issues, Chairperson. In terms of the other issues that speaks to us relying on the audit to be able to deal with other issues. Yes, indeed, we were relying on the AGSA, but the reason for that, Chair, was that we would then have contracted the consultant that was preparing the AFS and believing that the money that we are paying will be giving us something back, but we found out that the consultant was not doing what is supposed to be done. So subsequently, Chair, we will then refer our own AFS to the Provincial Treasury for review. So we have plans in place now to make sure that all these AFS by the 18th of August, they will be ready to be subjected to review, so that as and when the AG comes in, then we are able to deal with those issues. Maybe the other issue that we would want to report, it was the recurring matters in terms of supply chain, non-compliance with supply chain. The matter was raised by the AG. The issue was that the supply chain unit of Solopil was a combined unit with expenditure and supply chain. Then the AG raised issues. We then went back to council and raised the matter to say we need to separate these two units so that the expenditure becomes on its own. Procurement and supply chain goes together. So those are the things that we did today, Chairperson. And in terms of the performance of the municipality when it comes to your grants, Chairperson Tsolopili spend his grants 100%. We even go to the extent to be actually awarded for the good spending. The only issue that we want to raise in an instance whereby we are asked why does it not translate to what is on the ground. There was a rollover for the prior years, and that rollover only came into the following financial year. That is why it seems as if we spent more than what we actually projected. The other issue that we want to raise, Chair, that we put in place is the issue that we installed the high mast lights in both units. There were 4 in Webster, there were 9 in Belfontein. The municipality construct high mast light, but ESCOM is responsible for electrification. In Webster, there is still 1 high mast light that is not concluded. In Belfontein, about 7 of them are not concluded. So that is the other issue that makes us to be seen as if we are not actually doing what we are supposed to be doing. For bulk water supply in Webster, Chairperson, the contractor that was on site in 2022 have had some challenges, and then we started to, the report came to EXCO because for every month we get a progress report in terms of the performance of MIG, WASIC, and RBIC, and any other grants. Then we went to, we recommended to council to say council must start instituting penalties for that particular contractor. So the penalties was actually introduced in that particular thing. When it comes to ESCOM debt, Chair, we are participating as Tsolopili in the ESCOM debt. We were approved in 2023 December, but we only started to participate from the 1st of April. Already when we start to participate on the 1st of April, there was an issue of us having some arrears that we have already to pay. But the key challenge with all these things, Chair, is that when it comes to winter, ESCOM has their own tariffs that they are charged, and the municipality does not have the same right as ESCOM. So we were about to be one of the municipality, or out of 10 in the Free State, we were about to be one that will be written off its debt. The only thing was that we were owing ESCOM about 18 million. Then from 18 million it ballooned to 27 million. So we are still working on that. After we get our equitable share, we sat with the team to say where can we cut and make sure that we settle this particular account so that we actually benefit from this particular thing of the debt review. We can also report here, Chair, that Tsolopili is a water service authority. Tsolopili is equally a water service provider. We procure our raw water from Sanford, Chairperson. We actually purify. In our plant, we have the process controllers that are actually qualified, Chairperson. I am going to start to wrap up, Chairperson. In terms of consequence management, Chairperson, the officials that are found to be doing wrong things are being charged, Chairperson. We have 2 officials that are being charged as we are speaking today. There is an issue of the MM that will give the details to issue. There is an issue of the health inspector who was found guilty of, the matter is still going to sit next week, but the allegation is that he went and solicited from these foreign people money on behalf of the municipality using the name of the municipality. The other issue was of the supervisor who was actually charged with the sexual misconduct, and that particular supervisor has been dismissed today, Chairperson. I so submit, will wait for the supplementary questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. There will be 1 round of questions. Please ask all your questions once. You've got a minute, and we will move around in 2 patches. We'll start this side and go that way.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start my question, I must say that since we've been here from yesterday, I must say that listening to the presentation of Tsolopili, one can safely say there's hope in this municipality. Chair, looking at the audit outcomes of Tsolopili, we realize that they have been receiving unqualified audit outcomes. I just want to check with the executive mayor now that what is preventing them to getting the clean audit outcome, so that at least it should be amongst those municipalities that we can say they have improved the audit outcomes of Free State. And then also on the budget spending not achieving its targets, can they also please give us more clarity on what is happening, what is the meaning of this, and is there any remedial action that is being implemented on the side of the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. In line with what my colleague is saying, indeed, Mayor, I agree there is hope in this municipality. I will just raise a few issues of concern. One, your internal audit. it's flagged as non-functional. Obviously, I think you would know that internal audit function an audit committee needs to be reviewed, the structure, the budgets, the placing in the organization, together with the reporting lines of which, whether it's a manager or chief internal auditor, whether they are adequate and in line with the applicable standards. So I see that the AG flags with you that we have not been doing this exercise. That's, they can't rely on the work that that internal audit does. What are your plans in fixing this? That's one. Two, I just want to, as a comment, your budget, because I see that you spend more, I think around about 128% of your budget in 2024, 2023-2024, but you achieved 84% of your target. So I would just to plead with you, try and align in what you spend with to ensure that you achieve value for money. I think, Chair, basically there isn't much here besides those, and then the issue that I'm really worried about your fruitless, wasteful, and irregular expenditure. It keeps on increasing. From 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, irregular increased from 89 million to 115 million. Unauthorized from 9 million, of which I would like to get details in terms of what made it increase so much, from 9 million to 115 million and 75, and then fruitless from it has decreased, fruitless and wasteful. I think there's some work that the MPEC is doing in line with what you are saying. So just the unauthorized and irregular, just the increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat what my colleagues have covered. What I've picked up here, Chair, your average number of days for paying your creditors is a bit of a concern. Look at that one. Number two, engage your community, because we pick up also that there are constant protests for service delivery. The reason why you are not moving from unqualified with findings is those one or two things that relate to service delivery, of which service delivery is the core mandate of the municipality. So look at that. For now, what we see here, the picture we see here is that you've managed to get your debits and credits correct, which is not the sole mandate of the municipality. That is part of what you are required to do. But solely, you need to provide service. Focus on that, because the AG is giving you findings on issues of performance. When you look at issues of performance, you're looking at issues of delivery, of which that is what is exactly you are mandated to do as a local municipality or as a municipality. So look at that, then you will definitely move from unqualified with findings to an unqualified or to a clean audit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just two. The one is the, I don't know if that was raised while I was out, but the non-function of the internal audit, which obviously results in internal control issues as well as material misstatements. And I would like to know those who were tasked with that, why did they not do their job and what was the consequences for that? Then also, again, like many others, the non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, those responsible for investigating that, why is that not happening and what is the action? Thank you.
Thank you. Matuan.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the AG's findings against appointments of service providers which did not follow SAM processes, which was subsequently upheld by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee after further investigations, out of all the contracts that were flagged, all of them were cancelled except for one contract of Peruma Sebata, which contributed to irregular expenditure amounting to 7.2 million rands. Can the municipal manager appraise the committee on why this particular contract of Yellow Fleet was not cancelled?
Kalipi. No, they'll answer after you spoke.
Thanks very much, Chair. You, on your opening remarks, greetings to you, Mayor, and your team. You have not tell us why you have acting MM and acting CEO, and you promise us that you are going to tell us. So therefore, I want to know why you have an acting CEO, what happened to your CEO and to your MM? Is it true that one of the reasons why your CEO is suspended is because there is a irregular or a fraud? Because I always term it, this thing of irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure, that is fraud. Is it true that there is a company that you paid before you got what you wanted as the municipality? 2 pumps that were going to assist the municipality to provide water, and then you paid for those pumps millions of rands, but 1 pump was never delivered. When it was delivered, because of the pressure from councillors, it was discovered that the 2nd pump is not a new pump. And now the council is demanding to know where is the product that you paid a lot of money, which is millions, because pumps are not more than 200,000 or 300,000, but apparently you paid 2 million for the 2 pumps. So now you are struggling as the municipality to find out where is the service provider that you've already paid. Now we are taking more money from the municipality to get your legal advice or the lawyers to go and look for this company. So can you confirm that? If, according to your report that you are going to tell us, the reasons why you also suspended the CFO committing crime because it was not authorized, so did you open a case of fraud as the municipality? The 3rd one, did you follow the proper processes in terms of the new person that you have just hired as a supply chain management who happens to work at the AG's office, who came to your municipality and conducted the audit? After that, waka waka, he is there in the municipality. Did you follow the proper procedures? And is it ethical for a person who has been dealing with your books from the AG, now is working for you? When was that post advertised? Who were they applied for the post? When was the shortlisting was done? The last one, the security, a person who's leading your security when you become a mayor, is it true it is a person who is very much close to you, who happens to get a contract of a security in the municipality? Thank you much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Kupega. Are you on? You're not? I'm asking you to make your...
Thanks, Kabazela. Greetings to the team from Zolopele Municipality. Chair, I guess it's more of the same things. I'm not sure if the CEO, the CFO, and the municipal manager will be able to answer, since I gather they are new in the municipality. Irregular expenditures, allegations of corruption, service delivery protests. I think just could you possibly speak to us about those things? And I think the one of the biggest issues that I noticed going through these notes, your electricity losses are sitting at almost 6 million rand. What are you doing about that? Is it possible to have a breakdown of the interventions that you'll have regarding that? And Mayor, if you can speak to us about the 65% of debt that is unlikely to be recovered by the municipality. Could you talk to us about that as well? And then, what causes the failure to consult residents on your development projects in your area? Why are you not consulting residents? No, I think that's it, Chair. Thanks.
Let's get the responses.
No, Chair, I'll start. I'll hand over to the officials to respond. Chair, the service delivery protests were happening before we come into office in 2021. That's where my opponent remarks, Chair, to say the then mayor was removed because of service delivery issues. Since we came into office, there has never been any service delivery protests. The only thing that happened, it was when we were constructing 2-kilometer project, whereby these people that attempt construction mafias, they wanted to solicit the project. They were saying that they are claiming 30% of theirs, of which is not the process. For the service, for the subcontractors, it was advertised and everything. When we do our IDP, we go to communities, we consult them on everything. We even now, we went to them, we have to go back because there was a project in the IDP, the current IDP that started on the 1st of July. That was going to, in the township, because we are unable to collect revenue because ESCOM is the one that is supplying electricity. Now, our credit control is unable to effectively deal with the issues there. I need to give that context. Now, we were going to install the prepaid meters, but the funder then said, before we deal with the issues of the prepaid meters, because we've got in the format white towns, you've got your asbestos pipe that from time to time they burst, and they are the ones that make us to lose a lot of wood. So we have to retrofit those pipes and deal with them. Then in the next financial year or through RT29, we'll be able to deal with those issues. So we don't have any unrest. The only issues that are there, it's for the individuals that want to actually run the municipalities whilst they are. And I'm going to give a classical example of what I'm saying. I made a reference to the contract of 499. That contract, it was constructed in 2017. It was never concluded. It's about toilets of the communities in Webster. That area is called Setswadi. Now, the contract was never concluded. It's the one of the contract that made the mayor to go, including the issue of water that was not of a good quality by that particular time. We have never had the issues of protest since we came in. There are issues from time to time when communities will come and bring their own things, and everybody is expecting so that they can be employed in the municipality. Sorapil is a small municipality that cannot employ everybody. But what we are doing to remedy the situation, every 6 months we have people that are coming because of the EPWP, then we rotate them, and there are also projects that we get from other sister departments that help us to be able to deal with it. So the issue of the protests, we have never had the protests still today. So we don't have that in terms of service delivery. We actually, the only thing that we are having that I can say is the issues that would always be in the media by the councillors of DA saying that the water in Hofstad is polluted and that, and the water from every week, twice a week, the water has been sent to Bloemfontein to the lab to be tested, and we got the results. We used to have challenges in terms of the wastewater treatment plant until we take our process controllers to be trained. So in October, 4 of them will be actually graduating by the 10th of October. So the issues of wastewater treatment, because what I need to explain is that Belfontein and Webster, in terms of their reservoirs, the Belfontein and Webster, they've got two separate things because the TLCs were not the same. In Webster, the same reservoir that supplies the town is the same reservoir that supplies the township. In Belfontein, the same reservoir, but it have two different valves that gives the township and gives the town. So those are the issues. In terms of wastewater treatment plant, we have upgraded the wastewater treatment plant. It is even now fenced. The issues that were raised, we tried to minimize them and deal with them. The only thing is that you'd have people that will go and open your main hall and throw everything there. You would even have the steel ball. As we are seated here, Monday we see a report that there is a steel ball that was found in one of our main hall. The other steel ball was found at the landfill site. So these are the issues that we come across them. The issues of the internal audit, we have acceded to say in the past the internal audit was not capacitated, but now it is capacitated. It was only one person. We have come to the point that we put 2 people and intern, and their qualifications are here. We can even provide the qualifications, including the unit that deals with your AFS. It was only one person by that time. So we have their qualifications, because how do we know about their qualifications? After each and every 6 months, we do skills audit. In the last EXCO, we received a report, because we always ask to say, we have read this report of the skills audit. Now we want to check where are the people in terms of the last report. Have they moved, or are they still stagnant? Because when we got into the office, there were challenges of roads. The only critical thing that Tswelopele is faced with is the challenges of road. But what did we do to salvage the situation? Through MIC, we managed to procure a yellow fleet. Through the Cleanest Municipal Awards, we also benefited from that. We were in kind. The Department of Quota bought for us a front-end loader. Tswelopele through MIC bought the front-end loader, also bought the TLB. We bought the hot sectors as we came in, because the reason why when we got into the office there was nothing. There was strike, everything was bent down in Tswelopele. So we had to start as if we are starting the municipality afresh. It's a new municipality. We bought fleet, we bought bikes, we bought everything, and we bought them through the RT57 that the province is utilizing, the one that we are utilizing as Tswelopele. We are taking a portion of MIC because we are allowed to utilize MIC to procure those yellow fleet, but we can't buy them at once, because there are other things that need to be catered for in the MIC allocation. It's your sports maintenance, it's your buying of fleet, and any other issues. You need to utilize that so that we are able to render the services in an effective and efficient manner. The challenge that is in Tswelopele, that maybe it might be the issue that will be termed as a service delivery. When we got into the municipality in 2020, there's a section that is called Extension 5. It's Riverside in Website. The communities that were pegged there were no house numbers, there was no electricity, there was nothing. We then started by pegging them correctly, giving them numbers. Now we have actually electrified, because it's 2 sections as we are seated, honorable members. On this side, the numbers that are on the side, they are electrified on this side, because it's the issue of ESCOM, because we have already paid. Hence, we are raising the issue of the Hamas light. It's about 200 and something the household that don't have electricity. It is not the fault of the municipality. The process has unfolded. We have paid. We are from time to time raising matter with ESCOM, because they are the one that are charged with the responsibility to electrify the township. That is the only thing. In the Belfontaine, there is extension 7, 8, and 9. Those 3 extensions, it's in Ward 5. When the establishment was actually started there, the people were placed on a wetland. Now we are starting the process of removing some of them from the wetland, because there are 3 people that I know of that are on the wetland. The one is an old woman that we have already concluded by next week that will move her, because the challenge that we are having in terms of the areas and the size of Tswelopele, we don't have enough land. We are waiting for the Department of Human Settlement to assist us. But what was the issue in the past? Because there was no order, there was no discipline in the municipality. When you've got empty areas, the municipal employees that are dealing with this selling of areas, they were the ones that were actually, when the council goes out and say we are going to take back these sites, we advertise, we want the owners to come back, they'll take them back, and then in return they will send those sales at 10,000 or so. Because they are in the system, they know what is happening. When other people comes, there is no evidence. So those are the challenges that we are having as a municipality. Now in the same extension 5, we have started to put the toilets. The project started in the last financial year. It's a multi-year project. It's going to continue. I will then have to give over, but let me speak to the issue that is raised by Honorable Mkalipi of the project that was not. It was not raised by the councillors, Honorable Mkalipi, through you, Chair. The matter came to EXCO, as I'm saying, EXCO report on a monthly basis, EXCO sees. The matter came to our attention because what we do, we rotate the EXCO. After the EXCO ends, we go and play an oversight as a collective of EXCO. We found out that there was no that, and it's not only that one, because we also requested MPEC to go and check into other pumps that were there in the municipality. That is not the only project that has not been completed, including the 499 that goes with pump station number 6 that was equally not completed by that particular time. We have not yet opened the case on this one. The one of the, it's in Ward 5, the project that is being cited is in Ward 5. Indeed, there is only one pump that was there. When we questioned in the EXCO to say what transpired here, we were told that the consultant and the then acting municipal manager, they are the ones that signed concession to say the main contractor, because he's my color, and the other one that is going to bring this pipe is a white color, then that one will have a capacity, this one is not going to have capacity. So the matter, indeed, we have tried to get those people, because the first time the report that we got is that when the sheriff was going to look for this particular person, the papers get lost. The second issue is that the matter is now going to be enrolled very soon so that we can recoup. But the money that is actually in question is about 1 million. It is not 2 million. The other pump is there because that's what the whole scope was saying to us in terms of that, because I don't sit in the panels of this particular thing. But the issues of panels that are raised also, let me speak to those issues. I'll give the officials to speak to this, because I am always there and I always ask questions. I'm not interfering, but I'm intervening on issues that matters, because I'm the one who's accountable to the communities. The issues of panels, there were panels that indeed were not that were terminated because of the advice of the AG. The reason was that you've got about 2 panels and you need to have the 3 quotations, so those the panels are not compliant. And then council took a resolution to the current MM that is saying that we are saying he's suspended, to say MM go and terminate all these other panels, all of them, so that we start the process afresh. But MM deemed fit not to terminate that particular thing, and the amount to date that speaks to that particular irregular, it's about 3 million that we can account for, to say in terms of what during that time and now when after we have terminated, the amount was about 3 million. The issue of the supply chain, they will go to the details, but I want to give context. I said, the AG said that the issues of council, and I'm going to speak to this so that all of us we understand, because there will be allegations that are made that are not founded, Chairperson, through you. The issue of the supply chain, the councillor that is representing yourself in the council through you, Chair, Honorable Mkalip, was fighting for the person who was in supply chain. I want to put it correctly, if Chairperson, I can be allowed to put this matter here.
Make it short.
Yeah, I'm going to make it short so that I give others. Thank you, Chair.
You've gone for quite a while. I'm not saying you are wrong, but I'm just saying try and shorten it.
Okay, Chair. The councillor is fighting for this particular person because the councillor is staying at the premises of this particular person who was the supply chain, and there were issues that were raised that were recurring in terms of supply chain matters. So we removed this person and advertised the post. When the post was advertised, the person in question was not even at the AG. He resigned. He gave a notice. The processes they will explain, because I'm not sitting that. I only sit in the panel as a chair of the appointment of the municipal manager. That's the only panel that I chair as a chairperson of that particular panel. As to the other issues, they will then have to respond to them. Thank you, Chair.
Security?
No, security was advertised, Chair. Let me give the security, the acting MM will also speak to that, Chair. But let me give context to the security. When you got into the office, we got a service provider by the name of Puta Dichaba that was there. The contract expired, and then council took a resolution through the motion that was brought by a member of Honorable Mkalipi to say we must insource. The council then said, whilst we are in the process of actually making ourselves ready, let's have an ad hoc committee that will prepare for the council to be able to insource. The post was advertised, everything was done, and I can also even say what we were paying to the service provider, because we requested yesterday that they give us the value in terms of what was paid to the service provider to what we are paying today, because the service provider were paying round number, he was paying people through the SIRA. Then we insource people. Today we have about 24 people as security guards. We have the manager, we got the supervisor. That person is not related to myself. His surname is something, I am something, HA. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get the other responses.
Sorry. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, try not to repeat.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat, Chairperson. I'm just trying to actually explain the processes which actually followed after the council actually make a study in terms of what needs to happen in relation to the issue of security. Chairperson, I think it was around June last year when the council take a decision to actually try to insource the security services. So municipality was faced with many challenges. There were break-ins, more especially at technical department. At one point, there was a cable I think it was in the region of 500,000, which was stolen. Our suspicion was that it was an internal arrangement because security was not falling within the municipality. Then we decided as management together with council to conduct a feasibility study. We contracted a private company to assist us in terms of coming up with plans on how to insource. Chairperson will remember that the matter of insourcing came through the council, then it was repeated again around June. So as management, we conducted that. We sit down, we analyze, we have done the organizational scan. Then we found that indeed the municipality need security. We look into the issue of finances as well. How much are we paying to the security company vis-a-vis paying ourselves from our covers? So like the mayor has alluded, when we check the issue of security, when we pay the service provider, we're paying in the region of 400,000 per month. Now when we're sourcing, we are paying around 318. Then the municipality is making a saving of almost 100,000. If ever it was not about the issue of increment, which came into effect this month, the municipality was going to save around 200,000. So let me come up with when the security was insourced. In January this year, the council took a resolution for an ad hoc and give us the instruction that insourcing must actually take place and must be finalized and be operational by the 1st of July. So indeed, the security currently belongs to the municipality. All the processes in terms of the recruitment, we follow the HR policy in terms of the recruitment. People were invited, positions were advertised. We invited people for interviews. And all the people who participated or who were called for interview were appointed. There is an issue in relation to the issue of security, who has a relation, it is alleged that he's having a relation with the mayor. So chairperson, the person who is appointed is having an extensive experience in issues of security. The person has worked for the SAPS, the person has worked for the Navy, the person has worked as a protection at a higher level. So chairperson, we have actually followed all the recruitment processes. We didn't favor any particular individual to actually get the job. We are having a policy which we need to follow in terms of recruitment. The person was found to have been qualified to be appointed as the manager of security or head of security. So chairperson, when it comes to, I think, when it comes to the issue of AG, the person who was working at AG, chairperson, like the mayor's alluded, during audit, after the audit last year, the mayor had a meeting with AG in terms of the findings and so on. Then one of the issues which was raised was the issue of separation of SCM and expenditure. We're having one position of a manager where it was occupied by one person, but dealing with two functions, that is ACM and expenditure. Now, one of the findings which were found by the AG, it was found that majority of the findings were supply chain management related. So based on that, then the council around November last year took a resolution that that position must be separated, must be a separate entity. Supply chain must be a standalone position, then expenditure must be a standalone position.
You move fast, because it's been explained already in that level of detail.
Okay, Chairperson. Then after that, the position of supply chain management was advertised. The person in question who said was working for AG, there was no any relation between the municipality because the audit was finalized around November in 2024. When the positions were advertised around March, April, that person was not having any relationship with municipality. Chairperson, I think I must actually explain further that I think it was 2 weeks back, around 15 or 16 of this month, the AG called our office to actually inquire about the person in question, which the municipality has appointed, actually there was a complaint which was lodged by one of the councillors. We didn't know about any complaint. The AG told us that the person whom we have appointed, he was working for AG, and actually that person has actually transgressed some of their rules. So now there's nothing else we can do as a municipality because it was employer and employee relation at AG. On our part, we have done everything we could to actually follow all the recruitment processes, and the person was actually appointed. And there was no conflict of interest whatsoever in that matter, Chairperson. Chairperson, on the issue of the matter which is before court, that one of the pump they may have alluded to, I won't say much, just to say the matter is before court. The matter will be heard soon. Chairperson, on the issue of protest, the mayor have answered that. The issue of Puruma Sebata, Chairperson, like the mayor have indicated, it relates to the previous municipal manager for non-implementation.
Sorry, Mayor said when was the last protest?
The last protest, Chairperson, I think last 12 months or so, we didn't have 2022. Yes, we didn't have any protest march.
Proceed.
Yes, Chairperson. On the issue of irregular expenditure, I will give to the CFO, Chairperson. On the issue of UIFW and the electrical loss, Chairperson, CFO. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Most of the stuff has been explained. I'll give you your 2 minutes. The things that were not mentioned by anybody.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good day to the House. In 2 minutes, I will just try to cover a few issues that were not touched by the Mayor and the MM. First and foremost, I'd like to speak to the issue of unauthorized and irregular expenditure. There was a question raised to say the unauthorized expenditure has been increasing over the years. What I want to highlight is that historically, when the municipality presented the unauthorized register, we actually would not account for non-cash items. And then the matter was actually raised by the Auditor General during the audit of 2023-2024. And then in the restated financial statement, the amount of non-cash items relating to specifically the depreciation and the debt impairment were taken into consideration, and as a result it increased the unauthorized expenditure to 63 million. What I want to highlight is that the register was subsequently updated and tabled to MPEG, and MPEG successfully investigated the registers. And then on the issue of intervention, we would like to allude to the House to say in the current financial year 2024-25, the year that we are currently preparing financial statements for, there will definitely be improvements in the presentation of unauthorized register. On the issues of irregular, I think the Mayor has already spoken to say the contracts were subsequently terminated post the finding that was raised by the Auditor General and recommendation of the MPEG. And then on the question of creditors' payment, I take note that the number of days that the municipality makes payment towards their creditors, indeed it looks questionable, but when you look at the audited 2023-2024 financial statements, the municipality had a total of 207 million of the total payables, and then of the 207 million, 151 million thereof related to ESCOM, and then 20 million relates to Sanfed, 4.5 million relates to the DBSA loan. When you remove those, then I think the rest or the remaining payables will definitely be all current accounts. And then the next question that was not addressed.
Hold it. Let's get the questions from this side. Which side? I've almost sacrificed you, but let me get this team. All right. All right. We're doing 30 seconds now. So let's start.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I thought you'd offer to stand down, but anyway, I was mistaken.
My question is to the municipal manager and maybe even the CFO. I'm in possession of a photo of an invoice, and I sent you the detail, Chairperson, from a company called MPs and Sons. It's a transport company. Now, the invoice description says taking people from different farms to voting stations and back. 2 taxis, each taxi cost 4,000 Rand and it was 8,000 Rand paid. It's a small amount, but is it policy of the municipality to pay for transport for voters on Voters' Day? This invoice was issued 2 days after the election, on the 31st. Now, the answer I received, or our councillor received, was this was for training somewhere. But was this, and maybe the chairperson to you, we can circulate it, but was that invoice paid for transport of voters? Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my question is to the Speaker in terms of consequence management. Since taking office in 2021, of the UIFW, what has been investigated and actually recovered? What has been recovered? And I note you spoke about consequence management, that currently 2 officials are being charged. Since 2021, how many officials have actually been charged for misconduct, etc.? And then in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission, there was last year findings made about chronic sewerage leaks in several of the wastewater treatment plants, and especially in June I visited Tikwana, Segalo Street. There's a pump station leaking into the Vetrivier. What's being done in terms of that South African Human Rights Commission report? Has a council approved plan been, well, has a plan been approved by council and submitted to the South African Human Rights Commission? Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the legal costs incurred by the municipality due to the conduct of the mayor, will the mayor pay the costs back to the municipality? I'm referring to the assault charge on an employee that cost the municipality 300,000 Rand, and the incorrect dismissal of a former dryer that was settled out of court that cost the municipality 150,000 Rand, or 6 months' pay. Have proper procedures and protocols been observed pertaining to the letting of municipal property and procurement of resources, and not at the mayor's whim? Please clarify the reasons surrounding the CFO that was put on precautionary leave for alleged misconduct. And then please clarify the relationship with KO Grains that you have to create jobs. Thank you.
Fancy?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm also going to latch onto this thing about the CFO, and I'd like maybe possibly for the MM to answer, because I understand the mayor might be a bit close to the situation of the 2 CFOs. It's alleged. So if a pump is, I mean, there's something about R1 million, but a pump is actually 200,000 Rand, and now you've got lawyers' fees trying to find the company. Is there actually a company? The mayor spoke very demarcated, and I couldn't quite follow. So if we can get a comprehensive report about what, I mean, there's 2 CFOs, 2 salaries at this stage. One is suspended or on precautionary leave, so there's 2 salaries. So I'd like just some solid information regarding that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd just like to ask a little bit about employee costs. I see it's not noted in our report, but I'd like to know what percentage of employee costs, what percentage of your overall revenue that takes up. And then the second question is, they did mention an issue about nepotism as far as hiring is concerned, and that's probably referring to the security contract that you've been talking about. But the other thing that I'd like to mention is just one of the goals of the GNU obviously is to try and reduce cost, and part of that is to look for ghost workers in government as well. So I'd like to ask you, because I mean, Mayor, you might well have a number of ghost workers in your municipality and not be aware that they're there, but will you do an audit over the next year and check to see that everyone's coming to work and everyone's working, and those who aren't are removed from your payroll. Because that will go a little bit towards what I'm asking about, the percentage of employee costs versus your total overall income as well. So if you can make savings, there'll be more money there for service delivery, basically. Thank you.
The nepotism thing, let's drop it because it's been dealt with. It was asked already by the Honorable Mkalipi, and there was a response. I'm trying to see how we can weed out what repetition can delay a lot. So let's deal with the other questions you raised. Honorable Fagu, Honorable Van Veek, Honorable Mteto, Honorable Mtolo. Thank you very much. We close at that point. We're going to go for...
Just a follow-up, Chairperson.
Excuse me?
Just a follow-up on what actually Honorable Mkalipi raised.
Follow-up?
Yeah, with regard to nepotism. Honorable Mkalipi was direct to the mayor that actually there are allegations that the person that receives or that gets contracts has a close relationship with the mayor. Can the mayor actually respond on that? Because she never responded on that. Can the mayor herself respond on that? Thank you.
Just say that again. Which of these issues are we raising? The issue that Mayor raised, that Mkalipi raised, was security.
Yes, but she also stated that the allegations that the person that receives security contracts has a close relationship with the mayor. The mayor never responded on that. Can she respond on that, please?
Okay, let me just understand the question properly. The first issue was someone in charge of the security that was alleged that was allocation was appointed in a funny way, in a thing that's not clear. Is it related to the mayor? What happened? What was the process? And all of that. And then the MM went on to the processes that they went through. So I just want to understand now, when we're saying someone who gets contracts, are we still referring to the same person or referring to other contracts?
Chair, my understanding was the same person, but for me that is not that important. But what is important is a close relationship with the mayor. We like this house actually to have a clear understanding. The mayor should actually respond on that allegation, whether it is true, although it is an allegation, whether she knows that the person that gets contract has a close relationship with her. That is the point that I want the mayor to clarify.
Okay, I'm going to get... No. We're not coming back. Listen, no. We're not taking question. We've taken 8 questions in a row. You've had your chance. We should have broken here 30 minutes ago. We've had a dragging process. We've got, the whole day has not started yet in terms of the outstanding. And we're going to be having the same members here complaining about how long it's dragging. No. Let's finish this question. It's only because Mtolo had not asked the question. That's why I'm allowing it. That's why I said we can't go the same question, same time. If we've got something that is concrete, we can follow on a question. But if we're going on the same allegation, the same response, I want to be clear what we're dealing with. But I'm not going to have a debate with you. No, we're not. Let's have the answers. No. No, let's go through the answers. If you've got something to provide, give it to me, then I know what we're dealing with. You've got all the questions on the table. Let's discuss. Please respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'll start with that one of the photo of MPS and Son in respect of whether the municipality is paying for voters to go and register for training. Chair, we don't pay for people to go to the voting station. As the municipality, we are having our policy. We also follow the supply chain management process. So at no stage did we actually contracted someone to actually transport voters to the voting station, unless a committee prove me otherwise. But as far as I know, Chairperson, I've been there during that period. I don't remember signing anything in relation to that. On the issue of, I will answer some questions. Colleagues will assist me together with the Mayor and the Speaker. Then I'll go to the issue of Human Rights Commission. Chairperson, I think it was last year when we appeared before the Commission issued her findings. We prepare an item to Council. The matter served before the Council in relation to those findings. The municipality makes some recommendations. We also attach our plans, business plan in relation to the projects which we need to actually implement, or whereby we have actually submitted or make a request to the BSA to finance some of the projects which we envisage to actually do. Then there was another issue in relation to the findings of Human Rights Commission. It was the issue of servicing of the farms. There we have indicated that due to the distance of the municipality, we couldn't actually be able to actually do that functions. But we do have a relationship with the farming community around our area. We engage from time to time whenever there's a need. Then on the issue of legal costs, Chairperson, CFO, I think we're saving the figure there. We will actually do that. Then on the issue of employee, or who was actually in the office of the mayor, who was paid money for 6 months. Yes, indeed, Chairperson, there were some payment made in relation to that. I think it was 148 or so, which was paid to that individual. Chairperson, here, the matter was in relation to the conduct of the employee. The employee was appointed last year. I think it was in February or so when his contract was terminated. His contract was terminated due to the fact that there was a poor performance on his. There was a poor performance when we evaluate the performance of the employee. We found that the employee is not actually compatible to be a driver to the mayor. There are some instances or reports which we are receiving about the manner in which the employee was conducting himself. Also, the said employee was actually someone who was drinking a lot, and due to the tight schedule of the mayor, sometimes the mayor will need the employees to be here, then the employee will come tomorrow being under the influence of alcohol. So those were the reasons, some of the reasons which were put forward in relation of terminating the contract of that particular person. That person was under probation when his contract was terminated. So it was issue of non-performance. Then the employee took us to the bargaining council, whereby there were some procedural issues which the municipality didn't actually follow. Then now we didn't actually want to take the employee back. Then we decided as a municipality to actually enter into a settlement agreement with that employee, because to bring that employee back to the municipality is not going to assist us. Hence, we reach a settlement with that particular employee at the level of the bargaining council, so that we can actually forego the matter. Then on the issue of KO Grains chairperson, here we are having a service provider. He's one of the big service provider within the municipality. This service provider, chairperson, is one of is employing most of the members of the community in Tswelopele. They are having there's a job creation. So this person want to expand his business in Tswelopele. So now they have made an application to Tswelopele municipality to expand their business. So the matter did serve before the council. They wanted to purchase a certain earth. Now the earth was not actually zoned. The municipality agreed to actually lease that land to those people in the interim, while the municipality is doing its administrative matters. The land in question was not zoned. It falls under Farm 396, which is the entire Belfontein. So now before we can actually lease that land, we need to rezone that land. So now we are in the process of actually doing that. There are some engagement between the municipality and ourselves in relation on how can we fast track that process, because it's a job creation. Chairperson, there are meetings which are held by the previous municipal manager, by the mayor, with those companies where officials are there. There is no way that the mayor is having any relationship or is actually benefiting from that process. That process went through the council. All the people, they know exactly what is happening. So there's nothing wrong up until this day, Chairperson, which have actually come to my attention in relation to that. On employee cost, I think Chairperson, CFO will correct me. I think we are standing at 34%. Then on the issue of ghost workers, Chairperson, in Tswelopele there are no ghost workers. We conduct skills audit on the annual basis. There was a skills audit which also served before the executive committee last week, in the executive committee last week. Chairperson, I think I'll give CFO to actually answer some. I don't know, Mayor will be in a position to actually enter the fray.
CFO?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
You'll come in at the end, Mayor.
Okay, I'll be speaking to two issues in the main. The first one, collection rate. The collection rate of the municipality averages 68%, and to try and improve, the municipality has appointed the debt collector through the RT27 transversal contract of the National Treasury. And then on the issue of employee-related cost, the municipal manager has already spoken to that. Yes, indeed, we are sitting at 34% of revenue. And then the saving realized by the municipality after the establishment of the division of the AFS is that the municipality was paying around 2 million for consultant assisting with the processes of preparation of the AFSs. Currently what we are paying our average is 1.2 million, which is mainly looking at the reviews, because as much as we established the division, we also must agree that we do not want to compromise the quality of the financial statements. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, let me speak to something that was not responded to. The issue of the 6 million that was raised by Honorable Member. There is a program that is called Adopt a District that is done by the DBSA. Tswelopele in the district of Lejweleputswa is participating in that particular program. We are going to be assisted through the DBSA to have the master plans in terms of electricity master plan and electricity losses management. That program is going to assist us, so we will be able to cap. But what we did as a municipality, because Tswelopele used to have the conventional meters, through INEP we actually moved the conventional meters from the household to the street because they used to bypass. Then we installed the prepaid meters, and then in Tswelopele we've got the single phase and the third phase meters. The project is standing at 90-something% because the project is not completed precisely simply because the three-phase meters is the one that is an issue in the country. We are told that they are not here, so we are awaiting that we got those three-phase meters, and then the project will be completed. Chair, there is a question that says I assaulted a person and I had to pay 300 rand. I don't know anything about that, Chair. The only thing that I can raise that Honorable Mkhalipi would recall, the case is actually closed. It's the case of myself when I got into the municipality where I was fighting for the people of Solopeli, where they were sold by the foreigners the actually illegal stuff. That is the only case that I know. I have never assaulted anyone, and I would never assault anyone as a member of the community, because I am there to serve those communities, Chairperson. The issues that, Chair, that we are told that we did not respond to, we'll make sure that within 7 days.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry for disturbing
please.
the mayor.
No, please.
No, Chair, you mentioned my name, so I want the clarity. I don't recall what she's referring to. But I will remember the case of foreigners in her municipality. Maybe you can share the clarity, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, let me clarify what I'm saying when I'm making reference to Honorable Mkhalipi. When in the sixth administration, after we came into office, the portfolio committee of COCTA, where Honorable Mkhalipi Sevi came to the Legion Putswa, and then the Honorable Mkhalipi raised the matter that I'm making reference to. Maybe she has forgotten. I appeared in court because I was actually, it was alleged that I stole the money, I did this and this. So that's why I was making reference to say that is the only case that I knew that is being completed, that is set and it is closed. So I was actually saying,
the real problem is when we become unprocedural. It doesn't matter what you're saying, you address the chair. Once you do this, it disrupts the meeting, because I didn't want Honorable Mkhalipi to get into this issue. But when you raise the issue, you must address the chair and not refer, because you are actually sidetracking all of us. If you start saying, well, you know, so and so and so, it doesn't help us. And I'm just saying that even for the others, because when the meeting drags on, it gets dragged because of side issues that we bring into the meeting and we all get excited about.
Apologies, Chair. So I don't have any assault case, Chairperson. The issue of the South African Human Rights Commission's report did serve in the council. There is a program in terms of addressing those issues that has been raised there, Chairperson. So the other issue that I wanted to raise, Chair, is the issue that Honorable Member, I think it's Honorable Member Van Zyl, that said that she did not hear what I was saying. We'll submit a detailed report in terms of what we were saying, so that she can understand, because I am not the one who, through you, Chair, to say that the report entails this, because I did not actually deal with that. There was a consultant. The recommendation of executive is that the consultant, and including that particular company that was paid through the concession, must be blacklisted. That's the resolution that we have, Chairperson, to say after we have recouped the money, those two must be actually blacklisted, Chairperson, so that they don't do any business anymore in South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Let me see. There are a number of issues that arise out of this process, some of which are making allegations of various irregularities in employment, nepotism. We will have to go into that. In your report, we need to include all of that so that we have a clear understanding as to where those irregularities. I will not go into the rest of the issues. I'm a bit worried we're taking a lot of time. And so I want to request that we approach this issue the following manner. Right now, it's 1:10. We have not started what we should have started in the morning. We have dragged beyond what we should have on these particular municipalities. We've got one more municipality that belongs to this particular group, which we haven't addressed. Looking at how we have dealt with this, it's going to take us more than almost an hour to deal with it, or maybe 45 minutes. I suggest that we take a break for lunch, but I want to request the members. I am looking for a way of how we can manage this thing better. Now, one of the ways is to restrict the number of speakers and the time they speak. And if that is the case, then I shouldn't have this violent shaking of heads and protests when we have to rule. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we've got the other option. It is 12 o'clock tonight. For me, I'm easy on either one. But people who are going to be leaving us mustn't delay us because they know they'll be leaving early. I'm directing, telling to, I know you are. I've not had a session where you have not asked two rounds of questions. You are behaving very nicely, but nevertheless, you ask many questions. I'm not saying you shouldn't, I'm saying we don't have as much time. So members, I'm going to make a plea. We want to actually shorten the processes. There are instances where there are difficult matters which for us we can't avoid. There are instances where issues are straightforward, we should just deal with them and pass. It doesn't change things because we've got the reports here which we're going to send for the members to respond to and to address. So that is my plea. We've got 30 minutes and then we're going to come back to Machabeng, and then we hopefully we can actually discipline ourselves to a more manageable process. But this idea of getting inspired once you hear something and everybody wants to ask a question, repeat the questions, we need to avoid. So we break. Thank you very much to Tsolopile. We're now going to be asking Machabeng to come in. You are excused. And the next team will be here at 1:45. Let me also just request, obviously we are getting delayed, but we will finish everyone. So please, let's try and do our best. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourns till 1:45. We need to employ a doorman now. We shall proceed. Honorable members, we would like to welcome the team from Machabeng, and we want to start the presentation. I do want to say to the members, we have to find a way of managing this differently. And so we will talk when the other members come in, but what we have agreed with this time, the provincial team, they are consolidating the questions. They'll ask one or two, and then the rest we will actually just reflect and we pass to the members to respond to, and they'll also be part of the report back sessions. I would like the members of the National Assembly to consider some progressive suggestions like those. Firstly, I would say we'll take one round and we may not necessarily take everybody. So we'll see how we manage it as we go along. If we reduce on follow-ups and repetition, and that's fine. Let me also say, because, and I would have liked to say this when more members were here, I think for the municipalities to be aware that this session is being streamlined. Is that the right word? Yes. Live streamed. Now the 1987s are laughing. Yes. Those are we don't understand what this crisis is. We have a huge problem here with our generation. So stream, what do you call it? Live stream. Okay, let me just say streamed, so then so I don't confuse anybody. As a result, we may find that there are people out in the public who might raise issues that we become interested in. And a few times we've raised issues that have come from the public. But what I want to say to the members, some of the issues that are raised are specific open public matters. In some instances where there's some concrete information or concrete allegation that you want to make, I do want to be convinced with evidence. You must show me, because I don't want us to get dragged onto street talks. I want us to deal with issues that you can manage as a committee. And so I'm going to request that some of the issues we raise, if we require evidence at the basis on which you're raising it, you should provide that before we can allow the process. And I'm making it that as a point, because if you make an allegation that we want to investigate, it must come on the basis of evidence that you've got. So I want just to make that point so that when we move on, sometimes you will see that I would want to just understand where the questions are coming from before we can answer them. That's the reason. Machabeng, you are on the floor. Please introduce yourselves and take us through first 10 minutes and then questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Tandupolo Kalipa, the Speaker of Machabeng, that is Stofile, who is also the President of the Association. And you have Date Panyane, Mr. Panyane, who is the acting municipal manager. And then you have Lindsay, she's acting CFO, and then we explain why they are acting chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair, for getting this opportunity. And greetings to all members of Parliament and the Chair and the members of the Legislature and the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature. And we are privileged, Chair, to present our work that we have been doing before the Portfolio Committee. We want, as Chair, before I allow the acting municipal manager to deal with questions which is they were raised, which is they are part of the Auditor General. Just to give 3 to 4 minutes background about Machabeng. This leadership of Machabeng, which is we are coming for the second time before the Portfolio Committee of COCTA. When we took over this new administration, this was a crime scene. What do you mean by crime scene? We mean that the level of corruption in Machabeng was the order of the day. And number two, where all service delivery, which were supposed to be performed by this municipality, were all outsourced. When you talk about your grass cutting, you talk about your fixing street lights, your potholes, everything was outsourced. Means that there were 2 municipalities in Machabeng. There was Machabeng, which is supposed to have your employees, and then you have your service providers, which is they were in charge of this municipality. And there were no systems. People, they would do as they wish. And if you talk about the overtime, Chair, the overtime in Machabeng was 12 million a month. That was overtime. Monies just were paid to service providers on a monthly basis. They were not paying less than 49 million to service providers. And you also pay employees. And we're happy to report that all the committees, there's political stability, which is the Speaker and the Chief Whip, and you have your tracker that is sitting, you have your multi-party whipper, which is involve all political parties in areas where we don't agree before we go to council. We're able to deal with those issues and normalize. Then when you go to council, we're able to deal with the real issues. Your Public Accounts Committee is there, your Performance Audit Committee. All those committees, they've been appointed, the staff in the internal audit, and your risk management, and all those committees, which is our compliance. They are not just malicious compliance, they are there, they are active. On issues of audit, as chairperson, we appointed a political steering committee that sits every fortnight. And that political steering committee is a committee that's chaired by the mayor. In the absence of the mayor, is chaired by the MMC for Finance on every fortnight. And in that committee, the AG, they are part of the committee. The COCTA is part of the committee. SALGA is part of the committee, and the Provincial Treasurer, they are also part of that committee. And we have also signed a performance agreement with our own members of the Mayoral Committee, which is in line with the performance agreement of members of the Mayoral Committee and directors as they do their oversight over members of their department. They know that the powers they were delegated by the executive mayor, and the executive mayor is able to delegate those powers to some members of the committee. On issues of service delivery, we have a team that sits on a daily basis, chairperson, that focus on issues of service delivery. As an example, if there were leakages reported today, and the team of infrastructure must be able to report the next day how they have dealt with those issues. On issues of your street lights that are not working, they are able to tell us how many street lights they have been fixed today, and the issues of collection, how much we have collected on a daily basis. So I'm saying these are issues, interventions that we have been put by the Office of the Executive Mayor, working together, Chair, with the administration as part of playing our oversight. If we talk about the overtime, we took the overtime from 12 million to 1.5 million. And we did those things, those interventions, as chairperson, in a manner that we wanted to make sure that people who approve overtime, which is that when you approve overtime, which is not budgeted, is unauthorized expenditure, and somebody need to account. On consequence management, we have been able, Chair, to deal with all issues of corruption. Directors, which is they were suspected with corruption and some there were serious allegations. We did investigate those allegations, working together with AG. After AG was given certain powers that he can refer matters to police, and we've been working very close with the Auditor General on those matters. We have officials which is already, they are answering those matters in court. We have directors which is they have been suspended. We have a PMU manager which is already has been no longer working with us because we have acted on those around consequence management. So on issues of outsourcing, we have took outsourcing from 100% to 20% now, because every service delivery issues, they were outsourced in Machabi. We've been able to buy a fleet using the National Treasury as chair. Now we have a fleet that is more than 230 million that we have spent since 2021. So that outsource, we're no longer now using private people. And if you talk about Auditor General, the financial statement, in our team here, there are people already accounted and chartered accounted. Some of them, they are part of this meeting. As an example, Chair, we are doing our own financial statement internally, and that financial statement, we've been recognized by the Auditor General when she reported to the Portfolio Committee of COCTA that we are a part of the people who have been able to decisively take decisions where we need to make sure that the municipality is moving to the next direction. So we can confirm that our financial statement, we were able, Chairperson, to save more than 12 million per annum by writing our own financials. And we are not only writing those financials as just as a financial and as a compliance chairperson. We are able to make sure that those are financial statements that are accurate, and we can be confident that even the AG, she did recognize our financial statement. The last issue before I allow the acting municipal manager to deal with issues of raised by Auditor General. Our infrastructure, as an example, all our pump stations, we have about 57 pump stations in Machabi. When this new administration was given this responsibility, out of 57, only 4 pump stations that were working, and the rest had been destroyed by Zama Zama and other, by some of these mafia construction companies, destroying our infrastructure. You have about 13 sewer treatment plants. Only 11 sewer treatment plants that were working. Only 2 that were working, the 11 not working. So we requested, we went to meet with the President and the Minister of Finance. We met with the former Premier and the current Premier, including the former Premier and Tate Tugwana and the current Premier. We got an intervention from national government of 3.4 billion to fix all our pump stations and our sewer treatment plant. Current, the amount that has been spent to fix our infrastructure is 1.2 billion. There are issues which we are discussing with the Val Central, which is the implementing agents appointed by the Department of Water and Sanitation. On issues of performance of some of those contractors, it's a matter that we are dealing with it with our MEC of COCTA and the Office of the Premier to make sure that they can improve their performance. And issues, another issue, Chair, that we also want to raise, in the manner which is some of those contractors were appointed. Majority of those contractors that were appointed, they were not local, they were not from our area, they were not from the district, they were not from the Free State. They were from outside our province. And these are issues that we're raising, that when there is intervention, the expectation that people who must benefit must be from people from local, from the district, from the province. When you don't have that capacity, you can go outside the province. So it's a matter that we are discussing with the department and the Val Central to make sure that there is a decisive intervention on those matters. So by and large, Chairperson, on those issues, which is we are playing our oversight, interacting with our people, and we're even called mayors of Imbizo because we were consistent in interacting with our people on a weekly basis to report to them even when there are challenges, even when there are positive report, we are reporting to our people. I will now allow a request the acting municipal manager just to deal with those questions, and then the speaker, if there is any other issues, and the acting CFO through you, speaker, they will then come and deal with some of those issues if there are any addition, chairperson.
You got 4 minutes, you can deal with it, and then the rest is question and answers.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, all protocol observed. The municipality is currently at a qualified audit opinion. This has been going through for some time, which is a very serious concern for us as a municipality. But I must mention that we only have one item of qualification, which is service charges. And those service charges are as a result of the old infrastructure, and in particular, meters. We've got meters that are very old that are being bypassed. So that is one area that we have in terms of our qualification. And also other matters, were one of the municipality when material irregularities were introduced, the new, that is law from AG, one of the municipality to be performed that, and currently the municipality is having 6 material irregularities, and out of 6 we managed to resolve 2. We are still seated with 4, which we have a detailed action plan as far as those 4 are concerned. In fact, within those 4, there are also cases of fraud as far as material irregularity is concerned were opened, and there were also arrests as far as the consequence management is concerned. One of the areas in terms of the planning of the municipality as to how do we resolve the current challenge that we have of a qualification, which is the huge matter of meters. What we are doing currently, first of all, we got involved into a program with ESCOM of debt relief. We signed an agreement of debt relief, which was coordinated by National Treasury. And also in that process of signing that debt relief contract, there were also application of meters, and we were identified as one of the municipalities that will be assisted in terms of being assisted with the grant for meters. But unfortunately, the process did not go through. Only one municipality was assisted in the province, that is Editlabeng. So as a result of that, we could not wait. Immediately when our approval did not go through, we tabled a report to council, and council took a resolution that they will set aside an amount of 30 million. Despite of the budget challenges that we have, 30 million to start the rollout of meters. We have already gone strides as far as that is concerned. All procurement processes have been done, full blown. We will be implementing this process. The first batch of meters will be receiving during the month of August. So we will be spending about 15 million between the first 6 months of this financial year on the meters, and towards the last 6 months, we'll spend another 15 million. We'll be focusing here onto the meters, smart meters in particular, to try to increase our revenue and to deal with the issue of the reading of the meters, which is one of the major challenges within our audit report. So we have a vision which we have aligned as a municipality that by 2030, we want to have roll out the entire infrastructure of meters within the municipality, especially electricity, both with water meters, to put prepaid water meters. So there are target lines that the council has put for us, and there's an enforcement of these targets to be reached, failing which consequence will be taking place on the side of management. So, and also one of the big challenges in our audit report that has been raised by Auditor General is the issue of the going concern and uncertainty on the side of the municipality when it comes to going concern, of which the root cause of that was the issue of the revenue loss. We have revenue losses. We've got serious vandalism of our infrastructure. The executive mayor just highlighted on that, a high level of theft, low collection as a result of that, which reduced our revenue base. And we have corrective measures that we have put in place to can address all those particular issues. Part of the corrective action that we are doing is the Operation Patala, that we sit all divisions, infrastructure, revenue, to analyze the revenue trends and come up with strategies on a daily basis when we do this analysis where we see there's a poor performance as far as revenue is concerned. And also another thing that we are doing, we looked at, at this issue of infrastructure, and we realized that now that there's issues with the sewer, there's also issues with the pipes there's quite a number of leakages and water losses within the municipality. So what we are doing for that, we've made an application through Infrastructure South Africa and DBSA for the replacement of our old infrastructure, in particular the asbestos pipe to be replaced by PVC pipes. There's a project that we have applied for funding of about 2.6 billion.
Round up.
And this process has been going on. It's almost at a part of implementation. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I will take more on the side of questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
All right. We will take questions. Let me start with Direko, Van Sale, Mkalipi, Matuna, Spies, and Matiwane, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. The first one is when the mayor was presenting, he did indicate that they managed to cut off overtime that has been in a municipality for several years. So I would like to check with the mayor, how much have they managed to save from the money that they have cut off from the overtime, which I believe that is a huge amount that can do a valuable project. Secondly, Chair, is on the fleet. They have indicated that they have bought a lot of fleet and amounting to close to 200 million. And I also want to check on the municipality as to what the Premier said earlier. Why did they use that service provider that they have used instead of government garage? And then lastly, Chair, there has been an outcry on legal fees in the municipality, which it's alleged that to be associated with the former MM. So how far has the municipality spent on the legal fees on the cases that they have won and the one that they have lost? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Van Sale.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Mayor Kalipe and Speaker Stofile, please tell me about the EPWP scandal. We've seen some reports. We have the reports indeed. I'd like to hear from you. What is the situation regarding the EPWP implications? Because you're very badly implicated, both of you. Employees normally on EPWP receives between 2,900 and 5,000 Rand per month. I have pay slips where someone is getting 65,000 Rand a month on EPWP. So please, when you don't mislead Parliament. Then how many staff is in both the Office of the Mayor and the Speaker? There are limits for political office bearers as per the staff regulations of 2022 that's set by COCTA. These are political office bearers. These are normally your PA, your driver, etc., etc. It's saying that you've got quite an overstaffed and bloated support staff. Then for the mayor, did you attend a meeting in March of 22 at Vasumzi Matlala's Johannesburg home with Minister Mchunu and Mr. Mogotsi? Second, on what basis was the 85 million sewer plant tender awarded to Botong Civils? And why has no infrastructure been delivered? 3, what process was followed in awarding tenders to politically connected individuals, including family members of ANC officials? Why was Maxwell Mkwane paid 47 million Rand after the municipality allegedly terminated his contract due to suspected criminal links? Have any internal investigations been conducted into these tenders? If so, what are the outcomes? Were there any declarations of conflict of interest submitted in relation to the tenders awarded in 22 and 23? And lastly, has the municipality laid any criminal charges or instituted civil recovery processes against Botong Civils or other implicated contractors? I can send this, if I'm too quick, Chairperson, to someone on that side. Thank you.
Not only were you too quick, the list is long. It will obviously require that we, because from what you're saying, it sounds like you got information that would need to be properly investigated. So we can get highlights, responses. We don't have the space to deal with all the details. What we will have is a process of investigation. All right, thank you. Next, Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Greetings to the mayor and the team, president of Salga. Now we are sitting in a hot seat.
You're not allowed to intimidate.
Chair, kwahle.
You're
Don't be hard,
intimidating
Chair,
him.
Please.
Yeah.
He
Even
knows.
with a smile, you know, you free. EFF is very intimidating.
Chair, will. No, Chair, I just want to understand. I don't know if the leadership of the municipality have gone through to the reports from the province. It says about you, the NSOP recommended to the province to intervene in the municipality due to dire concerns on service delivery. The state of wastewater treatment works plan influenced the NSOP request for the province to invoke Section 139, subsection 5, A and C of the Constitution, which is a mandatory financial recovery plan. So I understand that you took this matter to court to appeal this matter and you lost it. And I understand that the MEC, who's supposed to implement this decision, the court order, he wrote it to you, Speaker, and as a Speaker, you said you are afraid in terms of the standard rule you can't implement. So can you just appraise us, is this platform, where are we in terms of this matter? And the mayor, please, I'm not accusing you, but I need a clarity. The former mayor, who happens to work in Mkaga, is it in your office as an advisor? Because there's that information that is coming, and it says that that person was arrested, but I don't know why he was arrested. But you can share some light. And
sorry, just clarify it again. Who is arrested?
Okay, the advisor at the office of the mayor currently. He used to be the mayor in Machabeng, and he was also in Mukaga. According to information which I want to verify with the mayor, was he arrested while he was there? Because if indeed, I don't think it's painting a good picture to advise the mayor. And then there's a lot of shenanigans that also link the councillors under the municipality, ward councillors, etc. So if the mayor can share with us if he is aware, one of the allegations is that one of the councillor is taking money, is extortionist in the community and is known from the ground. So I just want to check that with the mayor. If he's aware what he has done in order to, because if a person is terrorizing the community while he's claiming to represent the same community, I'm sure they may have executive powers to deal with it in terms of the law. Those are my questions, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, we obviously, where you got specifics, we might need to take the same approach. Thank you very much. Let's get Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. In the audit opinion of Machabeng, there's obviously qualified with findings, and the findings refers to the fact that the audit AG couldn't find evidence that shows that there's data that relates to service charges. But the important one for me is the fact that in this year, April, there's been 4 MIs, material irregularities, and currently those are under investigation by the Hawks and DWS. And based on that, Chair, I want to then ask the team of Machabeng if they can indicate how much have you been paying out in tenders from the time of the year 2022 to 2025 to companies allegedly linked to politicians or criminal elements. Were any of these payments flagged as irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure in the AG's reports? Has Treasury issued any warnings or stop payment directives to Machabeng? And the last one, has Machabeng complied with the MFMA procurement regulations when awarding the these tenders that are in question. Thank you.
Yes, Kubev.
No, thanks, Chair. I will be straightforward as well. I think my first question, why didn't the municipality adopt the oversight report in time, the previous financial year? Two, why is the continuing to approve staff and establishment that was not approved by council? I see that you are having employee costs that are just close to $1 billion, around about 927 million. So why is that, Mayor? Why are you having to call the to account?
Oh, that was quick. Yeah, you're growing, eh?
The mayor
But you
elaborated almost everything.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, on a lighter note, nakula i-Velcom ngicapha isegoli. So, Chair, with regards to the chronic sewage spills, Chair, thank you, Chair. With regards to the chronic sewage spills, which have affected the right to a safe and healthy environment, which has led to, in some instances, the closure of schools that infringes on the right to education. I would like to ask, in terms of the performance indicators in the SDPIP linked to sanitation infrastructure, what percentage of the 1.2 billion that I think the mayor said they have spent on sanitation infrastructure has gone towards solving the sanitation crisis in Machabeng?
Fago.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to your skills audit, you are saying that it's 45% that you have completed in relation to that. What do you exactly mean? Because we are at the beginning of the financial year now, at the same time we are at the end of the term. What exactly are you referring to in terms of that 45%? And the last one is in relation to the performance management, where you talk about performance agreements for your MMCs. What is the picture like in terms of that, while you are still contemplating to introduce performance agreements to other councillors? Are you planning that for this term while you are at the end of the term? Thank you very much.
Mtolo? Upumile, okay. So that closes the questions this side. Let's get the responses. Aya angbuyi. Ngambili. Andizi. No. Baba. Xole. Hey, sihamba lifuna sishone sibone ukuthi sikuphi. Yeah. Yes, please, let's get the responses.
Thank you very much.
You won't go more than 10 minutes on all these questions. So go touch on those. We'll feel where we think we need more, we'll find a process.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The first question is on the outsourcing and the overtime. On the overtime, using that money which was spent on overtime, we've been able to build terminal capacity. On the issue of buying a fleet, why we're not going through the government garage? We're going through the National Treasury. So it's not like we are going for a service provider. We go to this company we're in the list of the National Treasury. We follow that process, which is the same process that is followed by government. The third question, Chairperson, is on the issues of fake news. I call it fake news because those allegations are just fake news. And I don't know anything about that person. I've never met with you. So that's fake news. I'm not interested to respond on fake news, because fake news is things which is just generated by people who are naughty, who want to set a certain narrative. I don't know, I've never visited that place, I don't know anything about that. And then I will never mislead Parliament. And I want to put it on record that those are just fake news. And they can be investigated. We have nothing to fear because these are just fake news. On the issue, why the report was not presented before council, why we did not adopt the report on time. We have admitted that was a challenge on our side, and we have now corrected that, and that's why we reported that that was a mistake on our part, and we admit that that will never happen again. We are now following the law to make sure that all the reports are presented on time, and that's why now on our response we are committing that some of those mistakes will never happen again in Machabi. On the issue of the EPWP issues, because we have not prepared that, we would like to be given time to investigate and come back to the portfolio committee with a report on the issues of the EPWP. On the issue of the staff in the office, in the meeting, without undermining the regulations, in Salga conference, this matter was raised with the former minister, Mayor Nkosazana Zuma, by organized local government. And we agreed that there was going to be an engagement, because we, at the time, at organized local government, we did not agree with what was regulated by the minister. I think the president of the association will be able to respond on that matter, why we still have more staff than the regulations, what was agreed by the regulation. On the I'll request that through you, Chairperson, other members, the Speaker, and on issues of tenders, and because we are far from tenders, because the law does not allow the political leadership to be involved on issues of tenders. I will allow the acting municipal manager and the CFO, through you, Chair, to deal with those issues.
Thank you. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and members of the Parliament. I think I will take the question asked by Honorable Mkalipi, and thank you for your protection.
I knew you'll appreciate it.
Thank you for your protection, Chair. Chair, okay. The case that Honorable Mkalipi is referring to is a case that it has been brought to the High Court by the Democratic Alliance. And if you read the case and the papers that they've submitted in court, part of the plea that they've made is that they are pleading the court to rule that Machabi need to be placed under Section 1395, and thereby the province to develop recovery plan. And the history already you have alluded to, that the municipality appealed it and the municipality lost it. Now, MEC then wrote a letter to me asking that a council to be convened. And I think it's in the public knowledge. I wrote back to the MEC, because if you read that court order, and I will please, the leadership must go and read that court order, more in particular in page 8 of the order. The order details what it should happen. And part of that is that the MEC must interact with the mayor. I think the court, out of its own wisdom, understood that the law, the way in which it is made, is that the council
it housing to the executive and administrative, and that is why then the court, part of its ruling, it referred to that matter. And that is why in the letter that we wrote to MSC advising him that it will be proper and it is prudent, of course, after you have reported to the NCOP through the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the Republic, then you must then interact with the mayor, because on the issue that you're talking about, Honorable Kalipi, in terms of the standard rules and orders, which is the Court of the Republic have declared to be a law of a municipality in handling a municipal affairs, anyone that wish to enter into a municipal building, anyone, I'm saying anyone, that person had to apply to the municipality. That rule, it also applied to Auditor General. And that is why in the rule, you have a rule called deputations and interview. Then, this was the advice that I given to MSC. Interact with the mayor, then that through deputation and interview, the item is going to come to council. And therefore, I don't think it was refusal to call a council. All of us, we are expected by law to respect and uphold the law. And that is why we take an oath that will respect and obey all the laws of the Republic, including the procedures and processes that had to be followed when it comes to the matter. Okay. And then that is why later, and then you ask what is the status. That is why later, after the MSC, I will assume, because I was not part of the conversation, after the MSC interacted with the mayor, and they both agreed that the matter, it must come to council. The rule says, when a mayor enter into agreement of that nature with any person, and that person wish to address the council, in the agreement, the mayor must bring the matter to the attention of the speaker. Then that is why the council was convened, and the MSC was given an opportunity to present, including what in his presentation as a view of the Executive Council of the province, and elaborated in terms of the process insofar as that matter is concerned. Where is standing now? The matter, it has been brought to council. The MSC came to council and say, as guided by the court and of course given instructions by the NCOP, and I'm intervening. And I'm coming back to introduce the team, and I will ask the capacity of the national and provincial treasury, because I don't have a capacity to develop financial recovery plan. And then in that process, I will come back with terms of reference and many other related matters. And that is the issue that I know, and I know for a fact that I've seen a gazetted terms of reference, which I wrote a letter to the MSC and said that gazetted terms of reference is not what was communicated with us. So that is the issue that is still a discussion between ourselves and the MSC. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On the legal fees, in terms of the cost, the audited, that is financial statements, our legal fees were on 2023 was to the tune of 15.2 million legal fees. And also in 2024 was 21 million 73,794 rands. So those are the legal fees, and these are the audited figures in terms of our audited financial statements. And also, there was also a matter that was raised about a company by the name of Bitong that's doing work with the municipality, the value of 75 million. We do not have any company by the name of Bitong. We have never done any work with them. But what I know in the area, because we work with Val Central Water Board, Bitong is appointed by Val Central Water Board implementing the projects on the sewer that are taking place in our area. We are only the beneficiary in the process, but we are not involved into the appointment processes. As far as that project is concerned. Also, a matter of Mr. Leo, who's working in the office of the mayor, was raised. Yes, indeed, Mr. Leo was arrested regarding the matter of his former employer. His arrest had absolutely nothing to do with Machabeng local municipality, but nevertheless, upon consultation with the mayor, a decision was taken to put him on suspension up until his matter is finalized. And he was on suspension or special leave, and then his matter was finalized and he was found not guilty on the matter, and henceforth, upon him found not guilty, he resumed his duty with the municipality currently. Also, coming to the issue of the audit, like we said, service charges, we really acknowledge that is a challenge that we are working on tirelessly. The 4 material irregularities, indeed, they were discussed by the Office of Auditor General with us as management. Actions were taken already in terms of investigation. Hence, some of the matters, because of the criticality of their nature, they were further handed over to the law enforcement officers, that is the Hawks, but these investigations, they are still ongoing. Remember, an MI is not necessarily or most of the time raised now and resolved immediately. It's an ongoing process because we need to convince when we clear those matters with Auditor General that we have done detailed investigation and give reports as such. Coming to the issue of staff establishment, the staff establishment, which is in a report that we have tabled to the Honorable Committee, yes, indeed, the establishment that we are currently implementing was tabled to the Council, Honorable Chair, and the Council, upon receiving the structure, they further said, as part of the resolution, that they would like the structure to be workshopped first before full implementation. In fact, this was not a new structure. It was part of the review of the structure that we do as we do the reviews with the IDP. So I think we also raised that with the Honorable Speaker because that workshop has not yet taken place. And upon engagement, the Speaker has given a specific date where the workshop will take place during this month of August. And then other processes of the structure will take as such. But what I wanted to emphasize is that we are not implementing the structure that was never tabled to Council. We did table to Council. That is the current structure that we are currently implementing. The issue of the sewage, the issue of the 1.2 billion, the objective of the 1.2 billion is part of the 3.4 billion that is supposed to deal with the issue of the sewer that we have in our area as a municipality. Remember, the council took a resolution around 2021, 2022 to declare the municipality as a disaster as far as the sewer challenges are concerned. This was a voluntary declaration which the council took as the processes started of looking for funding to can resolve the current problems that we have. So expectations of the 1.2 billion, Honorable Chair, are that this is part of the processes that are resolving the problems of sewer. But I must be honest and, to the Honorable Committee that we are not where we're supposed to be. We are still far away. There's still sewer that is running all over, but these matters, together with Val Central, we try to resolve some of the problems. But the ultimate solution is to implement the project in full, which is at a value of 3.4 billion, which will be done over a period of 3 financial years. Coming to the issue of the skills audit, the reason why it says it's at 45%. As an organization, we've got over 2,000 employees. The 45% is as a result of the magnitude of work that has to be done when we are dealing with a detailed that is skills audit. Yes, indeed, it is 45%, but this is an ongoing process where we do this analysis of skills. We started at a level of management, and then we're cascading the process down. It is still ongoing. It's not yet complete, that project, but as a matter of concern, it's a project that the council really wants us to complete it as a matter of urgency. I think, Honorable Chair, I've tried to be very fast, but critically that is responding to the questions. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. CFO.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Committee members. Just to respond on the employee-related costs, the current year budget that was adopted, the employee-related costs is at 31%, and then the acting MM covered the legal fees, and then on the overtime savings, this month for June, our overtime was at 3.5 million. That is almost half, because the month of May it was 6 million, and the month of April it was 5 million. So we've reduced that also drastically. Yes, thank you, Chair.
I said I wasn't going to allow follow-ups. I said I wasn't going to allow follow-ups. All right, 15 seconds. Matuna.
According to the Municipal Systems Act 66(1)A, it says for you to, you need an approved, high table, approved municipal establishment in order for you to implement by council. Now, again, to the mayor, that's why I was specific, because it's the responsibility of the mayor. Mayor, what have you done to the municipal manager who's implementing a staff establishment that has not been approved by council to the tune of close to R1 billion? And secondly, I ask it to the Speaker. Speaker, why was these are legislated matters? There was a non-adoption of oversight report. It was not published as required by a relevant act. Why was that? Thank you.
Matiwan.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question was very specific, because you work with the SDPIP, and the issues that the local government are that there is a misalignment between the budget and what is happening on the ground. So this 1.2 billion accounts for about 40% of the total project. So in terms of the work that needs to be done, how far are you? Specific details, percentage, to say we're at 10%, we're at 10%, or yeah, at 50%, just a specific percentage of the work.
Thank you. Van Sale. We're going 20 seconds now.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EPWP, I mean, the acting CFO should know if there's someone working on EPWP for 65,000 in a month. She's the one with the checkbook. And it's very funny that the mayor and the speaker don't know about this, and they have to go and research it when it's been all over the news. And then on Butong Civils, they are all over Majabbing. I see the acting MMA saying that they're not contracted at all with the municipality. So it's confirmed that he says that Butong is not contracted. But we have sources saying otherwise. So I just wanted that. And then also Maxwell Mkwane was paid 47 million after the municipality allegedly terminated his contract. Was he paid, yes or no? That shouldn't be a difficult answer. Thank you.
Fagu.
Chair, my question was on skills audit, 45%, as well as performance management.
Okay. Please respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, as Chairperson. On the issue of why the organizational structure, what action we've taken as an executive mayor, the former municipal manager is resigned, is no longer with us. And we've insisted on the speaker, which he has now agreed, that we need to go to council, because the council said, let's have a working document. As we are going to approve the structure. But it's a structure which is, as we implement it, but at the end, we need to approve the structure. And Speaker is now agreed that there will be a workshop in the ordinary council meeting. The organizational structure will be approved by council. On the issue of these contractors, I want to explain something through you, Chairperson. The intervention, which is we requested to national government, which is at the time when the minister asked whether do we have a capacity internally as a municipality to implement this intervention. We said no. Because at the time, we did not have engineers in the municipality. We were still building capacity. Therefore, there was no way that we will take that risk of allowing ourselves to implement this intervention. And the minister decided to appoint Val Central as an implementing agent. So Val Central, they do all the procurement. They only come to us and say the service provider has been appointed, is going to work in these pump stations. All what we do is to form a technical steering committee, which is that technical steering committee involve our employee, Department of Infrastructure, and the Val Central, and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Current, they have now fixed 18 pump stations out of 53 pump stations. Now, and I will request my colleagues, I'm not good on percentage, and they will assist me on that one. What is the percentage on that one? On the sewer treatment plant, there are about 3 of them that they are now under construction, which is still a lot of work that must be done. Because it's an infrastructure that was destroyed, it's an infrastructure that has collapsed. So our team, which is things are no longer bad like 2021 and 2022, there are certain improvement through this intervention by the minister and the Department of Water and Sanitation, which is the implementation is done by the Val Central. On the issue that the skills audit, there was a delay, Honorable Nyauza, and the delay was done because a trade union thought that when we deal with the skills audit, we want to fire them. That was not the intention of the skills audit. The skills audit is about looking on the skills that the organization is having and how do we make sure that we improve our employees. And now we've been able to persuade them through the LLF to make sure that the intention of making sure that we audit, we have a skills audit, is not about punishing our employees. It's about where are the weaknesses, where we can assist. They are beginning now to come to the party, and that's why there was a delay. It's the same with a lifestyle audit. We're also implementing it. And most even the directors that are sitting next to me, when we spoke about a lifestyle audit, they thought that we want to investigate them. We said, no, we want to know whether you are within your means. So the intention is not about punishing you, but in the event that indeed you are above your means, there will be consequence for that. So they are also coming to the party around those matters, because it's about professionalizing the institution. It's about making sure that we are accountable to our people. So those are intentions. That's why there was that a delay, Honorable Chairperson. I think other colleagues, they can answer on other questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes, Chair. On the question asked by Honorable about delays, on the report to be presented to Council, the answer is the delay was triggered by the delay on the side of the Auditor General, and is explained in the report that I've sent to, the letter that I've sent to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee with regard to that, because it starts somewhere and then it moved towards a council for council to approve, and then it presented to the public participation for participating on the report. So that is the my understanding is that I thought the letter is received. On the EPWP, Chair, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what question should I answer on the EPWP, because as far as I'm concerned, in the office of the Speaker, there is no EPWP. It's public participation officers. So our term EPWP, probably the honorable member might give me a different understanding. So I'm not sure what was the question. I mean, what is meant that in the office of the Speaker there are EPWP? So I'm not sure what is that. On the question pertaining to the performance appraisal that has been started to executive, yes, according to plan of the municipality working together is to roll out performance appraisal to all councillors, to be performed, assessed. And we know what we are introducing is not necessarily may find attraction now, but is an investment of the coming election, so that councillors, as they enter council, they are perform assessed, so that there is a value of their being elected and their role into council. I think I've covered those, Chair.
Anything else, MM?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Just briefly, first of all, I've just confirmed once again, because as we are here, we're confirming with the teams from the office, confirmed with our supply chain. Indeed, once again, we don't have Bidong as a service provider appointed by the municipality, but Bidong is doing the work in Machabeng, appointed by Val Central Water Board under the intervention of the sewer, that is projects. And also the name of Maxwell Mkwane, I just also communicated. It has come to my attention that Maxwell Mkwane is a director of a company by the name of Consulting. This company, a couple of years ago, took the municipality to court, and they took the municipality to court, and they won the matter in court, and they were paid by the municipality, but they are still just verifying the actual amount that was paid. I heard that 47 million was raised. I am not disputing that, Honorable Chair, but it's a matter that I would like to really verify as far as the runs and sets. But indeed, Consulting, they had a court case that is with the municipality. Lastly, indeed, 1.2 billion, Honorable Chair, was spent by Val Central, but I could not be in a position to can confirm that as it is 40% indeed in terms of calculation, it is 40% of the 3.4 billion. But I could not be in a position to can confirm that the work on the ground that is done is at a value of 40%. But the CE of Val Central, we are colleagues, we work together. I will follow up this report to really get a detailed report that verifies that 40%, it is the value of work that is done on the ground. I will follow it up as we in terms of the bilaterals and the IGR, we work together. I'll get that information, and this is an information that will follow up to the committee. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Anything from your side?
Yes.
1 billion rand for salaries?
No.
There was that question. It hasn't been responded to. I missed it.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, our budget of Machabeng is 4.6 billion. That's our budget. So out of that budget, our staff is budgeted for terms of what we're paying is 35%. 31%. It's out of the 3.6 billion. 4.6 billion, sorry, 4.6 billion. So that is the amount that is budgeted, Chair, which is our, there's value because we know what our employees are doing.
Give it to the CFO. You see, that 4.6
billion.
4.6 billion,
Yes.
and 31% of
Yes.
that is 1.2 billion. And the member was asking about 88 million, 800. No. It was Maduna. Maduna says it was 800 million, almost a billion. That's what the question was. Let's close that.
You can answer, CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and committee members. The budget for the 25-26 financial year, the total revenue budget is 4.6 billion. And the employee-related cost is a billion. So for the 25-26 financial year, it's 31% of our total revenue budget. For the year that just ended now at the end of July, the budgeted amount, we had an adjustment budget and then we adjusted it up upwards our salary budget. Our budget, the salary budget was adjusted upwards, and our total budget percentage there then, as per our budget, was 25%. Thank you, Chair.
And through you, Chairperson, the last one. On our maintenance budget, what we have budgeted for maintenance, when this new administration took over, the budget was 3%. Current is 20% on the maintenance, which is 309 million.
Okay, thank you. Klute?
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be quite quick. It's the second time now I've heard that Machabeng declared itself a disaster. My question is, in terms of which legislation did Machabeng declare itself a disaster? Because a municipality cannot unilaterally declare itself. There are processes to be followed. One, I think there must be an assessment, a risk assessment, etc. So I think there are 3 or 4 processes. And then I think ultimately it should go to province. So in terms of what legislation did Machabeng declare itself a disaster? Thank you.
Last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also be quick. What specific consequent management actions have been taken against the officials responsible for the 2.8 billion spent on the outsourced services with poor delivery, and has accountability been enforced in each case? And then, are the accounts of the residents based on estimate billing or actual billing? If some are based on estimate billing, what is the percentage of those versus that done on actuals? Is the municipality in compliance with Section 95 of the Municipal Systems Act? If yes, please give evidence to that effect, and especially with regards to Section 95F, G and H. And last, what is the status of the disputes received in the past 5 years that pertain to Section 102 of the Municipal Systems Act?
I'll ask them to respond. Your questions are a bit worrying in that you will probably need a bit of an elaborate discussion. So I think that we should prepare for your own specific meeting with Machabeng later, where you'll sit and focus on these issues. But we will talk about that. I think the nature of your questions are such that I wouldn't give them as much time as to deal with those answers. But in the meantime, let's get just, responses, high level.
Yes. Chairperson, on the disaster, the council took a decision, and we requested the executive of the Free State through the former Premier, Mantombela, and we requested the minister at the time was Medlamini, which is she took the matter to the national disaster team and also in the provincial team. At the time, we were waiting for their response because this is what we're recommending. Because we can't manage our infrastructure's collapse, and we thought if we are not proactive, as this Council of Machabeng, we will be, in terms of human rights, they will want to know what action we've taken. We arranged a meeting between ourselves and the President of the Republic, and he agreed to meet with us, and he requested that the Minister of Water and Sanitation and the Minister of Finance to join the meeting. And at the time, he requested the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Water and Sanitation to intervene to Machabeng. And that is how this intervention came. And I'm not sure whether we must now, by taking a decision that is progressive, that is assisting our people that was unlawful. And if indeed that we took a decision that is unlawful to serve our people, we apologize to the committee for taking that decision.
Aye. When you meet, you must debate that politics. That's not for us.
Yes,
Your
sir.
issue is whether by law you are allowed to do
No,
it.
we
or
are not allowed.
let's leave it then.
Yes,
Don't
thanks,
argue
sir.
because you are now debating
No, we are not.
a
Chair. Sorry,
partisan
Chair.
position.
Apologies, Chair.
All right, all right.
Yes.
Let's deal with the other one.
The other question, Chair, it was really, which we forgot, is a question that was asked about councillors being involved into business. I think that extortion, that was the word used earlier on. I must
No,
confess.
it's one councillor who's involved in taking money from the people, and the member is accusing him of being extortionist, and the speaker should know about it.
Yes, that's a question that I'm coming to, Chair, if you allow. Yes, I must say I am aware because it has been brought to my attention as part of investigation by Hawks. So I met Hawks, they brought the matter, and they requested declaration forms of all councillors, including the councillor at hand.
Okay, I'm aware that there might be questions that the members from the provincial team may not be happy they have been dealt with. I think to our rescue is the proximity between the two of you, that we can leave you to deal with this issue in our absence. So these matters will be followed up by the provincial committee with the municipality, not just Machabeng, but the others as well. So I would like us to move on. Just to take you back, Mr. Speaker, I saw your letter about the convening of the meeting of council written by Honorable MEC. I also don't agree with your response. I also don't agree that you can have a municipality that has got the authority of literally blocking an MEC initiative. So I would like us to clean that issue up offline, because it basically means that you might be having rules in your municipality which we could consider illegal in a way. The MEC will have a right to intervene. They can actually even call a meeting themselves in the municipality under certain circumstances. So I didn't quite understand it. So, but because it's history, I think please deal with it and sort it out, because it will become a hitch in the future. And there's no need to go to court about that issue. I think it needs to be cleared. The issues that relate to EPWP, I see that whatever information the honorable member has, you have answered the question. They'll have to refer the matter for investigation so that we deal with the issue on that basis. Similarly, with the allegations raised with the mayor, the member has shown me on basis on which she was asking the questions. You've answered the questions, but what it means is that they must actually all go to be referred the aspects that are not properly satisfying in the response for investigation to come back with a proper answer. We do that on most of these particular questions as such. Let me say, I don't want us to drag ourselves too much into this issue, but the major issue on our side, which is why we are here, is to emphasize on the issues of strengthening the programs, the systems of governance, particularly financial management issues, which we believe is very, very important to deal with those so that we get an improvement going forward. Everyone needs to actually move. We would like to see out of this process everyone in the municipalities in the Free State moving on to get better outcomes. Now, so therefore the issues of the queries raised by the Auditor General, and I will not go into details now, it's important to actually make sure that all of those are addressed. And the issue of turning around, this whole exercise is about turning around all the municipalities in the Free State. So we don't have a situation where we know that the worst of governance and maladministration and all sorts of allegations should be associated with Free State. It must be those that refuse to turn around that must be the cause of our concern. So on the issues that have been raised, we're referring them on to the MEC, and you'll have the opportunity to clarify. And the others that may not come from this process, you'll have a meeting with the provincial team to deal with them. I'd like you to step off at this point, and thank you very much. And I'd like us to invite the next teams to move forward. I still really hope that our members, we can find a quicker way of disposing of these issues. But that takes care of the entire district to be excused. So thank you very much. We are now proceeding. We're proceeding now to the next team. In our next life, we'll make sure we spend a week in the Free State. This requires a lot more time. And we'll only send the youth, we'll send the youth in the front. So when we find you must have done all the work. Fezile Dabi, followed by Mukaga, then Ngwate, and Mimahulu, Mafube. That will be the order. So Fezile Dabi, once again, we will not take a break. We will just allow each one of us to move out and refresh themselves as and when it becomes necessary. You have 10 minutes to present, and then we'll deal with the questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and delegation from Portfolio. Without wasting time, I'm Dennis Hasudi, the District Mayor of Fezile Dabi here in the Free State, and I'm accompanied by the Acting Speaker, Mayor Mbalim Naba, together with the Municipality Manager and Deputy Thomas, and the CFO Mzi Mqina. Honorable Chairperson, let us also thank the opportunity that has been granted to us as Fezile Dabi, and before I can continue, and later I'll be given to the Municipality Manager, also together with the team that have been invited. I must indicate that the Fezile Dabi municipality has been stagnant on a qualified audit opinion for the past 5 years. And for 2024-2025 financial year, unqualified audit opinion will be achieved. Since 2024-25 financial year, the municipality has approved an funded budget, apologies, and all senior management positions have been filled. And since financial year 2023-2024, AGSA queries has been reduced, although maintained a qualified audit outcome. The FDDM has increased its financial reserves presently to 260 million as a means to create institutional capacity in order to perform its full mandate as per Section 84 for bulk infrastructure development to the institution that serves for local municipality. I'll further give to the municipality manager to deal with the rest and the other team members.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Good morning, all. Protocol observed. Chairperson, what has brought us here, it's about the audit outcome for the financial year 2023-2024. The issues are budget spending not aligned to key performance areas, non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, staff performance management deficiencies, and non-implementation of post-audit action plan. Chairperson, I would like, to move as quickly as possible because we have submitted a report which, it was indicative that the members have gone through it. On the budget spending not aligned to key performance areas, the issues as there were misalignment and inconsistent indicators in the adoptive SDBIP and annual performance report. There was material misstatement in the annual performance report submitted for auditing. Budget spending was not aligned to key performance areas. Chairperson, the corrective areas,
Next time you deal with it, just read the heading, don't read the details, so that you can save on your time.
Okay. Corrective measures that was taken, Chairperson. In fact, the causal factors, was that the municipality was asked to assist on the implementation of municipal infrastructure grants of, Mafube local municipality. And then after adoption on it and performance or implementation of the MIG, the performance indicators were not, reviewed, but to the effect, they were reviewed on the 24th of February 2025. That was the main causal factors, Chairperson. And then I will also then immediately move on the non-investigative investigation of the UIFWE. Chairperson, this was as a result mainly to the material irregularity that was identified. The material irregularities was on the payment for information and communication technology equipment not received on that particular tender. Just, to summarize, Chairperson, the correction on it was for the municipality to go into investigating actually what had happened by performing a forensic audit, because the municipality didn't have the capacity on its own. Then the municipality, took advantage of the intergovernmental relations, and therefore it requested the assistance of the Special Investigation Unit. To that effect, Chairperson, the MOU was agreed between the municipality and the SIU, of which, the SIU investigated, and it came with, conclusions, Chairperson, and recommendations. The municipality is busy implementing those recommendations as they are, Chairperson. I think, I will not waste time to go into the nitty-gritties of it. We will await, questions for clarity to that effect. And then on the staff performance management deficiencies, Chairperson, to correct that, the performance management framework system is only at the senior management level. The municipality is currently reviewing the framework. The policy under review will clearly set out performance planning, monitoring, review, and reporting processes applicable even to staff below senior management by the end of the first quarter for this current financial year. Chairperson, we are also saying that, there is targeted training sessions and workshops that will be conducted for line managers and supervisors to capacitate them in applying the new performance management framework effectively. This will include practical guidance on conducting quarterly performance reviews and using performance evidence to support ratings. The municipality is also on the process to review existing job descriptions. Performance management has been included on the IDP as well as included as a KPI for all directors. Let me also indicate, Chairperson, that we have performed the skills audit in the municipality, which led us towards effectively reviewing the organogram, of which it is under the consideration of the municipal council. On oversight and compliance monitoring, the internal audit and performance management units will be assigned the responsibility to conduct periodic assessments of implementation of the performance management system and to report progress to municipal manager and the audit committee. On non-implementation of post-audit action plan, Chair, through your permission, I will give it to the CFO to take us through. Thank you very much.
Chair, you are greeted.
Okay, you've got your 4 minutes.
Or, Chair, you are greeted and protocol is observed. Chair, mine is just to give on the issue of the audit action plan. Like the Honorable Mayor has already alluded, we are stagnant for the past 5 years, and I think the root cause there, it was we were looking exactly at the results level, but we said we must then change the approach, and then we changed the approach to say let's look deep into our systems and internal controls, and the results will take care of itself. Chair, if you check then that we really covered a lot of ground in terms of the implementation of the audit action plan. If you check on 2021-2022, we had 81 findings in total, and then they were reduced minimally for 2022-2023 to 75, and then 2023-2024 they were reduced, I think, by half to 43. So our audit paragraph, Chair, are as follows: general expenses, employee-related cost, contingencies, and then cash flow, and then comparison and total expenditure. Chair, we have already submitted a report to say how did we looked at them. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we start. Maduna, Mwele, Spies, you give it a pass. Thank you. And Metewane does the same. All right. Honorable Khalifi. And the other members? I want siesta now. Looks like. All right. One question this side. I hope you'll keep that behavior consistent. Let's proceed. Let's start. Kubev.
No, thanks, Chair. I was just going through your financial statements of the previous 2 financial years. I see that you rewarded yourself with a very nice bonus in 2022-2023 performance bonus. Unfortunately, in 2023-2024, I was just still on the AFS to verify I just want to check did you also get bonus for this financial year. The reason why I'm asking is because your performance for the previous financial year, just for example, is at 50%. So I think the two must go hand in hand. In the interest of time, I think that will be only that. If required, then I will come back.
What are you asking?
I'm asking
the bonus, but what are you asking?
I'm asking for the 23-24 financial year, did you get bonuses? Or you got bonuses as well?
No, you're now getting into a dialogue. Yeah, that's fine, you'll get your answer. Let's get the next question.
Chairperson, thank you. We note, Chair, that this municipality has been qualified for quite some time now, and it looks like there are no intentions to correct this. The municipality was qualified on contingent liabilities, commitments, statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts, expenditure, employment cost, and there were aggregate misstatements and cash flow from operating expenses. Looks like you are qualified on everything. You know, I'm worried, are you preparing your own financials, or do you have a consultant that prepares your financial statements? Number 2, the average number of days that you take to pay creditors is sitting at 44%. And maybe to echo what my colleague has said, one last one, Chair. Even the AG is picking up that you are not developing an audit action plan after every audit, and you are not implementing anything. So that's where the AG starts immediately when they get into your premises and starting the audit. They look at what they said you must correct last year. And that is why you are sitting on qualified as if this is correct. This is not correct. Thank you.
Kalipi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have so many questions, but I'm going to just concentrate on just one. So the rest I'll send it in a form of written questions.
See what you can fit in 1 minute.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor and the team. Nice to see you again. I just want to understand if is it true that there is a case against the municipal manager, Usipho Joseph Thomas, ne? Where there's an allegation that he frauded his certificate. And there's a case number to that, which is case number 96/10/2024. So can the municipality or the mayor confirm that if you are aware, Kuti, your MM have this case against him? The second one, there's also another case, not in the case in Municipal. There's another case against the municipality whereby there was a bribery that was involved, and the case number is 76/11/2023. And then now there are two issues of senior officials that you took a decision to board them due to medical incapacity without any qualified medical doctor's opinion. So one of them is Mr. Matla, who have won the case and now is suing the municipality. So if you can share with us now to what is the way forward, which money are you going to use to defend this case? And the second person is Mr. Maboyela. His case naye tuanamvele namfaka indlela nathi hayi wena so incapacitated without the opinion ka doctor. Naye wahamba futhi wavula case, but now you are found wanting as the municipality because you don't have any document to back your case. Thanks, Chair.
Afterthought, go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm just interested to know how much of your budget, what percentage of it is actually spent on staff. So I see you've got a total reported revenue of 198 million, and I'm just wondering what percentage of that is actually staff expenses. Because I also noticed that you have a relatively low expenditure on repairs and maintenance as well. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got 3 quick questions. Can you give me clarity on the onus that was shifted to your responsibility for the Frankfurt Fire Brigade and what financial impact it has on your municipality? Given the 157 million in UIF and W expenditure, what percentage has been fully investigated and what consequence management has been enforced for officials involved? And last one, why are consequence management processes still pending years later? And what action plan does the municipality have to conclude internal disciplinary cases timelessly?
Thank you. Responses, please.
Thank you very much. I will start with a question that relates to cases that are facing the municipal manager. We are aware as the municipality of those cases that were filed against the municipal manager, and up to this instance, I as the municipal manager, I have not yet been called by SAPS to give whatever to the cases that are against me. I have the prerequisite qualifications. At the same time, I want to indicate that the information that was there, it's unfounded. And to that effect, I think we have responded to the committee and we have given evidence to that effect. And then I will pass on that and then
Sorry, you gave information to which committee?
Your committee, Chairperson. we sent them to you.
In relation to the qualification?
Yes,
Okay, it's in the report.
that's correct.
Okay, I have missed that. If you can just give us reference as you move, that's fine.
And then I will move, to the cases that, are said to be of our employees. Chairperson, we have joined, most of us, all the senior managers. We found the municipality without any of the senior managers. The first one to join the municipality, it was myself as the municipal manager on the 1st of July, 2023. And the rest were appointed. The last one was started, which is the CFO, on the 1st of December, the same year. Chairperson, the UIFW that we found there in the municipality was clearly showing us that, the municipality was the center of crime. So, Chairperson, because of our efforts to effect consequence management, our employees, rather than resorting to processes of labor relations and so on, they decide now to take an opportunity and go to other avenues. If I can read some of them, give you just an information. On the case of Mr. Matla, Mr. Matla didn't come to work for 392 days due to alleged illness. In line with applicable labor prescripts and in an effort to assess the nature and extent of employees' illness, the municipality referred Mr. Matla for independent medical assessments on 2 occasions. Despite confirming attendance, the employee failed to honor both appointments. Due to the prolonged absence from work and in compliance with Schedule 8 of the Labor Relations Act, an incapacity inquiry was scheduled for the 5th of November 2024 with an opportunity extended to the employee to be represented either by fellow employee or the medical practitioner. The employee failed to attend the inquiry and the meeting was postponed to the 13th of November, which again he failed to honor. The employer was left with no alternative but to process with a decision to terminate the employee on the grounds of incapacity in line with Labor Relations Act on Good Practice, Schedule 8, Item 10. It is incorrect, correct, and misleading to state that Mr. Matla won the case. The employee did not succeed in the arbitration processes before the bargaining council. Chairperson, instead of following further avenues, then the employee decided to raise other avenues. Like for instance, Chairperson, letters were written by these employees complaining about their harassment against the municipal manager to council. These issues were investigated and they didn't have basis. We are also, denying that there is a case that was lodged by this particular employee, Chairperson. On the issue of, Mr. Muabelo, who again was dismissed on the basis of incapacity. The same issue of elongated, absence from work was an issue. And the same merits applies as this one of Mr. Matla. I'll not want to waste, the time of, the committee. I will also move further to indicate that there are no employees, that were treated in any other way, except that, these employees, they try their luck, by approaching the committee. Thank you very much on that issue. And then I will move
I will ask the CFO to answer preparations on our AFSs and other issues relating to finance. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. On the issue of the bonuses, since I was appointed, I have never paid any senior manager a bonus. I even went further.
Including yourself?
Including myself. I even went further, not budgeting for bonuses, in the quest of trying to cap the salary bill. So it means MM sitting here next to me, he never received any bonuses, performance bonus. And then on the issue of preparation of AFS, indeed we are preparing AFS in-house, and then the review processes are done by Treasury and our audit committee. The issue of action plan, not implementing the post-audit action plan, we agree, yes, on the year under review, what happened is that I was there 6 months. If you check, because intentionally, I showed you the number of findings to show you that since we were there was a move. If you check 2021, 2022, 81 findings. 2022, 2023, 75. You can see that the reduction is only six findings or so, in terms of number of findings. But in the 6 months since we are there, under review, we reduced from 75 to 43 findings. Some of the findings are recurring findings. We agree that AG will say we did not really address those issues, but we had limited time. We had only 6 months since we were appointed. But what I'm saying is that we have then checked and say, in terms of strategy now, we cannot be results orientated. We've been results orientated for past 5 years, and we've been getting the same results. So we need to then to change the strategy. Then we said, let us not look at the results, qualification, unqualified. Let's now look deep into the internal controls and build systems. And then the results will take care of itself. Because if the results are produced by internal controls, disqualification is as a result of the weak internal controls or your internal control deficiencies. So that's where we are. We had only 6 months, but this year we can promise that we will have some better audit opinion. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then on the issue of...
oh, I see. I thought you were stopping. All right, continue.
On that issue only. Thank you, Chair. And then on the issue of employee cost, Chair, can you allow me to consult my papers here? Because, wait, okay, MM will take it.
Yeah, no, thank you. On employee cost, the ratio...
Who's going to deal with the employee cost? Because I wanted to ask you the question. The question, you see, I said, Maduna was shy to ask the question. I asked him, what is the question? He kept, the question is, the guys before you gave themselves bonuses. Then has your processes afterwards found out that in fact they got bonuses but they didn't perform as expected, and therefore you should have gone after them to say, hey guys, we checked, you got money for things you didn't do?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we went deeper than that. Because if you check there was an issue of overpayment of salaries. Overpayment of salaries. After we have been appointed, we went and applied for a waiver, and the waiver was approved. And as the waiver that is approved, and then the waiver was saying that if we have paid any senior manager over and above what he was supposed to get, we must recover that money. immediately we did that with current managers, including my boss next door. I'm recovering from him. And then there was another issue there, 2 issues, of people who were acting on senior managers. We also recovered from them. We started in August 2024, recovered those monies. So of the former managers, we already handed them over to our legal for trying to recover those monies. So, in short, we are recovering everything that we are owed as municipality. Thank you, Chair. MM will then add.
Yeah, no. The reason for overpayment, it is as a result of a council resolution that was taken in 2020-2021. And then it made the present senior managers also to be culprits because, we implemented that resolution. But after evaluating it, we found out that, even if it is a council resolution, actually the council was misled, and therefore it was not legal because there was no, waiver given, by the correct authority against the upper limits. So now we started, engaging in those processes. That is why those managers internally, the CFO is recovering from them, including myself. And then also, Chairperson, the recovery is not only on that, Chair. I think the other, boiling point is the recovery that relates, to the maladministration with respect, to this, MI, where, we are recovering, an amount of about 4 million through, having appointed, the legal people to assist us on that. So, Chairperson, I would like also to indicate that, the contribution of personnel cost is 70% in the administration, and 5%, is moreover 70%. It's, the council costs for councillors. Reasons for these issues are the following, because it evolved over time. The EHP development workers from local municipalities did not come with funding it deserves during the that way. So now, it contributed immensely. And then in 2008, bulk infrastructure services were decentralized to local municipalities, including funding and assets and personnel funding. Remember that, this is the function that must be performed by the district in terms of, Section 84 of the Municipal Structures Act. So now, when this decentralization happened, it left, the district with a huge personnel cost because now the budget obviously went down. And the structure of council that was there was unreasonably bloated, through higher grading of the municipality and positions that are not fit for purpose. Positions that are there were not actually positions, some of them that relate to the actual capacity needs of the institution. And then also when these functions was removed and so on, the salary, payments were the same as the previous grading. If we remember that, the grading formula, it's, the population and also the income to the municipality. So now when these functions are taken, it leaves a very serious void. Yeah, and then how do we intend to correct this situation? We are at the present moment having, started with the processes and the plans to ensure that, the municipality has got the necessary capacity to reclaim its mandate in terms of, the Structures Act, Section 84. And then at the present moment, where we focused on mainly is to ensure that, we build on the financial capacity so that it can help us, to realize, this function. And then it helped us because for the past 2 financial years, the municipality, had some form of capacity that was left there, and also the capacity that it can source out immediately due to, the financial capacities we have. As a result, we were able to implement the infrastructural projects allocated through the MIG, grants. For the past 2 financial years, it will be the 3rd year that we are implementing this financial year. And to that also effect, we are also going ahead in taking advantage of the integratedness of, spheres of government. We had some meetings with various, sector departments, like, the Department of Water and Sanitation, whereby we are about to agree on partnering towards, us, being able to build up, operations and maintenance, capacities within the municipality. And we have already started, to invite the municipal, MPD, so that, we can be assessed, so that at the end of the day, we could claim, the capacities, and the possibilities, so that, the municipality can be recognized and as conducive to implement those, bulk infrastructure services across the board. So now, this means that, it will, because of the other factor in terms of the formula of the budget, it will actually offset, our input at the present moment of the personnel costs. Above all, we are implementing, processes that will assist us, to deal with this. Like, for instance, we are in-house training, some security officers, and also, the low-level, employees, reskilling them. Like, for instance, in firefighting and so on, so that we can have, the skills required there and budgeted for, consumed internally. So, Chairperson, these are all the moves that, we are doing, and we are very confident that, we are about to reach this goal. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. That deals with the questions. I think we should hold it at this. We'll send you some of the notes in relation to the other queries from the AG's office, but I don't think we want to spend a lot of time. And any other issues, we will refer them to you with details for further investigation. Can I ask that to get the next team? Thank you very much. Who do we have here? Do we have Nala? Sorry, Mukaga? Oh, we've got... No, wait. What have I done here? Sorry, Mukaga, sorry. I've got my things mixed up. Mukaga, welcome. Please introduce the delegation and let's move it from there. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Motlogelwa Mokatsane. I'm the Executive Mayor of Mukaga. I'm with the Speaker, who is Meselwane Khiwa, and our
No, please raise your hand so we can know who you're talking to. No, yours is fine, Mayor. When you introduce the other person,
oh, okay.
When you say miss, you got miss both sides of you. So that's fine. Proceed.
No.
I just wanted to know which one of the two is who.
On the right-hand side, Chairperson.
That's fine, except my right-hand side is this side.
Oh,
All right, that's fine. Proceed.
yes, thanks, Chairperson. Is Mayor Khiba, who is the Speaker of Mukaga Municipality. And on my left-hand side is Meposhia Chabalala, who is the municipal manager. And then we also have our acting CFO, who is Mtate Roy Visag. Thank you, Chairperson.
You got 10 minutes to present, and then we'll take questions.
Okay, now let me appreciate the opportunity, Chairperson, to present, to put forth our presentation. The introduction and the profiles and the demographics, I think it's important for the respect of time to not get to them, just go straight to matters raised in the Auditor General's report. The first one will be the action that were taken by the Executive Mayor in terms of Section 131 of the MFMA, the development of an audit action that was tabled to Council. Oversight role of Council is ensured through the establishment and convening of MPEC and inclusion of audit action plan in the agenda of their meetings. Firstly, the findings is the going concern, uncertainty, chronic cash flow constraints, persistent under collection of revenue, growing debtors book, growing ESCOM debt and unfunded budget over successive years. The corrective steps taken, budget funding plan, and revenue enhancement strategies has been developed and approved by Council. The slides are there, Chairperson. Establishment of Budget Steering Committee, centralization of supply chain procurement processes starting the 1st of July. Cost containment measures implemented, including monitoring of staff overtime and procurement restrictions. On the consequences, 4 officials currently has been suspended and the disciplinary processes are underway. The future preventive actions, monthly overview of Section 71 reports by MPEC, quarterly performance reviews of the CFO by the MM, minimize the use of service constructors through the procurement of vehicles, establish fully equipped municipal stores facility, data cleansing on billing system as well as indigent register, reapply for participation in the RT29 smart meter project, introduction of shift system to reduce overtime. On the contingency, if targets are missed, referral to provincial intervention team if recovery metrics are not met. The status is the implementation of the budget funding plan and revenue enhancement strategy is in progress. Number 2, Chair, is more budget spent, but fewer target achieved. That is as a result of misalignment between IDP and budget planning processes, poor project management, lack of measurable indicators, lack of monitoring due to the non-availability of senior positions. Corrective steps: 2024-2025 SDP has been revised with smart indicators aligned to the IDP. More push to align KPIs with the Circular 88 KPIs in an effort of having standardized KPIs. Consequence management is non-future preventative actions, quarterly reporting to audit committee on performance information, annual performance contracts linked to 80% of service delivery KPIs, ensure constant monitoring on performance reporting. Contingency if target admits the accounting officer to be held accountable for non-performance. The status implementation is in progress. Evaluation done up to the second quarter. The third one, non-investigation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. This finding was as a result of the new audit manager from the AG who requested investigation reports. The previous audit manager accepted the minutes from the MPEC as it shows the detailed discussions and recommendations made. Corrective steps taken. An investigation report was compiled from MPEC minutes and submitted to council on the 31st of March, the current year. The total UIFW condoned under the investigation report amounts to 436 million. Unauthorized is 338 million plus irregular of 97 million and relates to the 2022-2023 financial years. This investigation report has been submitted to the Office of the Auditor General and included in the audit action plan. Consequence management is none. Future preventative actions, MPEC to submit investigation report to substantiate its recommendations to the council. The investigation report together with the minutes of MPEC meetings to be submitted to the auditors. Supply chain management procurement processes has been centralized from the 1st of July. MPEC meetings to sit monthly for UIFW expenditure investigation. And then the status is UIFW investigation by MPEC is in progress. The fourth one, staff performance, management deficiencies, non-implementation of approved performance management policy to cascade it down to the manager and staff under senior management, as well as lack of capacity in the directorate. And then the corrective step that has been taken, council appointed the director corporate support services in October 2024, human resources to start cascading performance management to managers lower than senior managers. Consequence management also is none. Future preventative actions by annual performance review, PMS audit by internal audit, job evaluation for post level 1 up to 6 to be finalized by the end of March 2026. Inclusion of the KPIs in the SDB by 30th of June 2026. Contingency if targets are not missed. Training and development is in underperforming units. Request assistance from Provincial Salga, Directorate Corporate Services to be held accountable if not achieved. Status, the policy that will inform implementation has been approved. The fifth one, Chair, is the instability in senior management position. The position has become vacant since April 2022 and continually resulted in non-compliance with the recruitment timelines. And then the step that has been taken to deal with the matter, that the municipal manager resume her duties in June 2025 after 14 months of suspension. Director Corporate Support Services appointed in October 2024. Re-advertisement of positions of the Director Community Services, Director LED, and Director CFO as per Council resolution of the 3rd of July 2025 to start the recruitment. Future matters that will prevent these actions. The recruitment turnaround time kept at 90 days with oversight by COCTA and HR tax team. Contingency, if targets are not met, council to initiate disciplinary actions against the executive mayor or the MM for dereliction of duty. COCTA to be formally requested to implement administrative support under section 1391B of the Constitution. Fraudulent expenditure will be investigated. Advertisement placed in national newspaper. Applications closed on the 28th of July 2026. Chair, for further presentation on these matters that we are dealing with as Mukaga Municipality, I will request Chair to allow our MM to continue with the presentation.
4 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, protocol observed. I think the executive
Switch off the one mic. Proceed, thank you. No. Straight to you so we can hear.
Thank you, Chair. The executive mayor has said a mouthful. What I would only like to add to what the executive mayor has said, it's only about on the issue of governance. On the issue of governance, as Mukaga local municipality, we are ensuring that the audit performance committee, it sits. The audit committee has just been appointed. They were appointed in April. We had the first meeting with them this week on Tuesday. Even the risk management committee, it's also functional. We also sat with them this week to ensure that all these issues are being attended to. We take note of the seriousness of the findings that have been raised by AG. And on the going concern, just to add on what the executive mayor has said, most of the issues, the cost drivers are more on the contracted service providers. As the municipality, we have procured a yellow fleet to ensure that we utilize our own vehicles as compared to the contracted service providers, as they are charging the municipality exorbitant fees, and they are being appointed as and when they get to do the job. But the way the fleet has been going under the municipality, it's something like on a day-to-day issues. And I would also like the acting CFO to talk on further on the issue of UIFWU. We have also made commitments with time frames with regard to cascading down performance, only from just as a pilot from post level 1 up to post level 6, to ensure that we comply, and SALGA would be in a position to assist us. Can I give the CFO to talk to the UIFW? Thank you.
2 minutes, fine.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed. Chair, just under the reasoning for this finding specifically was there was information that was not provided to the Auditor General, specifically the investigations reports. Those were compiled based on the minutes that MPEG had, and it was taken by the MPEG Chair to Council for resolution. Those were written off, and to date, since the start of our UIF strategy that was adopted by Council in December 22, 80% of UIF has been written off by Mukaga local municipality and has been audited by the Auditor General. The reason why there was no consequence management taken against any officials was specifically most of those were panels relating to local content, and that's a 30% subcontracting that was there based on our security services. This was declared invalid by the Constitutional Court in 2022, and we followed that processes. with our impact users on a monthly basis, and it was recommended also to take note that this was for the years before 2023. For the past 2 years at Nokaka, we didn't have any material findings. In the procurement last year, we received unqualified under the supply chain. And this year will be the last year where one of these panels will be ending. As at this stage, where we're sitting for the 24-25 financial year, I've projected at 16 million irregular. That is an 80% decrease since the prior year. Thank you, Chair.
Questions? All right. I've only got 3 this side. All right, 4 now. That's it. So we'll close at 4. Let's start.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The basis of qualification, Chair. Part of them is property, plant, and equipment. Is your asset register updated now? Because if it's not up to date, the Auditor General is going to give you another qualification. Are you in a position to give an updated fixed asset register at the end of next month? Your credit collection or your payment to creditors will take long, and you get interest. If you get interest, you get UIFWE. If you can take us into confidence also with the pollution of the water, it's a water treatment works in Groenstad. Yeah, if you can take us into confidence as to what is happening there. And last one is that the municipality has a duty and a responsibility to prevent irregular expenditure, fruitless, to prevent unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure to occur. Besides investigating after it has happened, you have a duty to prevent it, and you are failing to do that. And AG is part of the qualifications that is charging these municipalities with. And if you are failing this year, it's going to be another qualification again until you address it. It's going to be in your findings until you address it. So we are going to be sitting like this again next year, and you're saying you'll correct it, because zero consequence management. You don't hold people accountable. You don't charge people who are supposed to be charged. You don't investigate these issues. There's no will to do that. So we are going to see these qualified audit reports over and over and over and over again, because there's no consequence management. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. 3 things. First of all, I need the team to explain to us how is it that councillors participate in procurement processes, which is in clear contravention of Section 117 of the MFMA. Then there's AG indicated a lack of performance management systems and records, which results in late payments, and then that results in interests. So it's a ripple effect. How are you dealing with that, and what remedies are you putting in place? And then your underspending on your conditional grant, which subsequently led to your equitable share being withheld. Can you explain that to us? And in all of this, again, is there any consequence management? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My first question is, how many motor vehicle accidents has the official vehicle assigned to the mayor been involved in? How many of those vehicles were written off? And what is the total amount lost as a result of these accidents? My second question is, can the municipal manager tell us about the credit policy of Muqaka local municipality with regards to part of trying to settle the ESCOM bill, where they issued an ultimatum to residents that they are going to cut off electricity? Was there public consultation in that regard, or a council resolution to approve the credit policy? Thank you.
Ansel.
Thank you, Chair. Your salary bill percentage versus your budget, your total, and then what is your collection rate percentage? I'd like to understand. And then coupling what the Honourable MP Alice just said about the ESCOM debt, in the last quarter of last year in 24, it was reported by the AG that it was 137 million rand. What is your current outstanding debt with ESCOM? Because I know there was a repayment plan that you agreed to, but you only made 2 small payments. And that was by your own admission. What is the plan now to settle that debt? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a question this side? All right, 1-1. It's fine.
No, thanks very much. Mine is on the MPEG. I think the CFO indicated that 80% of the money was written off. My question is, what capacity does the MPEG staff have in order to make such recommendations to council to write off so much money? You also indicated that the audit committee was elected somewhere in April. Before then, for how long was the audit committee not in place in this municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Could you please give me clarity on the following? Why senior managers are not being appointed? Why are you hiring vehicles at twice the monthly premium instead of buying them? Why are most of your services done by contractors, i.e. refuse, lights, meters, etc.? Why are transgressing employees being suspended and then left in limbo? No disciplinary action, no further action. Why are municipal phones off for 9 months? And what is the current status of investigations of suspended staff? And what is the estimated time frame to conclude these suspension investigations? Thank you.
You have specific members of staff?
There's quite a few, according to our knowledge.
In terms of your knowledge?
I'm not aware of the actual positions and specifics. I've just said there's a large, it's actually mentioned in the report.
Okay, so that's what you are going to address, what's on the report. That's fine. That's fine. Can we get responses?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the question about the asset register, whether it is up to date, I can confirm on record that the asset register is being updated. We are also in-house compiling the OEFS that we are busy with. On the 15th of August, we are going to submit to the Audit Committee for review, to Treasury, and as well as to our quality reviewers. Chair, on the credit collection policy, the policy was approved by Council in June 2024 for implementation in New Year. So it was approved, the ASL Council resolution to that. On the question about the time to pay creditors, Chair, I think due to financial constraints, it is not possible at this stage to pay all service providers within 30 days as required by MFMA. And that is factual at this stage, Chair. On the prevention of an UIFW, Chair, I love that question because I'm actually the supply chain manager. I'm just acting in this position. So, in 2023, when the MM was appointed, we were capacitated. For 7 years, we were only 3 staff members in that department that's supposed to be the backbone of the institution. So we were capacitated. And as I said, Chair, for the past 2 years, there were no material findings on procurement processes in SEM. The ones that was there was before 2023. So for the past 2 years, we've received the green light from the Auditor General. Chair, on regard councillors involved in procurement processes, I have no knowledge of such. We have committees that's appointed by the municipal manager in line with the SM regulations, and those committees said, and we are audited, so I have no knowledge of councillors that have ever been involved in procurement processes, according to my knowledge, Chair. On the underspending of grants, Chair, for 4 months, September to December, if I'm not mistaken, there was no acting directors at our municipality. And where tenders that was advertised, while I was in the position as SCM manager, we wrote to PT for advice, and I have those support because I engage with PT almost on a weekly basis. So we have those. Council didn't appoint acting directors for 4 months. I don't have much comment as to why, but we couldn't award those tenders within time because in terms of the regulations, directors or acting directors are included in the BAC committee. So that's why we had to extend again and extend and again until such time that we couldn't anymore in line with the policy. So that's why those tenders were not awarded within time. So for 4 months, that is what happened, Chair. The ESCOM debt currently, I think it's 1.8 billion, if I'm not mistaken. The municipality has been accepted into the debt relief plan, but to date we have failed to honor the monthly payments because our monthly consumption is way more than what we collect. The collection rate is so low in comparison to that. There was the stock, and council wanted to enter into the distribution agency agreement with ESCOM that came out. They presented, and we started with that. I came to Bloemfontein. On the same day we came to Bloemfontein, there was an email from National Treasury that we must stop. So at that stage, that's where we are. We have not entered to that agreement. On the impact, Chair, the capacity of the impact. Our impact was trained by Salga and by PT, and they are always invited to the meetings on a monthly basis. They can attest to that. We involve them because we don't want to do a mistake where we investigate something and then they came back to bite us in the sense that thorough investigation was not done. So when we have these meetings and we do engage and we do present the support, Treasurer is there and Salga is there to assist us. And this is what they've been done so far. And the Auditor General accepted those reports and the write-off that was recommended, Chair. The vehicles services done by contracted services or contracted services. This is one of the main issues that I actually have. We approved a budget that was unfunded. Contracted services has been escalating, and council took a resolution that we must buy fleet. And we went the transversal RT57, we applied, we've been accepted, and we've procured 5 million rand worth of yellow fleet that's going to assist our community. I'm excited about that, Chair. And that is also going to make us even more happy because when we report on the budget funding, for years we've been just saying, yes, I think we adopt it, but we don't do anything about it. Now on the budget funding plan, next month I can report what have we done because I expect contract service to go down because we are not supposed to hire anymore. So when those are delivered, 3 of those fleet has been delivered, the TLB grader and those, but we've bought 9 pieces of yellow fleet, and if I still act, I intend to buy more. Chair, that is from my side, unless I miss something. I think the rest will be dealt with by the municipal manager. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of our wastewater treatment plant, I can confirm that on the 16th of July, we received the screw pump which was the one which was delaying the whole project. I'm happy to indicate that the contractor is making good progress on the installation of the new screw pump. There is a movement with regard to that project. On the issue of telephone system, I acknowledge that Mukaka, it has been since last year, December, that telephones were not working. Our community could not communicate with us. On Tuesday, then the phones did start working, as I gave an ultimatum to our ACT that within a month they need to have worked. They are working, they can be tested. The last one, that would be the suspension of staff members. There were allegations that were leveled against our staff members on overtime. That's why they are on suspension. The progress is ongoing. There is no delay because it's fairly new suspensions that have been made. With regard to the senior managers, I'm going to give it to the executive mayor. And about the accidents of the cars for the executive mayor, I'll give it to the speaker. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. On the issue of the senior, the filling up of senior positions, I have to indicate the two main reasons were the validity period, of which all the process should have been completed, and also the regulations that have to be upholded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me step on the protocol observed. Unto the accident of the car of the executive mayor, I have written a request, a letter to request the report and the cost of the accident of the car of the executive mayor. But unfortunately, I will report to the House that up to date, I have not received any report. The fleet manager will be telling me that she is waiting the report from a government garage, but I did not succeed into getting those reports. It is on Monday when I was requesting the manager to make a follow-up of that report, but I did not succeed into getting that report based on the oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I think now that we are done with Mokaka, everyone was given a chance to ask questions. We'll then allow colleagues for follow-up and if all your questions have been answered. Honorable Deputy Speaker, you are noted, comrade.
Thanks, Chair. I just needed to make a follow-up with the MM on the response of the overtime and the people that were charged. Can you just come again? Who exactly was charged?
Municipality. The executive mayor, can you please respond?
Thank you, Chair. Can I respond on that, on people who were charged for allegation of misuse of overtime? All the people that were being charged is the staff from Waterworks. There was an abuse of overtime, which is, for now, is an allegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, are you fine?
Thanks, Chair. We'll take it up at the level of the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matuani.
Okay, I asked the question on public participation on the credit policy. I thought the speaker would take me through that. And then on the ESCOM debt, can the municipal manager give us a breakdown in terms of the metering, prepaid and unprepaid meters? Because we are saying you're struggling to collect. So we just want to check how many people are on prepaid, how many are non-prepaid, and maybe you give us a breakdown of your, I'll tell you if you attribute some of the losses to meter tampering or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Spears.
First of all, Chair, the questions asked is not the thumbs up. The issue around councillors participating in procurement processes was as per the audit outcome, and when you are asked to respond and your response is not a response that is sufficient to the AG, that remains hanging, because you could not say that no, for sure it didn't happen. So this is not something that I just thumbs up. And the other one is on the underspending and that resulting in your equitable share being withheld. You didn't respond to that, unless I missed that. The underspending on your conditional ground.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Fanzay.
Thank you. I don't know if I missed the salary percentage and the debt collection percentage. I didn't hear those. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Executive Mayor, can you please take a response to those questions?
No, thank you, Chair. I will give it to the MM and the CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the wage salary bill, it's 33% of our total budget. And on the issue of the equitable share, I heard that the honorable member indicated that our equitable share was withheld. We received our equitable share in July, so there was no equitable share which was withheld. And while we are on the projects, on the MIC project, I would like to indicate that the last assessment by the end of June, we were on 97% on spending of our grants. We did have some problems, but we are on 97%, which the only difference would be 3%. And then I'll give it to the CFO to, before I give to the CFO, the issue on the breakdown under electricity. The honorable member, I would request your permission that can we give the information at a later stage. It's not readily available at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the question about public participation for the debt and credit policies, yes, I can confirm that it did happen. When we take the budget to our community, we take the policies. So public participation did occur. And then, Chair, on the question about the prepaid and the, I don't have that information readily available now, but I'll request it now from the revenue manager to say which portion is prepaid and which portion is the other meters. The collection rate question, as at 30 June, we have 3 areas. For Kroonstad, Mahopkeng and Brink Park, we collected 60%, 61%. For Leon, Skoon, Ramalutsi, we collected 39%. Stensreis, Matluankwang, we collected 22%. And that is the trend that's going on. Chair, on the question on the underspending on WSIG, let me just help the MM. This is for the prior year, the year that ended now. So, as I've indicated, it is WSIG. The tender was advertised in time in July 2024. It closed with 90 days to finalize it. But we didn't have directors that can be on the BA Bid Education Committee. The fact that we didn't have BAC committee, we couldn't finalize that tender. So for 4 months, we didn't have directors. That is the reason why we couldn't award that tender. We went as far as asking for assistance from PT to assist us what we must do. And they've responded, no, the law is clear. Council must appoint acting directors. That's all I can answer to that one. So the tender was never finalized in time because of those that instability at that stage, which means we couldn't continue with the tender. We couldn't spent. However, we continue to, since January, council appointed acting directors again. So the tender was re-advertised. I can confirm that the tender will be adjudicated within the following month, but that money was withheld. That was confirmed this morning by the technical director.
As you wrap up the CFO.
We'll get the new grant in the new year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I don't think I missed anything now.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for participating in this discussion. We'll now allow Mwate to come. You can be excused.
Sorry,
Mwate.
Chair. Sorry, Chair. Before they are excused, my lunch was.
Colleagues.
No, thanks, Chair. Just a follow-up, if we may also request the MEC to make a follow-up to assist the Office of the Speaker with regard to the accident report that involves the Office of the Mayor. Because seemingly the Speaker written several times asking for that report, and that report actually never came. So if the MEC actually could assist in terms of accessing that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The MEC will note it and will do a follow-up on it.
Sorry, DK. No.
Thank you very much.
DK, sorry. We could understand that, Honorable DK, Honorable Direko, sorry. I just wanted to understand, are you saying you bought enough yellow fleet, but you don't have human resource? What did you say on that? I just want to capture it so that we are able to intervene.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I said we bought yellow fleet. We bought 25 million a year worth of yellow fleet, 9 pieces. I never said we didn't have enough staff for those. We do have staff that is sitting that now can use those. Previously, we had contracted services, and we want to cut on those costs because it's becoming an issue and a burden to our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now allow Mwate. Greetings, colleagues from Wate. You are welcome to our meeting. Without any waste of time, we'll then start with our business of the day. We have sent questions to you whereby we're expecting you to give us response on those questions because they are coming from the AG's report on your municipalities. So you are having 10 minutes to give us that presentation. And when you do the presentation, you can just give us at least 3 minutes of the background of the municipalities and thereafter zoom straight to those questions because our main focus as the members will be on those questions. While in that 10 minutes you do the presentation, you introduce yourself and everything is in that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the House at large. I think protocol has been established. My name is Victoria De Beer Mtombeni. I'm the Executive Mayor of Mwate Local Municipality. I'm with the Speaker of Mwate, Mayor Neheng Mupedi. I'm with the Accounting Officer, Dr. Mtama, and with the CFO, Ndade Serame Pitwine. We are from Mwate Local Municipality where 5 questions have been given to us to respond. Chair, I would like to go straight to the 5 questions that has been asked. The first question was the issue of the participation of councillors in the procurement process. Chair, we would like to indicate that we have seen in when the AG presented the annual report to council, it was indicated that councillors participated. We then requested to the MPEC chair to check with the AG which councillors participated. in this procurement process, because from our side, in terms of the investigations from the MPEC, none of the councillors were highlighted that they have participated. What the MPEC chair has further done was to write a letter to AG for AG just to indicate which councillors have participated there. But what we can say, Chair, is that the councillors do understand that in terms of the MFMA section 117, we are prohibited to participate there. And Chair, the second question that was asked was on the material irregularities, which is the ESCOM and DWS account. We are owing ESCOM about 2.5 billion, which comes from the interest of way back from 2013. And the interest is escalated for us to be at 2.5 billion. The municipality is on the debt relief program, but I must indicate that it is a bit difficult for us to uphold to the current account. We then had a meeting with ESCOM so that we can also discuss the issue of the DAA. And at the later stage, Chair, we had also received a message from National Treasury and also COCTA indicating that municipalities for now should just hold on the DAA up until there is a clear memorandum of understanding in terms of how the process is going to work. But for us, in terms of the DAA, it was going to assist us to uphold to the current account, because we understand that the DAA is actually a partnership rather than ESCOM taking over from the municipality. So we were going into that partnership so that we can deal with the current account. We have also been given an opportunity by DWS to participate in the debt relief, which council took a decision on the 30th of June to submit and apply for the process of the debt relief with DWS. We have not yet received feedback because DWS has extended up until now the end of July for other municipalities to participate. Our second issue was the landfill site, which is from Fredefort. Chair, the landfill site has always been an MI, but we are having engagements with AG regularly in trying to address this, the issue of the landfill site. But what we have done to address some of the issues that are being raised is that we have started to fence the landfill site with a clear view fence, and we've put in a guard house so that we can monitor those who are bringing the refuse to the landfill site. So that is an ongoing process, and we have started to rehabilitate our landfill site in Fredefort. The other MI that we had was, that we have is on performance management. In terms of performance management, we are having engagements with AG, and I am also being invited into those meetings where we had to address issues of the alignment of the SDBIB to the budget and IDP. Chair, we are addressing those issues, and we went to council to adopt the performance management framework in order for us to align. We have revised our SDBIP in accordance to what AG would have advised us, and I think we are having monthly meetings to address this MI, and I'm hoping for the best that when the OEG comes now, most of the issues that they have advised us on would have been addressed, but we are working closely to address the issue of the performance management. The issue that we had on the another issue that has been raised was the issue of the underspending of conditional grant. Chair, I must indicate that indeed in the financial period of 2022-2023, there was a serious underspending, in particular with the MIG, which was due to the fact that in 2020, that year of 2022-2023, there was a lot of unrest in Mimahulu municipality. We also were at a period where there were no senior managers for us to be able to perform the work that needs to happen. But ever since that, Chair, the year 2023-2024, there has been an improvement from 25% of 2022-2023 to 85%. And the year now under review is we are 100% on all of our conditional grants. And I guess it's because of the stability of the senior managers that we have appointed in the municipality. The issue of investigations and with the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair. MPEG, we have a fully functional MPEG. MPEG has started to investigate the year 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024. They have also done work for 2024, 2025, which in the presentation that I've indicated as well, for the year under review, we have reduced, and we do not have anything on the unauthorized, but it is not yet audited, so we believe that AG will agree with us on those investigations that has been done by MPEG. Chair, we are indicating that MPEG has reported all the investigations for the prior years to Council, and where Council has disagreed with MPEG for further investigations, in particular on the 10 projects that AG flagged in 2022-2023, we have requested MPEG to investigate, and what MPEG has done is investigated and also indicated as a recommendation that we must claim, or we must actually recoup the monies from those contractors that did not perform. And we have sent out those letters to our lawyers to recoup from those companies that has not been performing and that caused us to be in trouble with Auditor General. However, Chair, we are still seeking for training because we have lost 2 members in the MPEG committee, which we will be appointing another 2. So that means that when they come in, they would not have an overview and understanding on how to conduct oversight. So we have requested that the seek for training from Provincial Treasury to assist MPEG with this training. We have also had challenges in terms of our supply chain, and what we have done, Chair, based on what AG would have raised, we have actually a totally new supply chain staff, and we have removed those that were in supply chain from the manager and some officers as part of the consequence management for us to address this. And what we have also done, Chair, we have also appointed a new totally different PMU technicians who are civil engineers to address the issue of our projects. Then the last point that was raised by the committee was the issue of the instability of senior managers. Yes, Chair, in 2022-2023, like I've indicated, we did not have senior managers, but now as a municipality, we've got a fully fledged establishment in terms of the senior managers with the accounting officer. I also want to touch on the issue of the unfunded budget, Chair, just to indicate that as a municipality on the 30th of May, we had approved a funded budget, but
Okay.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Executive Mayor, you are left with 1 minute.
Okay. On the issue of the unfunded budget, we have approved a funded budget, and Treasury then gave us inputs on the budget, where Treasury indicated that we have said we have a surplus of about 544 million, and Treasury then agrees and says that but the surplus, when they recalculate, is about 482 million. But Treasury indicated that our calculations was based on the debt relief, and therefore the budget need to be backed with cash. And there were points that they have agreed to say that if you can consider the issue, which ESCOM is a major problem, if we can look into the ESCOM account, and if we can also focus on the revenue collection, when we come to the adjustment budget, we would then be able to see whether we can move to a funded budget. So, Chair, I'm not sure if I can give the just to give 1 point. Thank you very much.
We gave you 10 minutes. So what the will do will rather assist you when members are asking for clarity-seeking questions. I will then allow the members to ask questions. We have Honorable Fanzale, Honorable Matuani, and Honorable Space. You
Thank-
have 2 minutes each for
Thank
questions.
you, Chair. What is the percentage salary bill spend? And what is your collection percentage? I'd like to know that. And then also, have you paid any performance bonuses to any of the Section 56 managers or MM in the last 5 years? And if you have, I'd like some totals on that, please. We can see that the finances are quite in disarray with the ESCOM at 2.5 billion. What is the water board outstanding? I've not heard you touch on that. I'd like to hear that. Then what court orders have you got against you in, say, the past 5 years? And what has your legal costs been regarding those court orders that might have been there due to financial mismanagement, obviously, on your part? Then also, what is the UIFW over the past 5 years? I've not heard anything on the UIFW also. And then lastly, I wanted to maybe, through you, Chair, to find out from the province, this is not a 1 year in the making problem at Ngwate. What has your intervention or support been in, say, the past 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matuani.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm partially covered. But I wanted to inquire about the landmark case against Ngwate Municipality. What is the status? Where the court case regarding Ngwate Municipality, where you were supposed to go for elections within 90 days. Are you appealing the court case? What are your prospects of success? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Space.
Chair, mine is just a correction. There was an oversight from my side on the earlier team. It was meant, two of the three issues are meant for this municipality. So the issue on the underspending of the grant, of your conditional grant, it was for your municipality. Am I correct? Yes. And that your equitable share was withheld. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I then respond on the issue of the equitable share, and I'll ask the CFO and the MM to come in on the UIF amounts and the salary bill, as well with the litigations. Chair, on the issue of the court case, I believe that the matter is sub judice, and it will be heard in August. On the matter of the equitable share in 2022-2023, the equitable share we have received as the municipality, but we did not receive the full amount due to the unspent grant that was there. And I have indicated that, Chair, the main reason was that we did not have senior managers and the instability that was there in the municipality. But I can confirm that for the first time, Ngwate was able to receive its full equitable share now in July, and which is higher than from the withholding of certain amounts. So we received the full tranche. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. On the issue of performance bonuses, we didn't pay any performance bonuses for the last 5 years to date. And then on the issue, the water board, only Heilbronn is being serviced by rainwater in Heilbronn. We have made an arrangement with rainwater. We are paying them 3 million plus the outstanding amount. When I joined the municipality, it was about 80-something million. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's about 37 million that is outstanding for now, honorable members. And then on the litigation, just want to be upfront. I don't have the litigation register with me here, honorable members, but I can, with your permission, Deputy Speaker or Chairperson, I can immediately after this meeting submit the litigation register to the members. Thank you. With your permission, can the CFO elaborate on the matters of the UIFW? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. Let me start with the issue of the salaries. Our total salary expenditure for the previous financial year was 26% of the total budget. And our collection rate as at 30 June was at 45%. However, we are still working on measures in terms of our budget funding plan to push it up to 75% at least. On legal costs, for the previous financial year, we have spent about close to 40 million because we had encountered a barrage of litigations. In terms of the UIFW expenditure over the past 5 years, as the MM said, we can provide that information. We do have the registers. We can provide them as soon as we are done here. Thank you, Chairperson.
I will now allow, thank you, Date, CFO. I will now allow Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the team from Mungwate, local municipality. Chair, the Mungwate local municipality, it's similar to bulk of the other municipalities that we have here in the Free State, where a rosy picture is painted, but if you look at the comments from the Auditor General regarding the municipality, it shows a very bleak and a very disappointing and somewhat, it shows a lack of imagination, a lack of will to actually do anything over a very long period of time. I'm actually shocked to see that, to hear the team say they owe ESCOM over 2 billion rand. I'm not sure who can speak to this, but when you do answer, the first question would be, how did it get to 2 billion? I heard I'm not sure the lady was speaking speaking about the councillors participating in procurement committees as if it's something that's not there. That too, has the municipality actually deteriorated to a point where the councillors are just doing as they please in as far as procurement is concerned? Has it deteriorated that much? Have things in the municipality deteriorated that much? No staff performance management achieved, over 1,200 days to pay creditors, debtors collection period exceeding 500 days. The municipality failed to take reasonable steps to prevent unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. At some stage, you had no municipal manager, you had no CFO. The municipal manager, you had no one for 16 months. How was the municipality operating? No CFO, 23 months. How was the municipality functioning? 7 million rand on consultants for financial reporting, yet we've got 5 years of qualified audit opinion. Someone, please, make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Majuro.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, like I've indicated that the councillors of Moate has not been participating in the procurement processes, and we have requested AG to indicate to us which councillors are those. MPEC has investigated. It has found out that there's no councillor that participated. MPEC has also requested the AG through a letter to assist us and indicate which are those councillors. So the councillors then understand in terms of section 117 of the MFMA that they are not supposed to participate, they are prohibited, and those are the councillors of Moate. Chair, I've also indicated in terms of the ESCOM bill that this comes from the interest from 2013, and we've indicated that due to us being unable to pay the current account in full, that we were going to go for the DAA to assist us with the bill. But because of the the message that comes from National Treasury and also from COGTA that we should wait up until a memorandum of understanding has been drawn up that we will be able to deal with it. So it comes from 2030, the interest rate. Chair, we've also indicated that we are, as a municipality, we actually not painting a picture. We acknowledge that since 2022, 2023, there has been challenges, and we have filled, now that there is senior positions, senior managers filled, there is significant progress in terms of what the honorable member has raised, and I'm sure in the now, when the Auditor General is going to do the audit for now, they will realize that. Chair must also indicate that I have received the first financial statements for this, for 2024-2025 on the 9th of July. And this is how serious we're taking the recommendations from the AG, because what we have done is that we want to do the quality assurance in terms of by the time when we're submitting the AFS to Auditors General on the 31st of August, we would have started early and not a late process. So we are building capacity now in-house, and it was difficult to build that capacity in-house without senior managers. Who was holding the fund at that time? We must indicate we have been receiving a support where there has been secondment of a CFO and accounting officers to the municipality to hold the front in terms of assisting us. So, Chair, we acknowledge that we come from a background where there has been challenges, and the audit opinion for 2024-2025 will then indicate if the municipality is just painting a rosy picture. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Maduna.
No, siyabonga mhlali ngaphambili ukusikhashana. No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I just have a few things as well. It's not much, just a few basic questions. One, I just want to check, how was the decision of councillors sitting in procurement committees reached? I mean, that's illegal. It's a sorry. They didn't, because I think that's what HE said. Okay, that's one. Two, I want to check, when you eventually appointed the municipal manager, given that in the province now, we have started receiving a sense that some municipalities appoint municipal managers without the concurrence of the MEC. Mayor, did you receive the concurrence to appoint the municipal manager? I just want to check what happened with the case that your current municipal manager had when they were at Maloti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm glad that the first question was addressed on the councillors. The second issue, Chair, in terms of the cases that the honourable member is referring to, Chair, we have done our screening processes internally through a recognized organization. There is no case that is pending on the municipal manager, and National COGTA also can confirm, because they have sent us the screening process, there is no pending case against the municipal manager. Chair, I was asked if we received a concurrence. Chair, what I can indicate in terms of the Municipal Systems Act 54A, it says that the municipality shall submit a report to the MEC within 14 days, and I can confirm that what is submitted on the 5th of August, the report to the MEC, and it further then says that if the MEC has got an opportunity to submit to the minister within 14 days, and if the municipality does not receive any response within that period, and that is what the Systems Act is saying, it will then mean that the issue of the municipal order, manager is in order. But Chair, I want to raise that there is an issue of a declaratory order that has been raised against Ngwate, and I would also then indicate that Chair that the matter is sub judice because the MEC did take us to court. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Mayor. Did you receive the concurrence from the MEC? It's a yes or no?
Chair, I'm still referring to the Systems Act. I'm indicating that what the MEC sent us was that the municipal manager, and that was long after the period that the MEC was supposed to have responded within the Systems Act. So as a council chair, we thought that the appointment is correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to that side. Unfortunately, I can't remember some of the honorable members' name, but I will start from you and then we'll come this way. Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. First of all, I just want to make a comment. I think there was a typo in the report. Ngwate has 37 councillors, not 34. Okay. Then I'd like to know, what is the status of the third-party payments? Are all councillors allegedly being involved in tenders being investigated by SIU? How can the Frederick landfill site be declared resolved if the Frederick landfill site is not even licensed? Please provide clarity. And then your monthly fleet rental amounts to more than 7.5 million rand. Can you give me a comprehensive detail of the account over the last financial year and include water trucks and cherry pickers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
member.
Chair, I just want to ask the MM and the CFO that how did it happen that they compiled a budget of 2 billion and then it was all over the news that the budget was funded, given that those responsibilities that they're executing, they are qualified, and then they take that that draft of to council and then the council adopted, then later Treasury comes in. And Mayor, what are the actions did you take against the MM and the CFO, given that it would seem that they've misled the council and they've misled you? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was mention of the non-performing contractors. Now, I want to zoom into the waterworks, because there's been issues there for years now. And we've seen contractor upon contractor being appointed there, not being able to finalize or improve the waterworks system there. And I want to know whether this is part of the investigations into the non-performing contractors. Can we get a number of how many contractors were appointed in only this term to improve that waterworks system? And maybe also the amount spent, but we don't have to give it to us now. We can maybe just give it to the committee as well, but we'll get it later from you in the portfolio committee as well. So it's good to hear that there are some movement regarding the non-performing contractors. And then on the issue of Eskom, and I know electricity is a problem there, and sometimes we need to look into possible solutions for municipalities as well. I'm not sure how this will apply to the huge Eskom debt, but there is an issue with Ngwate and Eskom regarding the minimal nominal demand, which means Ngwate is using more than they are allowed to, and then they are punished by Eskom owing to that. And I think that demand's never been reviewed by Eskom. So what then happens is Eskom kind of implements a load shedding because you're using more than you should. So what are the talks with Eskom regarding that? And have you spoken to the provincial government regarding that? Because I think that's something that needs to be reviewed, that will assist a lot, because I know people in Paris call it smarty power, smarty krag, because then they have and then they don't. So have you spoken to the provincial government in this regard to maybe speak to Eskom to get an improvement on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The questions referred to the MM and CFO, I think they will address. So far on the water works for this administration, we have appointed 2 contractors, and the reason why 2 is that the first contractor we terminated because of he got liquidated, so he was unable to perform, and we had to bring in another contractor. In terms of third parties, we are not owing any third parties, and we had to clarify that with COCTA because we were on the list of people that were not going to get the equitable share because of a 2.1 million that was indicated that we are owing our pension fund, but we have clarified that we are not owing that, and hence we were able to receive our equitable share. We have had talks with ESCOM on the maximum demand, but unfortunately, Honourable Member, we have not yet spoken to the provincial leadership government, and I think we should have the talks because ESCOM is requiring us for them to increase the minimum demand. They require about 200 million, and we do not have that as a municipality, so I think we should have that conversation with the provincial government. A question that was asked by the Honourable Member that what was the action taken to the CFO and the municipal manager. Like I've indicated, Honourable Member, when we went, because the budget is that of the mayor, and we have been following the processes up until the latter with the mayoral committee and everyone, and we went to council knowing that we do have a funded budget up until Treasury indicated to us in terms of our surplus, because what we have done, let's say maybe it's an accounting entry that we have done, which was a mistake, which Treasury then indicates to us, let's go and fix that. We had a surplus of 544 million, and ESCOM then acknowledged, not ESCOM, sorry, Treasury then says you've got a surplus of 482. But because of the fact that you have brought in the debt relief as a sort of an accounting entry, we need to fix that so that your budget is being cash backed, so that when you go to your adjustment budget, if you have fixed the following inputs that we have raised as Treasury, then we can move to a funded budget. So we have worked closely together, and those were just the accounting entry that was the mistake. So if you say I must give consequence management on them, then it means that we are going to give consequence management on a debt relief entry, which we have been told that you can't do that, but rectify the following points. So that's the budget. That's how involved we were as the executive mayor and the mayoral committee to deal with the budget. So, but we were going to fix whatever Treasury is saying. And again, the issue of ESCOM will then always be a problem for Mwati to get to a funded budget. But we were hoping on the DAA we can move away from that point where we are unable to have a funded budget, and Treasury will be assisting us. ESCOM is assisting us in that regard. So in terms of misleading council, I don't necessarily say they were misleading, because Treasury also agrees we've got a surplus, but the only problem is that it is not cash backed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it a follow-up? Okay.
No, 2 questions not answered, Madam Deputy Chair.
Oh, I've indicated, sorry, sir, I've indicated the CFO and the MM should reply to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Executive Mayor and the Chairperson. On the issue of Fredefort landfill site, it is true, honourable members, that the landfill site is not licensed. Apparently, on the, I think 2018, somewhere there, the then municipal manager made an application for the license, which was rejected. But however, it has to be noted, honourable members, that we have fenced the current landfill site, which is not licensed. But we also in discussion with Department of Distia in the province. And then we also we have engaged, again, as a municipality, we are doing feasibility study to identify the suitable landfill site. Because this one, we're going to do the rehabilitation process on the landfill site of Fredefort. And then the honourable member, I think, again, asked on the issue of the non-performing contractors, if I've heard it well. Yes, on the Heilbron, I think it's Heilbron Bridge that is now on the media and so forth. We have also written letters demanding the money that was paid to the contractor through our lawyers. I have those documents with me here. If the committee can maybe want to see them. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson. I wish to respond to the issue of the rental of fleet. Indeed, yes, we do rent fleet, and we do, in some instances, rent water tankers. And the detailed information in that regard we can supply to the committee after this engagement. However, we are on the process, as and when our cash flow position improves, we do buy our own white fleet. With this tranche of equitable share that we received last week, there are plans in place to buy part of some yellow fleet that we have identified. So we are renting, but we are also augmenting that with our own purchases, but we'll provide the detailed reports to the committee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson. Thank you. This other one of water treatment plant, where the we have also engaged our lawyers to demand about 10 million to the then contractor. I think it's the CMS model. Thank you.
Thank you. During the clarity seeking question, there was a matter that was raised regarding the and also the budget. I will now then allow the provincial government also to make inputs on that matter. The MEC of COCTA and MEC of Treasury and the Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. After the budget meeting, what usually happens is that municipalities send the budget through so that we can make our own analysis and assessment. The report I got, I think, from the team that was working with the municipality was that you can't have a funded budget when you owe creditors, because you're already starting with the money that you are unable to pay. So funded is when you are able to fund everything. I then said to the team, write me a letter so that we can then send it to the municipality to correct that anomaly, because the municipality says that it's funded and you on the other side you are saying it's unfunded. But fortunate enough, with your permission, can I give the acting HOD or Ntate Cheti just to explain further, because it was those technical issues that I would lack. Ntate acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as MEC has indicated, we had engagement with the municipality as part of the normal budget process. When we assess the budget, there are certain items that we really look at. Most of them, it will be the items that are non-cash backed. One of them, it could be the depreciation. So in the exercise that we undertook with the department, so with the municipality, there was also provision for ESCOM debt relief. The understanding is that with ESCOM debt relief, there were, if municipality maintained the account, there was just going to be a write-off of one third of their debt. So that was embedded in their calculation, meaning when they were calculating for their expenditure, they have discounted that. So meaning they reduced their expenditure. So that then resulted in the funded budget. But the reality is that they were not supposed to take it out because there was no approval granted as yet. So that was then corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC of COCTA.
Chair,
There are a couple of inaccuracies, Chair, in the statements of the municipality. Despite the matter being in court, the fact is that there's no concurrence. The municipality has been written to a number of occasions, particularly the mayor, to a point where you wrote to the speaker urging the council to consider the report in terms of our take on the resolution 17. It has really been a battle, and that's why when you read our court papers, you will understand that we are not only seeking a declaratory order, but we are also seeking a cost in relation to how the leadership of the institution has handled the matter. So it is in court, but it has been quite an issue that has been handled in a very disturbing way. So I think I should remain at the point I'm saying there are a couple of inaccuracies that are there, Chair. I will not want to go into the facts because I'll blow the whole matter open. We have, Chair, been working with the municipality on the issues of water, where we will try to provide support despite the troubled waters. This is a major issue that would have been behind the court order that the municipality is appealing around the dissolution. So that's briefly what Chair, what one can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Premier.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think I've been covered by MEC, but just to add and say, indeed, there have been these engagements, and the MEC has been briefing me, updating me on developments on this matter. So we're just awaiting the court to pronounce itself. But I also wanted to check with the MM or the CFO when you indicate that you bought the yellow fleet, or are you intending to buy the yellow fleet? Have you bought, if indeed you bought, which method did you use? Because if you recall, Mayor will recall that I have been discouraging them to have this middleman of a tender, rather using the RT57 contract. I'm happy that one of the municipalities, I think it's Mukaka, did indicate that they utilize the services of RT57 contract because they have been approved.
Thank you, Premier. The Executive Mayor and the team.
Let me first start on the issue of the yellow fleet. We have bought our own yellow fleet, Premier. We have bought a honeysuckle, we have bought 2 cherry pickers, we have bought 5 vans for the municipality, and we are in a process as well now. We have bought our own compactor tractors as a municipality, so we are buying, and we have taken a council resolution that when there is a trench, we must improve in buying more fleet. So that's why the CFO said we are going to buy more fleet. So he can just elaborate on the process that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, all of our purchases are done under RT57. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think there's an issue I will also allow the chair to elaborate on or speak on. Chair.
Thank you very much. There is a few times now the MEC has referred to the need to go to court. It is a right. It's probably the only procedure. It's the one procedure that's within their rights if they were to do. But I'm just raising this also. I hope the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature and the members who are here should think about. You know, the Chapter 3 on the Intergovernmental Relations Act and Cooperative Governance was precisely created to deal with the dispute of the overlapping mandates because of concurrent powers. It is a construct that really comes from federation, what you call federal governments. It is something that is new in South Africa, and it created a problem whereby when we've got all the spheres being interrelated, interdependent, and all of that, who then becomes a senior one, whereas in the unitary state, the central government issued instructions and gave powers that if you didn't behave, they take the powers away and go and implement their own things. Now this situation is different. But there's something to be said about what is it that ultimately makes us so disagree that it is not possible to sit together and get legal advice together and then determine the course of action rather than having to go and contest each other in court. There's certainly something there that needs to be cured. And from where I sit, when you've got a local sphere that would insist on their own rights in a matter that might either have had a court ruling or a matter that has got the responsibility of the higher sphere to participate in resolving. And I think we need to consider that it's not the best way to be going out to court to resolve those issues. Now, many countries have gone through that problem. It's historical. If you go to the federation, the federal powers of the United States, a lot of litigation arose, and that's what brought about what is now called intergovernmental relations as principles. The various countries, whether you look at Australia or you look at Germany, have gone through this kind of things. It's not the only way, but in fact that chapter was introduced to stop or to avoid the resolution of matters by different spheres going to court. Maybe not just different spheres, but also adjacent authorities such as neighboring municipalities from resolving the matter in court when in fact they are one government. So I want to say that you need to try and find a way to sit down and go through these issues, because it's not a personal issue. At the end, it's a matter of the interpretation of the law and what is good for our country. That's what will determine what is the right course of action as we go forward. So I've been aware that there's been all of these issues in relation to interpretation of the court rulings. It was the same issue in Machabeng. I raised it with the Speaker of Machabeng here, that in fact even the way they approached it, well, of course I disagree with that approach, but I also think that there has to be space which is based on the fact that at a certain level the provincial government has got the authority and mandate to make a determination about the steps that are being taken by a municipality in fulfilling their obligations, and can make a ruling on that basis, and that the need for contestation is a hostile act that we need to find a way to resolve. And I still don't understand why you will have 4 cases where in the situation where you have the MEC saying and the province has got no other way but to go to court, particularly in a situation where they will have to be held accountable for the wrong things that municipalities did and they didn't take any action. So I would still argue here that you need to provide a space. It's not as informal, this issue of the Premier's forum, what do you call them? Yes, PCF. That it's not a formality. It's supposed to facilitate coordination to the extent that all the plans are synchronized, and therefore where some of the issues can be resolved and be dealt with without having to go to court. Now, not only waste money, but it also creates the kind of hostilities that makes it difficult to work together, because even though we've got particular responsibilities as government authorities, at the end, the implementation and the interaction between structures and different spheres depends on the attitudes of individuals. Ultimately, whether people can cooperate or not will actually resolve the problem, even if they all accept the law. But then if they don't cooperate, the law doesn't implement. It's the people who do the implementation. So at the end of it, the greater part of this thing has got more of the issue of personalities. And I think we need to actually focus on that. Now, I don't know how the issue here is being tabled, but from where I sit, I would say you actually need to sit down. Maybe, Speaker, you need to raise the issue in Parliament. One day the Premier must come in and table all the instances where the provincial government needed to go to court to actually enforce something that all of us know we've got to actually cooperate on service delivery. And talk about it. Is this the right way we should be doing it? I don't think so. So my point here is that find a way of dealing with this issue. And you don't need to actually go to court. The court may actually argue in different ways. I know that it's now an issue where different parties might go to court. You've got, in the one case, the Machabeng, it was the Democratic Alliance that went to court. It's not that I believe that it could not have been dealt with before going to court by the parties involved. I also don't believe that even with the Afri Forum, the matter could have just gone straight to court. It could have actually been dealt with even before going to court, because when you find out that somebody wants to go to court, you need to actually have the willingness to sit down and engage and then look at what the issues are. At the end of the day, the court won't rule unless there were basis of issues that needed a particular attitude on both sides. So my point is that I think the number is too much. We shouldn't really be living like that. It's one province, and I don't see why we should actually go there, because what the evolving democracy is trying to do is to develop legislative frameworks for coordination and cooperation and integration, but at the same time is also kind of creating precedences that create the kind of convention that will help us to solve problems, because once Ngwate and the province of the Free State came across this problem and they established a particular way of solving it, and it helps others who come afterwards with the same problem. Because then it means now you've got a kind of precedence that helps you to say, well, under such circumstances, we can do what these others did, and then we can solve the problem and move forward. So I want to leave it at that and say that really would have been my comment on the matter, and say a lot of things can be solved without going to court. And I also don't think, and the courts have also been saying, if you go back also on the history of our own evolving democracy, the courts have always tried to interpret the law, but in a way that ensures that the court refuses to be drawn onto an issue that the two spheres or two structures of government should have resolved. Then, no, that for you to resolve, go inside one room and go discuss the issue and resolve it, rather than forcing going to court. But when you get a situation where that should have happened and it didn't happen, then the court, of course, will come back and say, but why would you then want to come to court to argue about things that is your responsibility to fulfill, and the others have got a right to complain about it? You should have sat down, discussed it, and resolved it instead of coming to court. But in any case, we rule. So we can resolve a lot more issues if we took that attitude, which is different. And I want to say, if you want to turn around municipalities, there has to be a degree of listening to each other rather than wanting to contest right up to the court of law. I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that your comment will then give the province and the municipality enough space to engage on the matter and see how best they can deal with the matter. Colleagues, we have now come to the end of our session with Mwate Municipality. Thank you, the Speaker and the Executive Mayor, together with the team. We'll now allow Manzopa. We are going to deviate a bit. We are going to deviate a bit from our program. We're supposed to have another municipality, which is, I think it's Mafube from Fezile Dabi. But there's the mayor of Manzopa local municipality has family responsibility and she can't drive late, so we then spoke with the chair and then agreed that maybe we should squeeze in Manzopa now, and thereafter we can then continue with our program as it is. Yeah, Manzopa is from Thabo Mofutanyana. Yeah, hence I'm saying, can we please deviate a bit from our program just to squeeze that one of Manzopa. After Manzopa, we'll then go to our initial program. Thank you, colleagues.
I'm here with the Speaker, Councillor Mvuyo Ncwara, and the Municipal Manager, Member Mimahulu, as well as the CFO, Mr. Takalani Sukundu. Chair, I just want to clarify something before I give over to the Municipal Manager, who will be able to respond on the questions that were submitted. I just want to say, Chair, on the issue of the Municipal Manager that is on social media about her arrest, I wish to indicate that we advertised the post in 2022, and on the 8th of December 2022, we received a vetting security clearance after we vetted her. And on the 17th of February 2023, we held interviews. And on the 1st of April, we appointed her. And the case that is now on social media only happened on the 25th of May 2025, I'm sorry. So I just wish to say we did not have any prescribed law that says we should take any action against her because the matter happened in another municipality. The disciplinary regulations for senior managers of 2010 only prescribes action when a transgression has happened in the specific municipality where the senior manager is involved. But I can say for now, we have received a letter from the EFF about the same issue, and we'll be tabling the matter and in council at the end of the month in an ordinary council meeting that is be held sometimes on the 29th of July 2025. So I wish to say, Chair, can I give over to the accounting officer so that she can respond to the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to understand your point, you appointed the when there was a transgression in the previous municipality, and the case on which she's getting arrested has nothing to do with your municipality.
No, Chair. When we appointed her, there was no transgression. Hence, there was a security clearance. The third municipality, the case was only opened on the 20th. She was arrested on the 25th of May 2025, meaning 2 years later, when she's been involved, when she's been employed in the municipality.
So you are saying that there was no investigation, there was no disciplinary hearing, there was no charge before she actually was employed by your municipality?
Definitely, Chair, there was none.
Okay, and what has happened to her now that she's been arrested?
She's back at work, sir, Chair, because we are saying the law says you will only be found guilty, you will only be prosecuted or action taken when there's something that has happened. She still has to go to attend her case. She only appeared on the 25th. She'll be going for the next appearance sometimes in August.
Have you seen the charges?
Yes, we have.
What has been charged for?
It's fraud. There's a case that involves an illegal appointment of a service provider.
Okay, let's get the presentation. We'll come back to the questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all the members. Like the Honorable Mayor has introduced us, we're from Mantsopa Local Municipality, and our municipality is an executive type of municipality, and it consists of 5 areas, which is Lady Brent, Tuespreid, Excelsior, Bosch, Hope House, and Tabapatswa. And our municipality is a grant-dependent municipality because we are one of the rural municipalities. And our municipality is made up of 9 wards. Ward 1, which is part of Tuespreid. Ward 2 is Hope House. Ward 3 is Vukazenzele, which is part of Manyaseng. And Ward 4 is also part of Lady Brent, and 5 is also in Lady Brent, and 6 is also in Lady Brent, 7 is Lady Brent, 8 is in Excelsior, and Ward 9 is mainly in Tuesprate Mahlazwitsa, Chairperson. On part of the good governance and participation, we are made of, our council consists of 18 councillors, and we have 11 councillors from the ANC and 4 councillors from the DA, 2 councillors from EFF, and 1 councillor from COPE. Our municipality, we have an EXCO, which is chaired by the Honorable Mayor, and have other 2 members. The other member is 1 member from the governing party, which is the ANC, and other member is the official opposition of in the municipality, which is DA. Oh. Okay, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Mayor is calling me to go straight to the question posed for the municipality. We have 3 questions posed on our municipality, and the first question which is posed for the municipality was that the mayor of, or the executive mayor of the municipality must provide details of action taken in line with section 131 subsection 1 of the MFMA. Chairperson, on our response, we say the municipal mayor has got sitting on our weekly audit steering committee, which sits on, usually they sit on Thursdays at 10 o'clock in Manyatseng, where she is playing her oversight to make sure that we are responding adequately to audit action plan. And to also, she also made sure that we have our UIFW policy, where we make sure in the policy it is dealing with the reduction of our UIF&W. And when you look into our UIFW for the previous 3 financial year, you will see that, Chairperson, that our UIF is steadily declining on a yearly basis. And during the 2023 financial year, the MPEC has investigated the UIF&W, and they submitted their oversight report, which we also attached to the documents that we've sent. Hence, we have these particular questions that were posed to us today. And with that, in previous years, we can confirm that our MPEC was not functional, but after some time, in 2023 financial year, the council appointed a new MPEC, and this new MPEC is steadily dealing with all the issues that they are supposed to be dealing with, and that is why they have compiled their MPEC, their oversight report, which also indicated in their report that the municipality only adopted its we only served our audit action plan in April instead of serving it earlier on. The reasons why we say we only adopted, we took our audit action plan in April to council. It is for the mere fact that we only received our final management letter, which contains the details of the issues that were raised by the Auditor General. We only received them, that final management letter on February 20, of this current year. That is why the audit action plan only served later on in council. On the last question on the unauthorized expenditure which the Auditor General raised of 8.1 million. This unauthorized expenditure, Chairperson, we can confirm that yes, it is there, the Auditor General picked it up, and this unauthorized expenditure happened because we agree that our recording, our financial reporting on the data strings were not accurate, and part of this 8.1 million, which is 4.7, was the INEP grant. And that INEP grant, we can confirm, Chairperson, that the project did happen. We spent the money for its intended purpose. But unfortunately, in our reporting, in our data string, our finance department, they reported under the wrong data string. That is why it appears that we didn't spend that conditional grant for the purpose that it was meant for. But the project is there, and Department of Energy in the province, they also have them, that project in their books, that the project exists on the ground. And the other portion of this 8.1 was also a money for the unspent grant, which happened in the financial year 22-23, and where the money, the conditional grant was not spent entirely, and we got into an agreement with National Treasury, and we paid that money in tranches. And this 3-point-something million was the opening balance of the money, the balance of financial year 22-23, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the questions.
Oh. The last.
You still want to come in?
Chairperson, the mayor is reminding me that on performance, there is this one, the last one, which was raised, that staff performance management deficiencies. The municipalities 23-24 MFMA report indicate that appropriate systems and procedures to monitor, measure, and evaluate staff performance were not developed and approved as required by Section 67, subsection 1D of the Systems Act. With this one, Chairperson, we are saying the municipality has an approved performance management policy, which is the framework of management system. And Chairperson, for us to also correct this, we want to register that as municipality, we are part of the national, I see intervention, national, Yeah, the prototype, we are part of the prototype structure where National has appointed a company to assist us with designing an organizational structure, and we have since got a new organizational structure which we are proceeding, we're taking them in the necessary processes. The structure has already served with our LLF. Now we are taking the structure for council, and later on it will be adopted by council, and it will only be later on that will make sure that after the staff establishment, our structure, which will be now MSR compliant, will now be concluded, and will make sure that when that process of MSR is concluded by September 2025, the structure will be effected, will be taken into place. But before we can take that structure into action, we must make sure that that structure is taken into action after all the processes of budget as well as IDP is included, meaning that that structure cannot be implemented in the financial year, the current financial year. We'll have to take that structure in the next financial year for implementation so that it can go through the necessary processes. And Chairperson, we are, during that time, and we are still busy with also making sure that that structure, those positions that are in the structure, we are busy now making sure that we are drafting the job descriptions that matches each and every position which is in that structure. When that structure is approved, we'll know that the functions of each and every position that appears in the structure, what are people expected to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's deal with the questions. Let me see the hands. Okay, we'll start with Van Sale. I see there are only 4 hands. We'll keep it to that. More inspired hands. That's fine. We got Van Sale, and then we come this way. That's fine. What happened to Mkalipi? Has he gone? Sorry? She left. That's very sad. Some people are knocking off. All right. Please, let's start with Van Sale and come over this way.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, noting that you've just arrived, we've been asking sort of all over, what is the percentage of your total budget that you spend on salaries? That's a question. And also, what is your collection rate at the moment, the percentage of your collection rate? Then I'm very shocked that the MM is sitting here, even though she was arrested a couple of days ago. I did note that it's from the Hawks. And I'm actually very tempted to ask that, you know, Parliament can't be misled. Are you guilty, MM?
No,
the next, it doesn't have to be answered. It doesn't have to be answered.
No.
It doesn't have to be answered.
No. You actually can't ask that question.
It's sub judice, I understand.
So you have to put it out. Withdraw the question.
I withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Then with regards to staff and the components of staff, why is the position of the legal manager still vacant after the resignation in 2022? What is causing the delay in filling vacant posts that you have throughout your municipality? Has a skills audit been conducted, and have all staff qualifications been verified and aligned with their job duties? Thank you.
Thank you, Mutiwan.
Thank you,
You
Chair.
behaved very well. I have to commend you.
During the South African Human Rights Commission hearings, the previous municipal manager made claims about a syndicate that is operating within the jurisdiction of the municipality that is involved in sabotage of municipal infrastructure, likely doing it to benefit financially from tenders for the repair of that said damaged infrastructure. I'd like to check if there was ever an investigation in that regard, and what categories or types of infrastructure are prone to this sabotage. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Can you tell us why your municipality keeps on overspending, resulting in a deficit of 155.2 million, despite that you generate over 400 million in revenue? And how do you justify spending only 3% of your property, plant and equipment value, on repairing and maintenance and maintaining infrastructure, and still falling short on the 8% norm. And you have, the AG has indicated that you have a weakness in terms of institutional capacity. I would like to know what measures are you going to take to address the lack of the institutional capacity within your municipality to specifically carry out infrastructural projects, procurement and contract management weaknesses. And then last one is on debt recovery. What strategies will be implemented to improve the recovery of your municipal debt? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Your debts, you take long, very long. But I was looking at your financials here, not number 12. You say average credit period for purchases is 30 days from the receipt of invoice. And then you further say the municipality has a financial risk policy in place to ensure that all payables are paid within the time frame. But you take over 1,400 days to do that. But in your policies here, in your financials, you say something different. This is one of the findings that gets easily picked up by an audit. That makes these financials not credible, number one. That makes you not move from a qualified audit opinion. Like simple things like this. When you write something that you know that you don't do, and AG raises the fact that you are not following audit action plans. We are aware that you contacted the AG in April, but this has been hanging. That is why you are having qualified audit opinion every year in, year out, because you are not actioning the audit action plans, post-audit action plans that the AG says address 1, 2, and 3, and 4, but you never do. So if MM can tell us how are you planning to turn this thing around, considering that you need to be submitting financials in a month from now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Once again, I just want to check, I think on your FS on note 41, on your contingencies, you have many cases. And I even see that there's one that relates to AG and some attorneys. Was that a court case? I just wanted to check that, or it was you made contingencies in relation to their fees. I think that's one. Two, I see on note 25 on your remunerations. For instance, the municipal manager, you have something that is written other there. That is 139,000. All of them. The director of cooperative is 133,000. It's what is that other? What does it mean? Can you give us a distribution? What is that money for? That's what I want to get. And then lastly, I want to check. I see that your especially your unauthorized expenditure have decreased 2022 to 2023 from 343 million to 12 million. I just want to check, because this was an unauthorized expenditure, which means it was money that was spent without approval. Did you recover any of that money? How much have you recovered? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the presentation that we've just received from the municipality, I've just realized that when you look at the presentation, it does not give you a clear explanation to convince one that the situation that the municipality is currently will change. The reason why I'm asking is because we don't get to see the clear definition or clear measures that have been taken by municipality in order to implement consequence management. And also when you look at the audit action plan, is not implemented, they don't have. And I would also want to check with the municipality, what is the current state of the municipality in terms of governance? Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, let's respond.
Thank you, Chair. There'll be other questions that will be responded to by the CFO and the MM. I would like to respond on the one that says, where Honorable Makuani said, the previous MM had said there's a syndicate operating in the municipality sabotaging infrastructure. I'm standing here wishing to say I cannot attest to that, where I can say there's a syndicate that is operating, sabotaging our equipment. We know that like any other municipality, we have issues of electrical issues, cables are stolen, transformers are stolen, and moreover for us it's worse because we are just on the border of Lesotho. So it's easy for such things to be stolen. That's the main worry that we have, the main issue that we have, that our electrical infrastructure is the one that is easily stolen. And I'll also talk about sewer. I would not necessarily say it's a syndicate operating. We know that our communities do not act responsibly, and through our public participation processes, we normally engage with them to try and educate them that they should not, for instance, pour in foreign material in our pipes, because those affect our sewer lines, because they become blocked. You'd find at some point that you'd find a mink blanket in a pipe of 150 millimeters. You'd also find unborn children in there. You'd find stones. I would not necessarily say it's sabotage. I'm just saying we need to continually teach our communities that they should take responsibility of their infrastructure, because it's actually their infrastructure, not even the municipality's infrastructure. So I would not attest to the one where it says there's a syndicate. I really don't want to subscribe to that. The audit action plan, true, there was no audit action plan, but I can safely say for now, as you have already alluded, there's an audit action plan in place, and I become part of the clean audit meetings that are held every week, so that I can also play oversight. And I think that has helped a lot, because I've seen that maybe with my involvement in such meetings, more responses are quicker, they come up quicker, and I can be able to hold people responsible. It's not that I'm intervening, but not that I'm interfering, but I'm intervening, because my presence in such meetings makes people to be accountable and to react with the speed required. So we really hope that would assist a lot. I would give MM and the CFO to answer on other issues. Thank you, Chair.
Proceed, MM.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I will leave the CFO to respond to financial issues that were raised, but I'm gonna respond to why is it taking the municipality such a long period to fill vacant positions. Yes, Chairperson, it is true. It appears that it's taking the municipality very long to fill vacant positions. We have advertised these positions of legal manager and others, including the HR manager, since they have left the municipality. But unfortunately, we don't get positive responses. The responses that we get for those positions, people that that apply for those positions are not meeting the requirements that are set for those positions. Therefore, we cannot continue to fill those positions because people are not meeting the requirements set for those positions. And we have also engaged the EXCO that how if we go further and maybe headhunt these people like your legal manager, your HR manager, because those are the critical positions that have been vacant for more than 2 years in the municipality, and we have been advertising them and for more than once. And we're still waiting, we can't get them, those people. And on skills audit in the municipality, yes, the skills audit has been conducted in the municipality, and we can attest that people that are occupying management positions, when those posts were advertised, they qualified and meet the requirements of those posts. But there are some of other peoples that are in our management positions. Some of those people, they are people that have been in the municipalities since long time ago from the transition, and they have been in those positions for some time, even though the requirements of the post currently, they are not meeting them. But we know who is in which positions and what qualifications do they do they have for those positions. And Chairperson, as the municipality, I can attest that we are trying our level best to also seek support from other departments, other government departments, where we see that we have a skills shortage. For example, now COCTA is assisting us in 2 projects. They are assisting us in this project, MSR, of the structure. They are also assisting us with data purification of our municipality. And with those 2 things, we are 100% sure that at least we are moving now in the correct direction. To respond on the last other part on the AFS notes, on note 41 of contingencies, Chairperson, there is this question that is posed that we have the contingencies where we are mentioning the Auditor General and others. Yes, they were during that period when we were compiling our AFS. They were classified under our contingencies because it is true that we were owing Auditor, by then, we were owing Auditor General more than 10 million. But now we can attest that we are no longer owing Auditor General that amount of money. We have cleared our books with Auditor General, but we still owing under the contingencies. We're still having some legal issues that we are in court with different people, and we classify them under contingencies because sometimes we don't even indicate how much it could be because we don't know what will be the court outcome. Maybe sometimes we might be winning the case, sometimes we are losing the case. That is why we are mentioning it in our AFS. We have to give the true reflection of the status of the municipality. I will leave the other questions to the CFO.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also to add on the performance PMS. What happened is that what we were doing currently, we were focusing more on the senior management and then year in, year out, we will evaluate management and see the performance in line with the performance agreement. So AG came and actually emphasized that the middle managers and the supervisors, in line with service delivery, we also have to bring it on board. Currently, we are busy with the financial system to move from a manual way of performance management evaluation into automated system. I just wanted to add that in the performance management, we are actually addressing the findings by automating the performance management system. The one that I would like to tackle first is the one for employee against the expenditure, the norm, the employee costs against the expenditure. If we look at the current budget that we have, we are sitting at 23.5%. If you go back to the previous, in terms of our annual financial statement, we were sitting at 22%. However, the norm is between 25 to 40. As we progress in the coming financial year, and after we concluded the phototype organizational structure, I think our numbers will pick up, but we envisage that we might as well reach something like 135 against our expenditure of 493. Yes, with regard to collection rate, we are currently sitting in the percentage that we are not comfortable, which also directly affect our spending, overspending that we have, because the less you collect, the less you spend. It's true in the budget. Currently our budget is unfunded, although we were assisted by Treasury through financial technical advisor, who is actually spearheading the issue of budget funding plan. And then the budget funding plan, we have what we call 5 pillars that we are primarily focusing on. Number one is that we must ensure that we do our reconciliation on the monthly basis, on the regular basis, to ensure that when we close the books, when we prepare the monthly report, Section 71, our cash balance is positive. Secondly, we must actually reduce non-core expenditure, nice to have expenditure, which is also supported by cost containment policy. Then the other one is actually the reduction of payables, which primarily we currently sitting on the very high debt with ESCOM. Currently we are sitting at 494 million. However, our strategy that we have employed, guided by budget funding plan guidelines, we actually work well with the AG to put the total outstanding amount to 0. I try to write my questions.
Apologies, Chairperson. We got a lot of information, but I just wanted really the debt collection rate percentage. What are they collecting versus what they're billing? Thank you.
Thank you. Currently, our books on average is sitting at 53%. However, in our budget of 23-24, the set target was 70%. And then what we did as a management was actually to get into the bottom of the problem, like the root cause analysis approach, where we first identified the variance, what causes the variance. And we have embarked on a lot of activities in order to improve our collection rate. One of the things, we were also affected by rollover TDI STS, where some of the meter was unable to buy the electricity, and those meters were prepaid. And we embark on converting those meters to the new meters. And then since then, we are coming, but not fully fledged, but we are somewhere halfway the line to improve the revenue. Currently, we are sitting with 4,108 prepaid meters, and we are one of the municipalities that is also we're lucky to be given the prepaid water meters. We are embarking currently on installing the prepaid water meters, and as a result, it's actually improving our collection rate. Although we did not want to be too optimistic with our budget, because the budget it's actually informed by anticipated collected revenue and expenditure. So we set our target very low, but we have faith that come the February, 6 months down the line, we would have exceeded our set target, which was actually a prudent approach. We set it at 55. It's not what we want, but the reality did not permit us to set the 90% which the Treasury says.
Are we done? Are we done?
Before, there's another one, repairs and maintenance. Currently, yes, it's true. It was sitting at 3% of our infrastructure, net asset of our asset, net value of our municipal asset. However, currently, we have moved from 3% to 6%.
Okay, let's take the last questions. Two. Okay. All right, those 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the action plan, action taken in line with Section 131 MFMA, why was the audit action plan developed by the municipality not tabled in council? And then regarding the accounting officer compliance with Section 62 of the MFMA, why was Section 17.3 of the MFA totally ignored? And then lastly, why were the qualifications of all senior managers appointed not presented to council, including the qualification of the accounting officer, as the regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers, Section 17.3b and 4.1 dictates? It opens the door for one to think that, do they actually have the qualifications if they weren't presented in council? Are these senior managers actually qualified to do the job? And if they were, why weren't their qualifications done as according to legislation presented in council? Thank you.
Just repeat your question, Matuna.
Thank you. I think through you, Chair, I had asked in your salaries where you are doing the split as required. There is other. For instance, the director of corporate services got about 100. I asked what
on an average 2 hours per day, if they are lucky. Hobels on a regular basis don't have water, to the extent where it had to be arranged that the water board, Lurafeed, had to provide the town with water. So my question is, what are you doing about it? And what are you going to do to fix the pumps? Then, are you aware that the sewage plant in Hobhouse is still not working? And the effect of that is that there is raw sewage flowing into the Liu River, flowing into the Caledon River, which is technically international waters. So that is
Okay.
against the International Act. You're not allowed to pollute water that is shared with another country.
Please close.
Then, in terms of the illegal land occupation, there has been rumors that, Madam Mayor, that you have told people to make use of that land and that nothing is really being done to address the matter. And then also, what are you going to do with regards to the roads? So, yeah, your infrastructure is at 3%, and we can see that. We can see
Okay.
that you're only spending 3%. What are you going to do to improve that?
Can we close?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start with the one where the illegal land occupation? That is not true. Immediately when there were people that occupied land illegally in Lady Brand, we say it's R26, we went to the High Court. The matter is still there. The first group that took us to, that we interdicted, they appealed. We actually won the case against them that they must be removed, but they appealed. Then later there was another group from the same one that emerged later, who also went to lodge in a new court case. We've also won the case. They've also appealed. We are now waiting for the High Court to give us a. I know we've interdicted the appeal also, but that is not true. We have taken action against that. We have won the case, and we are definitely sure that we will still be winning that case. I want to talk about the audit action plan was actually tabled in council in April 2025. It was tabled in council, and council approved the audit action plan. Another one on qualifications that were not taken to council, that is not true. We took every paper, every document from the clearance certificates to qualifications to interviews. We take all the reports to council, from the accounting officer position to all other section 56 positions. All of those were tabled in council. I also want to talk about water, about the reservoirs in Lady Brand. It is true that we have constructed reservoirs in Lady Brand that are still not working. What we have discovered after we have constructed the reservoirs, that there's shortage of water. Hence, we approached DWS, and what they've done so that we can have water, they said, which of course we say we should have started with. We have upgraded Cascade, which is our primary source of water. The project has been finalized. We are now at about 99% with upgrading of Cascade, which will be able that we have water on a full-time basis. Because I think for Lady Brand we need about 12 megaliters of water per day, so that we can have water on a daily basis. Hence we had to construct those 6 reservoirs that will be able to make water to be available 24 hours a day. Tabapatra, I would like to say Tabapatra, we do not have a problem with water in Tabapatra. I will actually say to Honourable Member that we have submitted a business plan to DWS. Tabapatra is our main area that would have more water through Armenia Dam, a dam where we are saying if we've because if we can only get water from Armenia Dam, it means Tweespruit and Excelsior will have water on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. There's a business plan that we have submitted, which we hope that DWS will at some point consider. We have, what I can say is that where we have more water issues, it's in Tweespruit and in Excelsior. Yes, when we have issues, we have a dam in Hop House, but when we have issues, that's where we'll talk to Leo Refir to give us water. But it doesn't happen on a regular basis. It's only when there's a dire need for us to have water from Leo Refir. But we don't normally use Leo Refir on a regular basis. I would ask that MM to respond on other questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on Hop House sewer treatment plant issue. Yes, Chairperson, we did even get the a letter from DWS where they were questioning us about contaminating the river. And we have since went in Hop House. The issue was that we were having a problem of our main halls which were blocked, and we have since worked on all those 10 main halls. They are now unblocked, and now the sewer is flowing correctly, and we are no longer contaminating the river. And we are now making sure that we are monitoring that on a daily basis to make sure that our main halls are not blocked. And the issue there is because we are having a package plant that was installed where we were going to have the water which comes from the sewer plant, from the sewer system being circulated, but unfortunately for some other time, our own people did dismantle that and connected them directly. There's a sewer system, they connected them to fresh water, and we are now having this problem of a lot of blockages, and sometimes where we are having a challenge of sometimes they don't have enough water, especially during our drought periods in that area. But with this one of contaminating the river, we don't dispute that we were contaminating the river, and we are since correcting that. We are no longer contaminating the river, Chairperson. Thank you.
CFO, your response was not quite satisfactory. You have the statement that is showing on the remuneration. The first column, first line is annual remuneration. It gives you some figure there. I'm trying to get yours so that it's easy to deal with it. Then there's car allowance. Then there's contributions to UIF, medical aid and pension. Then there's other. Then there's other. Now, when we asked what other is, you said it's UIF and car allowance. Those are itemized specifically. We want the other. What is in the other?
Thank you, Chair. What normally happened with the senior management remuneration, they don't have a fixed amount of traveling. So as and when the others, is any other money that was actually paid to the senior, whether being reimbursement of the traveling or any expenditure.
So that's S&T?
S&T, yes, and the accommodation as well.
Yeah. Hey. Are you able to just give us a breakdown on one? We'll ask for yours and you just break it down so we'll see how the 133 was made of. We take yours. You will show it. And sorry? We can do that so we can...
Chairperson, thank you. And can I be able to send it after the...
You will send it after, that's
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Okay.
In writing, Chair.
There's no other way here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we close this, members? Again, I think we dragged it longer than I thought we would. Thank you very much. Let me say that we appreciate the focus of our visit is really about consequence management and accountability, and we would want you to focus on that. We have a lot of comments from the AG's office, the issues of grant spent not for intended purposes, that needs to be corrected. We've got the issue of the staff performance management deficiencies. We can give you a bit more about that. So we need to make sure that those are addressed. Issue of lack of action, lack of audit action plan is another major issue. Apart from the various other issues that have been raised by members, we do want to make sure that you've got regular reports to the MEC, because when we get to the next audit, you can't be the same. And that's your undertaking as you leave. That audit outcome will be improved. And that audit outcome will be improved. We will not be surprised. We will know before it happens that you have actually met all those deadlines and those specifics that we needed to be fixed. So thank you very much. Let's release you. And members, we did ask that we do this change. We go back to the original arrangement that we had. We just did this because we needed to release this team here for special considerations. Thank you very much. You are now released. We go back. We go back now to Mimahulu, who was ready. Have I got the right order? I just want to be sure I don't get you mixed up again. It was Mafube. Was it Mafube on my record, or is just you really wishing to talk to Mafube? I need to know what's the order that we're using. Is it our interest? I'm just trying to get my program. It's Mafube. So who's there?
Good evening, Chair.
Are you Mafube?
No, we are Mimahulu.
Oh, that's my confusion. Let's proceed. Nevertheless, you are just neighbors. It's okay. That's fine. I see the members were itching for Mafube. Mafube will come, relax. Mafube will be next. Let's move on. Thank you very much. Just give us your own outline, and then we start dealing with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Honorable Chairperson, and all members of the portfolio, honorable members. My name is Jack Malindi. I'm an executive mayor of Mimahulu, and on my far left is a speaker of local council, Councillor Lucas Fisher, and on my left here next to me is the municipal manager, Mr. Motou. Thank you, Chair. I would like just to give you a brief of our municipality, and then the municipal manager will take us through. Thank you for this opportunity once again, Chairperson. Mimahulu has achieved 4 consecutive qualified audit opinion despite the historical non-compliance of issues largely attributed to the prolonged of absence of senior managers, management and accounting officer for 5 years. These critical positions were filled during the 2021 and 2022 financial year, enabling the establishment of necessary governance and structures and systems to effectively address both and current audit findings. A detailed record of all remedial actions has been included in the report presented to the portfolio committee. Let me put this forward, Chairperson, that the municipality has made strides in terms of improving itself, and from this audit that the auditor has found. And there is 3 major projects that are currently underway at our municipality, but however, I will leave that, I will respond later on. But one thing that we have achieved is that Mimahulu is one of the municipality that does not owe Eskom and rainwater at all, and that the municipality is under collective agreement, but there is a stability in terms of politics. There is a full complement of senior managers, and also Mimahulu has secured 1 billion grant from the Infrastructure South Africa, and the grant to be utilized over the 24 months from the South African infrastructure, beginning from this current financial year until next financial year. Other queries that the Auditor General has raised with us allowed me, with your permission, Chairperson, to give to a municipal manager to respond to those questions. Thank you.
Highlights and then not details, but then be stronger, emphasize on your responses to the questions we gave.
No, thank you, Chair, and protocol as well established is observed. Our response, Chair, to the first question on the prohibited awards, I think what we are saying is that we acknowledge that finding from the AG, and we are saying over and above what we are doing as the internal controls that we have, which are actually outlined in the report, we are saying we'll also use the management integrity evaluation to ensure that we are able to verify the history of those suppliers that we often appoint or give them work through the bidding process. And this, we have actually sanctioned it immediately. We did not even want to wait for the 31st of July. So moving forward, we will actually verify the owners of the companies that we appoint using this management integrity evaluation. Though we have discussed this matter with the AG, we have registered our disagreement with this finding, but that is actually well known, and we are engaging with the AG because we believe what we are using, the South Central Supplier database, we think it gives you...
Bring this mic closer to you so that you can
Okay.
hear everything.
All right, it gives real-time information, and that's actually our position in relation to that issue. On the staff performance management deficiencies, what we have done so far is that we have tabled the report to council for approval, which report, in fact, which policy has been approved, which would enable the cascading of performance management system, because currently our performance is only up to the senior managers. So we have attempted to take it further down to the managers and assistant managers. But because of staff constraints, we have not been able to successfully implement this system. But in the policy that we have developed and in the provision that we have made in the structure, in order for us to put this into action, we anticipate that we would be able to appoint 3 coordinators from the 30th of November 2025, and this will enable a cascading of the system, and that will address the issue of the AG. Now, moving to the non-investigation of unauthorized irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Well, the AG is correct. At some point, we were unable to investigate this kind of an expenditure because we would establish, we would have MPEC, but MPEC would not have the capacity to be able to undertake the investigation. So what we have done is that we prepared a report to council for council to approve the staffing of MPEC, we, as I am talking to you now, MPEC is capacitated, it's able to investigate these cases so that we are able to apply consequence management efficiently, because there are jurisdictional facts which have got to exist for us to apply consequence management. There's got to be a report that gets tabled before council, for council to make a determination as to whether it actually approves or the write-off, or it wants further investigation to be undertaken. And that will be referred to MPEC for MPEC to investigate. And after MPEC has made its determination or investigation, it will send the report back, and then the council will then decide whether consequence management has got to be applied based on the determination of the MPEC, and that would implicate the work of the disciplinary board, which is fully functional. We have it in existence. It was established on the 21st of July 2023. So moving forward, there would not be a case where we would not be able to investigate this kind of expenditure, because MPEC is in existence, fully capacitated. There would be further tradings. In fact, we were able to request AG to also come, because at first MPEC did not understand exactly what they were required to do. But after those interventions, including the support from SALGA, they were able to find their footing, and it's fully functional. And on the issue of what is the last issue? Just check. Okay, on the, I think we have addressed these issues, Chair. I think we have also included the audit action plan here. What we are doing currently is that the property, plant and equipment, your depreciation and amortization, including the investment property, we have appointed the service provider that is in the process of compiling a fixed asset, a compliant fixed asset register, and they will be giving us a draft report on the 31st of July. And because they were busy with the physical verification of assets, which involves about 50,000 line items. So we hope they would be able to meet this deadline, so that by the 31st of August, when we have to submit the AFS, then we are able to submit the AFS that includes the fixed asset register. And on these other findings, like receivable from exchange transactions, that has been completed. We actually done with this. So we anticipate that in the audit report that we will get from the AG, these findings would have been successfully cleared. And on the material irregularity, I think the first one was the upgrading of the Orangeville wastewater treatment plant works. I think what was happening there is that after we terminated the contractor, due to poor performance, the material that was there was laid bare. So the AG had a problem with that, because then corrosion was actually starting to creep in, which was going to affect the quality of the material. Then what we then had to do to take the material, cover the material that we could not move, and the one that we were able to move was able to be stored in the safe place. And over and above that, we then appointed the security to ensure that the site is safely guarded. And then on the pollution of water source, resource, we agree with this finding, because following the termination of the contract, we could not do further work until we're able to resolve the dispute. The dispute was in fact resolved to the settlement that we entered. So what we then we did we set in motion the process of appointing a new bidder, and that has been done, and we anticipate that the work would be completed by the end of October 2025. And then the Dennisville one is resolved, and then the poor management of the Sasolburg landfill site, I think we're in the process of buying land. In fact, we had identified a land that we wanted to buy, but the private owner of the land wanted to sell about 60,000 hectares. I think they actually wanted the municipality to pay about 70 million. Then we thought that it could be too much through the consultations that we've made with people who are in business of actually selling land and so on. So we are in the process of getting and listing the services of a service provider to facilitate the process of us buying this a piece of land that will be used for landfill, so that we can close this one off and then make it available for rehabilitation. And this will bring us to the end of our response, Chair. Thank you so much.
Are we done there? All right.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We are done.
All right. Yeah, no, not yet. We'll start. Yes. Let's start, yes.
The unauthorized expenditure, 2022-2023, it was 141 million. 2023-2024, it was 225 million. Why the sudden increase?
Still looking at the notes, Van Zyl? He didn't raise his hand, you raised yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the 2 days is now very long for us. Again, what is your salary spend percentage versus your budget? What do you spend on salaries? Then what is your debt collection rate percentage against what you are actually billing? Then sewage pump stations at Abrahamsrust, Badrift, Welgelegen, and Leeuwspruit is not working, and raw sewage is being pumped into the Vaal River. Stonehaven, Abrahamsrust, and Riverside Run is badly affected by this, losing millions of rand due to people not visiting those businesses because of the sewage. I understand that the water there is currently being tested by someone independent, and another criminal case will be laid, like what was done in Mafube, where the Green Scorpions had to get involved. So what is your response on that? Then when was the last time that your indigent register was updated? Is that a yearly exercise that you embark on? Apologies. Then in 2024 you started building a reservoir that would pump water from Frankfurt to supply water to residents in Cornelia. This project was abandoned in November of 2024, and information received is that Cornelia has today been without water again for 5 years, and there's one water tanker that's running around. What is happening with that project, and is there any consequences for abandoning that project, and what was spent up until that time? Then lastly, what are you doing to improve in-house financial management capacity to not use consultants to draw up your annual financial statements? It was reported that it's about 12 million over 2 years. This money obviously could be spent better, like maybe fixing the sewage leaks. Thank you.
Now, I think on the other side, opposite me, to the Premier and to the MECs, please enlighten us. Maybe there's something that we don't understand. Why is it? And then again to the team from Mimahulu.
So
Why is that?
you're asking the questions to the Premier?
Yes. Through you,
Just-
Chair.
Just repeat the question.
I'm asking, in the Free State, there's just a general disregard for following up on all of the irregular expenditures that happen. Your fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and so on. Now, about 95% of the municipalities, they don't follow up on that. They don't bother about it. Now, the question is, why is that? Why is it acceptable? Because it seems as though it's just a generally acceptable thing that people will not get punished, people will not get followed, and nobody bothers about it. They just move on to the next financial year. So the question to the Premier that side and the MECs is, why has that been let go? Why is nobody following up on that? And again to the municipalities, why have they kept that? Why do they continue doing that? Just leaving things to be. Thank you, Chair.
Matiwan, are you okay now?
I'm okay, Chair.
Okay.
Now, Chair, is my constituency, so there are a lot of issues. So I had to go and find my other notebook. And
Proceed. I hope you got the right notebook for this meeting.
No, I've got the correct one, Chair. Now, I want to check, is it true that the Social Development Department exhausted its budget within 3 months of the financial year, and that investments are being withdrawn without council knowledge or council resolution, where the municipality is using contracted services for basic things like grass cutting that can be done by municipal employees? Why did the municipality deviate from a council resolution on the insourcing of security workers? And on the panel of attorneys, how much is spent on litigation, and what is the distribution of work for all the companies that are there? Is there a company that is preferred more than the others in the panel? And can you tell us what is happening with the issue of the CFO? The former CFO that was dismissed and took the municipality to court and won the case, and the municipality, while the issue was being in court, appointed a new CFO. So what is happening there? Thank you.
Ndolo.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, with regard to public servants getting tenders or awarded tenders, is it maybe one company or different companies that actually are highlighted by the Auditor General? Thank you.
Please. You found your notes?
No, Chair, I was always, my hand was up. Chair, following up on my colleague.
I'm being very lenient. I can see it's getting late.
No, Chair, you are distracting me. Following up on my colleague around the investigation of unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. To me, it's like, it's almost like a norm. And so I want to ask, do you believe that MPEC is indeed the vehicle to investigate something of this magnitude? Because we're talking about millions. And in many cases, if you look at the impacts, yes, we are being told they are functioning, but I don't always know if they have the capacity to deal with the magnitude of this problem. The other one to Mimahulu is the issue around the prohibited awards. That the amount, the minister is 32.65 million. I want to understand what was this for. It states it was for service providers owned by other state officials. I'm more interested in what was this for? What services were provided for this amount? And then the last one, that also another problem across the board. Targets. And no one has actually come up in this meeting and telling us what the remedial actions they are taking that's actually pragmatic, that is going to yield results, and it's going to improve the situation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're done. You are, okay, fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to check here, Chair. When you look at their financial statements, there's about 8 pages when they are recording contingencies. Everyone is in court here. There's claims, there's everything. 8 pages on your note number 48. You're recording contingencies. Can you take us through what is it that is sitting there? What is it that is so much in this municipality that has to be going on that financial statement to a point that you are pushing to 8 pages? 2, Chair, irregular expenditure is not recorded correct. So these financial statements, they are understated. Some of the amounts are understated here. Those are one of the findings that the AG would just easily pick up when they're looking at your financial statements. The policy on the number of days it takes for creditors, you are not putting it correct on your financial statement. Those are one of the cosmetics issues on your financial statements. That's why you have qualified financial statements over and over and over and over every year, because there are issues that you pick up from just browsing through your financial statement without technically looking at the issues. So if you are not recording irregular expenditure correct, AG is going to find you, is going to actually record that as a material irregularity. Thank you.
Okay, you do your last question. Let's do the last question. Or you got more? Ooh. Please give us answers. I think we have to come back.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm just going to answer the question starting with the one of Cornelia and the project of Cornelia and Frankfurt. I think that is the wrong municipality. In Mimahulu, we do have, we have Dennisville, Orangeville, and Sasolburg, so it doesn't fall under our municipality. Secondly, is that the UIFW, yes, indeed, even in our that we have provided with you, Honorable Chair, is that the MPEC has made strikes since this capacitation 2023 to date. I think into our is shown that we have strikes and the improvement is there. Secondly, another question that was raised is Abrams raised sewage spillage into the river. I also wanted to indicate to the House that Abrams Rest was actually our resort, but it's no longer belong to the municipality at the present moment. It's now under private entities, which is under SASOL 1. So IGG registration, yes, we do have a register of our IGG at the moment, and we have made the strikes against IGG. We do have. Thank you. The social services that has debated this in 3 months, I don't think that is correct. The council, in our last council meeting, we have tabled the budget of the whole department. I don't think that is the correct one. In that 3 months, the social services has depleted this budget. No, that's not correct. I think the other one is, I'll leave it to, if you have your permission, can I give to MM to respond to that, and also if the speaker is also able to assist?
Sure. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Our salary bill is 24%, and our collection, the collection rate as at the end of June is 79.65. And then on the issue of the insourcing of security, I think what has happened here is that council took a resolution to seek a feasibility study, not just on security services, on other services like printing and cleaning services. So the report went back to council, and in fact, this feasibility study was presented before council. The insourcing of printing services and cleansing services was done, but the security services, it was said that if the municipality does it, it must be done in phases because it's going to put a burden on the budget of the municipality. So there isn't any resolution, a firm resolution, that insourcing of security should be implemented. On the issue of the CFO went to court to interdict the appointment of the CFO that we ultimately appointed the incumbent. And that was on an urgent basis. So there was part A and part B. They were not, the former CFO was not successful on part A. He was actually successful on part B. But we had already appointed at the time, and courts, and is a well-established principle that courts cannot give an order that has got no practical effect. So that rendered an order to be challenged, in fact, through the appeal process, which is actually allowed by the court. Because what also happened there is that we could not have a situation where we reinstate the CFO when we have another CFO that we had appointed. And the same court can take a decision and say, if you challenge the, you want to block the appointment of, in the position that you were in, and then the same court dismisses your application, and it is the very same court that takes a decision that you should go back to the position. So that we felt that it's a matter that needed to be appealed, because we believe that another court might actually arrive at a different decision. And then on the the budget to spend, not. Okay, I think what happened, the misalignment between the budget and your, what is contained in the SDP, your performance, your key performance indicators. What happens is that because AG, what he does is that it's whether you have achieved the target or you have not achieved the target. So working towards achieving the target, obviously you are going to incur expenditure. So when the AG, assesses or rather does the audit, they will either say whether the target was achieved or not. But the expenditure, they would not recognize the actual work which was done. There's another issue or challenge of unfunded mandates, where you find there's a cable theft, there would be cable fault that you need to fix. In fact, Mimahulu with the infrastructure that's actually, picking up because there was no maintenance for a long period of time. So we experience a lot of power outages and so on. And most of the time, because of we don't have capacity to fix some of this work, we actually outsource that work, and then we actually spend a lot of money, and most of that expenditure would not be in your SDP. So that's why there would be that misalignment between the expenditure and the actual performance. And then the sewage, Okay, on the use of consultants, is because we did not have the capacity internally, and that is why we are actually saying in response or in trying to address the issues of the AG, to say that we want to build that capacity. And obviously the use of consultants, I think there will be a reduction in the reliance of the use of the consultants, because the plan is that we should appoint the person who would do the annual financial statement internally, and maybe we can use the consultants just to do the review, but the work would actually be scaled down. I think the contract, when this contract ends of the service provider that prepares, the annual financial statement for us, then we would not be making any further appointment or use of consultants, because we would have that internal capacity. So we want the transfer of skill to happen now so that we actually deal with this challenge. Okay, the legal panel we advertised. In fact, our intention was actually to get five law firms on the panel. We could only get 3 because the rest they could not actually. We could not appoint them for one reason or the other, and then we had to re-advertise again. And in the meantime, there were cases that you'd find that most of the cases is when the municipality is dragged to court. And if we believe that when the municipality is right in certain instances, then we've got to defend those. I would make an example with a matter that involves the municipality, DA, and Lizelle Trust. It's in relation to water and sewer services, in fact, bulk services, which were constructed on the land of the municipality. So the issue is that using Section 49 of the SPLUMA, the private people came together and they installed bulk services on behalf of the municipality. And then the agreement was that after they would have installed those services, the municipality will then connect the existing development and then pay over until the debt has been serviced. But that did not happen. And once they were done with the work that, with the installation of the bulk services, then we had to pay the service provider, the Lizelle Trust, in fact, those who constructed those services, we had to pay them back. Now, DA was saying no, but the municipality cannot agree to pay the Lizelle Trust, their money, because they believe that the installation of those services was in the yard. It was the internal services in the piece of land that was acquired by the Lizelle Trust. But the municipality has a different view because those services are on the land that belongs to the municipality. And according to the Section 49, honorable members can actually look at that. That section says that the municipality can actually dispense with the normal procurement process if they're using that section for a provision of engineering services and so on. And that's exactly what has happened. So we were going to court in order to defend this position and not the other way around. So most of the time we are dragged to court and we have to go there and defend those cases. And most of the cases, most of the time we were successful in those cases, and there would be costs awarded to us, and that may not have been entered in the financial statement or something like that. Okay. The vacant positions, I think the senior managers, all those positions are actually filled. The finance positions, I think we experienced a challenge because immediately after the CFO was appointed on the 1st of April 2024, the revenue manager passed away. That was on the 16th of June. And then the expenditure manager resigned. And the assistant manager also resigned. So those positions, we had to set in motion the process of recruitment in order to actually fill those positions. So we are currently in the process of filling those positions. They've been advertised. There's a process plan in terms of which we are going to fill those positions.
Let's round up. I want to ask you more questions, the last batch.
Or the withdrawal of the investment, I think we have the investment policy that allows the accounting officer, when you have the the excess amount of money in the bank account, you invest that money in order that it can generate interest elsewhere. But you would recall those investments, especially when your monthly obligations exceeds your cash flow, then you can actually go to those investments in order to pay for your services. I'll make an example. The account that comes from ESCOM, or the bill that comes from ESCOM is not
the issue is clear. I'm still trying to understand what you're addressing. Let's not go through what is basic knowledge, because it's taking a bit of time rather than going to what the controversy is. I'm confusing you. Let me give you other questions. You'll come back, because you're explaining something that is basic, and it takes a while, and still we still have a question that needs to be asked at the back.
Chair.
All right. Let's just hold for a while. Let's take the questions. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You start. You want to forfeit? Then you're out. Let's
No,
get the.
Chair, thank you.
Going to come left.
Okay,
That's-
sorry.
that's-
Thank you, Chair. Correct me if I'm wrong. A revenue enhancement strategy plan was developed as part of the AG's recommendation 2 years ago. A resolution by council was made that it be tabled on a quarterly basis, but it is never served in council. Having a recovery plan does not mean that you have a funded budget, because I see later on you said you've got a funded budget because you've got a recovery plan. Why is the revenue enhanced strategy not being tabled on a quarterly basis? It's my first question. The second one, the municipal...
Make it the last.
That's only two. The municipal report claims that the consequence management have been executed, including termination of contracts, yet the CFO's dismissal was overturned in court, and that the electrical engineer and the fire chief have been suspended for months without charges or hearings. Why does this report indicate that the corrective measures is completed when in fact it is not being completed? The terminated contract of the CFO was challenged in court and the CFO won the case. The MMM has applied for a level to appeal. Who will carry these legal costs? The electrical engineer was suspended for 6 months. Now no disciplinary was done yet. The municipality is sitting without electrical engineer to sign off accordance to law. This appointment is a legal requirement. And the fire chief has been suspended for 5 months now and he's still waiting for charges to be communicated, as he does not know why he's suspended. He's also going to court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one question to the political leadership. Chair, the next door neighbour to Mimahulu is the Midvale municipality, who's received 11 clean audits in a row. Has the political leadership considered benchmarking best practices at their next door neighbour? And not to perhaps reinvent the wheel, but really to go and see practical examples of how one can actually turn around your financial management and then actually at the end of the day receive clean audits and deliver services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chairperson, the mayor, on his presentation said they got qualified audit opinion in 4 consecutive financial years. So I just want to check what is the reason, the specific reason, or maybe findings for them not getting the clean audit. And maybe what are their plan to rectify or correct those findings? Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get the responses.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I'll respond to the question that was raised to say, why can't we benchmark with other municipalities that maybe has obtained a clean audit? Yes, indeed, we do, and our policies that we wanted to learn, and we have an open door policy. However, perhaps maybe it will be best if maybe if specific things, because we are trying the level best, we are improving, and I hope, like I have indicated, to say that we are making strides. But next year, next financial year, we will be better off than this financial year. But however, we don't dispute the fact that we have to benchmark with other municipalities. That is a fact that we have noted it. Thank you very much.
I've done. There were other questions?
The MM will respond to those questions.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Our inability to get the qualified audit opinion is because we were qualified on fixed asset register for all these years. And as I indicated in my response, we have appointed a service provider to address these 3 paragraphs. Once those are cleared, then that will actually help us with getting a better audit opinion. And then Speaker, you can respond to that.
Chair,
Thank you very much, sir. I also wanted to respond to an issue of the municipal manager withdrawing investment before the council resolution. That is not correct. The item did serve in council, and that's why councillors learned about the withdrawal of the investment. It is the matter that they've learned about this, the withdrawal.
On the suspension of the services, I think we and we would be implementing that ruling. We've got no intention of actually challenging that ruling, despite the fact that we believe that if we challenge it, but we recognize the fact that we actually need these services at work. But you know, what led to the suspension of the manager was because of lack of working relationship between the manager and the director, and that had a potential of actually affecting the operational efficiency of the department, and that is actually a critical department that we cannot afford to have a relationship that's actually not working. Thanks.
Any comments from the provincial team, briefly?
Thank you. The question was asked about the follow-up and the reports in relation to the UIFWs. One, yesterday I indicated that we are dealing with multi-pronged problems or challenges. One of the serious problems is that majority of MPECs are not functional, and it is difficult for them to report these incidents. You'll only find them when they come from the Auditor General. And what we have done as part and parcel of doing this was to begin to revive all MPECs, but also to ensure that they follow up on the reports. But secondly, the National Treasury has assigned 5 officials, particularly to municipalities that have high UIF cases, and Mimahulu is one of those. So there are National Treasury officials who are going to do the follow-ups in relation to that. We've made that observation that we have made. Indeed, when we arrived, we realized that there was just negligence in relation to the follow-up on the UIFW. The only problem is that there's no power that is being assigned to us as the financial department that we can institute cases if there are no reports that are coming from the MPECs. But now, because there are non-functional MPECs, we are not also getting the reports. So that is why it was so difficult. But it's something that we are dealing with because it was so systematic. You can realize that it was one way of trying to hide, either not to submit the annual financial statements, but secondly also not to be accountable. But it's something that we are dealing with, and we are promising you that we'll get it right, just to correct the systems in the institution. I think my colleague will also add here. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
No, thank you very much. We did indicate that there will have been workshops to capacitate MPECs throughout the province to address the effectiveness and functionality. We have raised the issue with the municipalities about the MPECs report being served before councils because most of the speakers were accused of not ensuring that the MPECs report do serve in front of council and that the necessary steps have been taken around those. Which was a common problem across all the regions. Where you have got those active MPECs, you'll find instances where chairpersons will resign out of frustration. That's why we took the route to empower them, engage speakers to make sure that these reports are serving, and there is a municipal follow-up on the AG's findings based on a clear action plans around the AG's audit findings. So it's a cooperation that happens between ourselves as well as Treasury. Taking it forward, Chair, there will be an instance where SCOGTA will have to concretely now interact with a specific municipality together with possibility of taking actions against the speaker who always pushes back on impacts item when they're supposed to be serving in council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want us to try and close this issue. The one point that was raised here, and I think you're going to find yourself having a bit of a vicious cycle. The member that raised the question about contingencies, it is something that relates to a lot of costs that you say you didn't know it was going to be, apportioned to you, so you didn't budget for it. But some of it is actually neglect of services, which people complain about and then sue you afterwards. And so I don't know if you can run away from that. I was just looking at some of these things. In one case, they've actually said the MM must be made to pay personally. There's an issue of people who got involved. There was a breach of Occupational Health Act. There was another one that relate to potholes and those kinds of things. Now I'm saying it's going to be a vicious cycle here, and we're going to be getting answers that are not clear. Even this issue, now I see the honorable member wants to take the matter further about people who want to build on a private, on a municipal land. Again, the municipality should have been proactive on that. So I think that's one of the issues that we have to look at. But I'm reluctant to allow us to drag the matter further. Let's just identify issues that we think are not satisfactory. We refer them back to the MECs to oversee and monitor that the answers are given back to us so that we can take the matter forward. Otherwise, we should move on. Most of what the AG has raised has already been raised amongst the people here, so I want to go back and summarize. But I think it's important for you to know we need to move on. We don't want a municipality that's going to stay where you are. So that's our main purpose of coming here. We also need to make sure that there are proper investigations when there are irregularities with consequence management. That's the main issue for us. And then, of course, out of that, we want to see that you are ready for correcting the previous transgression, so that when we get to the next audit cycle, then we don't have the same issues arising again. That's the undertaking. You're sitting there. That's the undertaking you're making to us, and that we want to monitor. And if that does not get that kind of attention, we expect that they should be considered as a serious transgression itself. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Let's get to Mafube. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm getting some apologies of people who are requesting to be released for various commitments. And so I don't want us to get to a point where we end up with so few that it doesn't matter now. There's another risk as well, that there's a closing time for this venue. And when we booked, they didn't consider that because nobody anticipated they were going to drag beyond this point. So that again is my concern. And I really want to request members, if the question is not properly addressed, we're going to submit it in writing and actually request that that matter must be addressed in writing. And in addition, I also want to say that there's dinner that's being served. Some people have been asked to go and look for dinner, and those who are fine to do that. But if you want to go get a takeaway, come back, I think you should do that, because by the time we knock off here, it will be incorrect to have kept you starved when you actually could have gone out and got yourself a quick snack. So please feel free to just sort that out. I'm trying to see if we can move this thing forward. Mafube, we're on the floor. Please take us through 10 minutes, and then we go for questions. Thank you.
Greetings, leadership. Greetings, our chairperson and the entire leadership present. On my right-hand side, I've got the Speaker of the Municipality, Councillor Matsatsi Mufokeng. And on my left-hand side, we've got the Acting CFO, Menolo Isokoli. And my name is Twara Monsweneng. I'm the Mayor of Mafube Local Municipality. And recently we were Cocta seconded an MM to the municipality after the resignation of Advocate Lepiano. So, but the MM will start at our municipality from next week, Monday. That is why she's not here. The CFO will take over the presentation, but I'll just give an outline in 1 minute, 30 seconds. Mafube has got a population of 62,000 people, and the employment, the people who are working, they are employed by government departments, including the municipality, and even the farmers and your 2 or 3 companies which are there. So basically 20% of the population is working there, 80% is indigent. The municipality has been under Section 1395 ANC since 2022, April, because of challenges relating to service delivery on your sewer spillages. So this was caused, the financial challenges of the municipality was caused by the council decision of 2012, where the municipality decided to hand over the electricity as a source of revenue of the municipality to a private company. And during the presentation, the commissioner from Human Rights Commission, when the select committee was in Mafube sometime in March this year, part of the things that were raised was that the municipality can never be sustainable if that unit of electricity is not returned to the municipality. And even National Treasury has assisted the municipality in developing the FRP, but however, the same FRP was challenged by the same company which the municipality has outsourced the electricity to. So I will then hand over to the CFO to take over the report. But before then, let me just highlight the honorable members that our municipality, when we got in 2021, we had to submit the set of AFSs for the 3 years. We have to submit the 3 sets of AFSs, as the previous council only submitted 2 sets of AFSs and the rest were not submitted. So we had to start from there. That is why we had this kind of delays. So I will then hand over to the acting CFO to take us through in terms of the presentation. She will then talk to the 4 points which were raised by the AG. Thank you.
That's fine, thanks. You got 8 minutes then.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. All protocol be observed through the Mayor. The matters raised by AGSA, late submission of AFS. The Mayor has alluded to the fact that this is historical. Mafube hasn't submitted financial statement timelessly from 2018-19 up to 23-24. Because he has already alluded to those issues. But in the 24-25 financial year, we will be submitting financial statements timelessly. And then we have prepared the FS preparation plan, and we have shared it with the Provincial Treasury and Council. We have regular AFS steering committees.
Try and pull the mic closer to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We're having a regular AFS steering committee to ensure the transfer of skill by a company that has been appointed. Internally, we are doing our monthly reconciliations, and currently, Auditor General is on site, auditing 23-24. They're going to give us a final audit report by the 31st of July. 31st of August 2025. For the first time, we're going to comply in submission of the financial statements timelessly. There was also another statement on the performance. Yes, the municipality has not been adequately monitoring and ensuring compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Adequate controls are being put in place and to ensure performance reporting is valid, accurate, and complete. Going to the second one matter that was raised, material irregularities. Here it talks about there has been a case of the MWRF with the municipality, whereby the municipality MWRF case won. They won a case which says the mayor, the ex-municipal manager, Advocate Lipiane, ex-CFO, and the ex-administrator, Mr. Mkaza. They were personally liable for 14.7 million for not paying over pension funds. What we do, we deduct the pension funds, we don't pay that over. So the municipality, what it has done in the 24-25 financial year, we have paid from July 2024 up to January 2025, we have paid over the pension funds contributions. However, there are still arrears. This issue started back in 2012. The municipality has a plan in place with SALA pension funds. There are two pension funds that the employees are contributing to. It's the SALA as well as MWRF. MWRF had a problem in terms of signing the payment plan because there's this ongoing case. We have won this case for now, but we are appealing the case. It's going to the SCA for the final because the case is still ongoing. Then there's a third issue on the poor revenue collection. The root cause of that is incorrect billing, illegal connection, ratepayers holding payments. This is historical. The challenge becomes the data that we have in the billing historically has not been fixed. However, we have engaged with local stakeholders in an effort to restore confidence in the municipality. The provincial COOPERATIve has sponsored us with the funds 3.1 million to migrate from the non-MSCOA financial system to a SCOA financial system. The municipality also is giving incentives for people to come and pay. There's also an ongoing indigent campaigns that we started in April 2025. It's still an ongoing issue. With the current situation, averagely, we have 28% collection for the 24-25. However, because we were helped with the council, we all go out to get more money and try to improve our collection. In May, we collected 40%. In June, we collected 51%. With the hope we're going to keep the momentum. Then there's the issue of unfunded budget. The issue on unfunded budget, the previous municipality talked to, I think Treasurer also alluded to the fact that the creditors, we have high historical creditors. And also unspent conditional grants, and that are not cash backed. I've alluded to the fact that for the last 2 months we have improved, which we also hope we're going to keep the momentum. The unspent conditional grants with no cash backed, we're proposing to ring fence them, but however, the council has taken a resolution on conditional grants and for projects, MIG, WISIC, and INEP. Those projects will be done by Fezile, which is our district, in order to avoid such things. We have signed a service level agreement. The process is underway for regazetting these funds. Remember now they are coming through DORA. They are going to be regazetted to Fezile, not to us. The majority has already talked to outsource electricity function since 2012 for a period for 25 years period. The matter is sub judice, it's being handled by the courts through National Treasurer and COOPERATIve. They are attending to the matter. Then irregularity transgressions occurred. Procurement, UIFW. Our municipality has been having this UIFW for the past, I'll talk to this administration in particular. It hasn't been investigated. In the audited financial year of 2023, we're standing at 2.1 billion. It's quite big for a municipality that is struggling. But we are consolidating documents so that the MPEC must looking at it before the 31st of August, specifically, 1.2 billion. No, sorry, my apologies.
So don't start consulting each other. You know where we're rushing? We're rushing to know who have you charged for all of that. And we also want to know what of your plan, if it doesn't get executed, who gets charged, who resigns, who gets fired. So finish off with those issues inside that presentation.
Okay. The corrective measures we're going to be tabling to MPEC as at mid-August, 15 August. We're looking particularly, to start, we look at 22, 23 audited. We sit them, we're proposing through the mayor and the speaker that we must have a week to look into those matters. And management should implement processes to ensure compliance with legislation. Whatever is being incurred wrongly, whatever we procure must go through the processes, correct processes of supply chain management. Consequence management. Currently, we have 3.
Mayor, you make up your mind.
Yes,
Who responds? It's you or her? Because we want you to finish.
Yes, no, this is the last part where she was not
That's
even
fine.
part of the municipality when
That's
this
okay.
was happened.
Let's just proceed. I'm just saying you can't have this, you asking each other who must say what.
Yes, no. Apologies for that, Honorable Chairperson. So on your issues of your consequence management, we had challenges, of which some of these challenges were raised by the AG, specifically in terms of your supply chain issues. This is where even the manager of the supply chain was suspended by the municipality, precautionary suspended pending the investigations. Part of the issues that happened there was that there were some other documents which were not, there were some tenders, people who were appointed without following the right tender processes. And also the former CFO who resigned, Metau, what happened was that some of the documents were brought to her for her signature, whereas underneath there were some other documents which were hidden just to ensure that she signed these documents. But fortunately, as the CA, she managed to go through all these things and uncovered all these issues. That is what led to the suspension and other issues. And we've got your manager for revenue. Part of the challenges with the manager for revenue as the municipality was that it was the issue of incapacity and the issue of non-performance of duties, poor performance. Because now when the municipality is supposed to get the reports in terms of the plans for revenue enhancement in our municipality, there will never be any single report that will be delivered. It will be the issue of saying that we are having challenges with this and that. But now, as the municipality, we had to act because these people were appointed as the managers in the municipality and they were not performing their duties. And as the municipality, we were now under pressure even from the community. But also to ensure that we perform our duties, that was the challenge. And then we've got this last one of a human resource officer. So this is the officer in our municipality, in the HR department. This is the department which administers the pension funds of the employees. As they go to pension, that unit will be the one assisting them in terms of compiling, filling in all the forms. But what happened with this officer was that as they were assisting this employee who passed on, as they were assisting the family, what he then did was to fill in the details of his niece as if he's the child of that person who passed on. And he claimed around 189,000 from that family. So that is money which was taken from that family. But as the municipality is the case that we are also dealing with, and the SAPS also is dealing with that case, and he was arrested, but he was also released pending the issues of saying that there was another person from SAPS in Velcom who then specializes in these matters, who will then be able to add more charges to this person. But then on the side of the municipality, all these issues are handled according to our disciplinary code and procedure. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
you've got a plan. What happens if it doesn't get it doesn't get implemented? We want that for record because these MECs must do that implementation after that. You've had a lot of time without any actions, 1.2 billion, no investigation, no consequence management. Now, okay, you've started, that's fine. You got a plan, that's fine. What if it doesn't get executed? Who gets to be fired? What's your commitment there? Then we'll open up the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In this regard, what happens is that when all these plans are not being executed, the council has to hold the responsible personnel, whether it's the accounting officer or the CFO, they must be held accountable for these things because they are the implementers at the end of the day. And as the council, we have entrusted them with all these duties, as much as we understand the challenge that our municipality is facing. But with regard to the engagement that we had with the AG as they visited our municipality a few weeks back, this is possible that we are going to implement all these things accordingly. But if all these things fail, one has to investigate thoroughly as to what led to the failure of this plan. And then the necessary steps will then be taken by the municipality in this regard. Whether it's myself that is responsible or is the municipal manager or is the CFO, then this will then be handled accordingly by the municipality. Thank you.
Questions? All right. Fago first, Van Sale. Matiwane, the silence this side, I'm just noting, I'm not saying you must raise your hands. That's it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You are. All right. Please proceed, Fago.
Thank you very much, Chair. My interest is in the political leadership. Which one is this one? Is it the one that came in 2021? If yes, then my question would be, what actually can you go back again and be able to say to us what was happening in the 2022-2023 submission in relation of your annual financial statements as well as 2023-24? Then on the issue of the unfunded budget, what about the current one, the 2025-2026? Let me leave others. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, the percentage collection rate against what you're billing and your percentage salary cost, what is that? Then obviously Cornelia and Frankfurt is in your municipality. I don't know if I need to repeat that I said to the previous municipality about the abandoned project that was started for pumping water from Frankfurt to Cornelia. That whole situation, Cornelia has been without water for 5 days. What is happening there? What's the consequences there for abandoning that project in 2024? Then the only time MPAC had a functional meeting was in January of 2022 when the Josie Ralebenya and CFO Abraham Ndina attended the meeting in presence of the West Rand consultants, and MPAC took a decision to write off UIFW for the years of 2018 and 19. Councillors were informed by the management that there was no documentation available to do actual investigations, and the AG didn't accept this. Were these investigations subsequently done? Then you are one of the defaulting municipalities owing pension funds at that stage more than 250 million rand. Again, people won't be able to retire, and that's because of your financial mismanagement. That's nothing else. So I'd like you to comment on that. And I heard you said that you've paid the last couple of months to the pension fund, but that's only because there was a threat of withholding your equitable share. Have you paid any performance bonuses in the last couple of years to any senior manager or I understand, and this is critical, that salaries have not been paid for the past 2 months. Can you confirm this, and can you tell us what is the situation? And then for the 2 billion rand in UIFW, I wanted to know from the province, how have you intervened or supported? Because this obviously, again, is not a 1 year thing that's happened. It's taken some years, and you must have picked it up. Thank you.
Matiwane. And then Tireko.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to find out about the electrification program or project that is currently happening in Frankfurt. I think Ward 2, Ward 7, Monala, Twa informal settlement, and the allocation of stands there, the service stands. There are families that are alleging that they've been staying on those plots for more than 20 years, but when the project for electrification started, people were being removed and they were replaced with other people. What is the cost of that contract, and what are the implications for that infrastructure? What are the terms between the service provider for municipality for the electricity, rural Free State? So what is the do they invest in the infrastructure, or they just take the revenue? Thank you.
Thanks, Direko.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in line with what Honorable Matuan has just asked. In Mafube, they have challenges of paying employees their salaries on time. They spend some months without salaries, and they also have challenges with the pension fund contributions. And this, it is alleged that the main cause for this depression situation in the municipality is this contract of rural maintenance. So can the municipality take us along as to why are you still keeping that contract? Because we are all aware that the reason why you are in that particular situation is because of that particular contract. And lastly, Chair, how did the municipality appoint their former municipal manager who has recently resigned? Was there a concurrence from the MEC on that appointment? Thank you.
Thank you. Please start responding. All right.
We have received an updated report that is a day old from the AG on who the top 10 people owing, the Auditor General, and you are highlighted in red. It says intervention needed, and you are one of the top 10 ones. So I would like to know, what are you going to do about this situation? Thank you.
No, let's let them respond. Someone is going to do the same thing. There's Mteto on that side, there's you, so we've got more questions. That's fine, respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Starting with the first question, what happened with the 2022-2023? What caused the late submission? As I've indicated when we started, when we came in, we had to submit the 3 sets of your AFSs before we can even do the ones of 2021, 2022, as we came in 2021 November. So that is part of the challenges. And we had to get the closing amount on these other ones which were already audited, so that we can at least do the other ones. And this one took a long process, but also what caused the delay, it was the issue of the municipality paying the salaries very late. And as they do that, the employees will then engage on a go-slow. And the other issue was the financial system of the municipality, which was not, it was not reliable at all. That is why COCTA then intervened, our provincial department intervened to ensure that we are getting the financial system that is MSCOA compliant. So those are the things that caused the delay in terms of the submissions. But also, when we received the outcomes for the previous years, we will then get them late, and we will even submit, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 months later. Because at some point we received the outcome a month before we can even submit for the previous financial year. So it's part of the challenges that cause the problem in our municipality in terms of these delays. But we then developed a plan to say that we must stick to this plan to ensure that even before our term ends, we must submit those AFSs in time, because what is happening is that you will get your national treasury saying we are going to withhold your equitable share if you are not submitting in time, and that will then happen. But now, to ensure that this does not happen, this is why the CFO was presenting to say that we will then be able to submit in time for the audits of this past financial year. And in terms of this project, if I can just clarify it, there is a project in Frankfurt of a 12 megaliter reservoir. That project, the contractor then claimed, as he put in the certificate, claimed a certain amount of money, but the municipality and the consultants which the municipality is using then disputed the amount which this person claimed to have done the work. They said that this is not the amount that you are claiming does not match the work that you have done. But what we have also discovered, it is the issue. It appears as if the person is now incapable of finishing the project. The person maybe is insolvent or something. But the process has already started. I think it started last month, if not in May, where the municipality is starting the process of terminating those services of that person, but of that contractor. But what happens is that we must also engage with the department. I think the Department of Water Affairs here in Free State, Department of Water and Sanitation is involved in that process, as we were getting that money from the department itself. So they are also consulted with this regard in terms of this project. But the same project only feeds the community of Frankfurt, the community of Namahadi with water. The one of Cornelia, it is another project of which the contractor was appointed in October last year, the abstraction project. This is where the contractor is upgrading this from the abstraction point to the purification center, and also the clarifiers at the purification center, to ensure that even Cornelia town, as there is a 57-kilometer pipe from Frankfurt to Cornelia, Cornelia does not have any single river or even any dam around it. So it's just, they are just getting water from Frankfurt with that 57-kilometer pipe. So this project that is upgrading that system to ensure that the system that we are having in place, when it supplies the community of Frankfurt and Namahadi, it must also be able to supply the community of Ntswana and Cornelia. So this is part of the challenges that we have. But with regard to this one of saying that in the past 5 days, there was a challenge with regard to water in Cornelia. Yes, part of the problems that we had, it was the issue of chemicals due to withholding of equitable share, as the municipality was not able to procure, to purchase equitable share. But the MEC intervened in that regard, engaged with the other municipalities, which then assisted us to ensure that they give us chemicals, and as we get our equitable share, we'll then be able to replace that chemical. And it's important to note that as we were placed under this Section 139 intervention, 17 respondents are cited there, including National Treasury and other departments. So what is happening is that the court order is saying that these departments must set aside certain budget to ensure that they assist the municipality in each financial year. But yes, COCTA, Department of Water Affairs, and the Office of the Premier, we did have the intervention. That is why some of the projects, we managed to finish them. This is because of the intervention. We are yet to receive the intervention from various departments, but that is, however, assisting us to ensure that we do render these services. So also with regard to the shortage of water in Cornelia, it was on the basis of the go-slow as well of the workers, as they did not receive their salaries, of which I think I will just love this question with that other one of workers not receiving their salaries for 2 months. It was part of that challenge, as there were some workers who were working half day, but we managed to engage with them through the initiation from the office of the CFO to say that our municipality is affected financially, as they are not rendering the services in the absence of the MM. We are now having challenges, and I partnered with them as we moved through all the units of the municipality to engage with the employees, and also to alert them that in the unit of your essential services, these are the kinds of engagements that needs to be undertaken. But fortunately, even before the MM resigned, the former MM resigned, there were some engagements of which dealt with the issues relating to your employees in the water departments. So this one was basically caused by the issue of shortage of chemical. Most of the time of this delay of the community running out of water, because as the municipality, we cannot pump water. We cannot pump dirty water to the communities. We must use all the interventions that are there to ensure that at least we render as much as we are having challenges, but we must ensure that we give our communities water that is very clean. And yes, before our employees can even retire, it becomes a challenge for them, as they are worried. Even when we engage with them, they are worried that, what if I retire and I'm not going to get my money? And this is what causes the demotivation in our employees. Some of them is not the issue of incapacity, it's the issue of being demoralized or being demotivated because of those challenges that they have seen. But what the municipality then did with the intervention from the MEC was that you, as the municipality, you must have a plan as to when you get money. This is a certain amount of money that you must set aside to ensure that when you make this contribution to the pension funds, of which it normally happens and it always happens, the only challenge is that when we pay now, it appears as if we are paying for the financial year of 2019-2020, because in those previous years, the municipality took more than 5 years without the payment of the pension funds. So now, when we pay the current account, it appears as if we are paying for those previous years. The contributions are there. The one which the CFO was referring to, it was the payment plan which was made. But coming back to the point that I was raising, the MEC then advised the municipality to say that you must have a certain cash aside as the municipality, to say that when the pension fund is saying, according to the contribution from the municipality, if you are to get 2 million, the municipality only contributed to 800,000. The pension fund will give the person 100,000, that 800,000, and the 1.2 million, the municipality will then have to see that how best it settles that that amount with the amount that we will then set aside as the municipality. So with regard to this one of your electrification of...
Apologies, Chair. The Mayor has not answered when these workers will get paid. When will they get their salaries? Because for the last 2 months they've not.
Okay, thank
but
you.
I want him to
Thank you,
step off.
Honorable Member. Can we please allow the Mayor to respond? And then if there are any outstanding questions, then the team will assist him. After they have all responded, we'll then make follow-ups. You must also, the Mayor, can you please also take into consideration the issue that we also do have about 4 outstanding municipalities.
Thank you.
After you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the one relating to finance, the CFO will cover them. So with regard to the electrification project in Extension 9, Frankfurt, this contractor was recently appointed by the municipality. But like the CFO has alluded, what happens is that we have moved our INEP, your WOSIC, and your MIG to the district through the regazetting process. So going forward, they will then claim from this. They will then get their money from the district municipality, because we are having challenges. The reason we regazetted is because of those challenges which we raised as we were also talking about the report which was then sent to us. So in terms of this contract of the electricity, the matter is sub judice. As it's before the court, the council took the resolution to terminate the contract. It is in 2023. We took the resolution to terminate the contract, but then we advised that this matter needs to go through the courts, as they were disputing the issue of terminating the contract. But because of our assisting us with regard to this court case, to ensure that we get state attorneys to assist us with this case as the municipality, because the contract itself is a 25-year contract where the municipality is not even getting a cent on a monthly basis. Like this contract, the project that we are talking about, there are 3 projects of electricity happening. It's this one of Frankfurt, and the one in Villiers, and the other one in Cornelia, where the total project is to the value of 23 million rand.
As you wrap up, the Executive Mayor.
Yes, but now as we install all these things, unfortunately, we are not even going to get any sense when the community is using electricity. So I will then hand over to the CFO to handle this one, the ones which are relating to the finances. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Salary percentage is 34%. Employees have been paid today, 2 months salaries. There have been any senior managers that have been paid performance bonus so far since this new administration? There hasn't been. Yeah, okay. Then there was an issue about MPEC. The last time they sit, And the current financial year impact is set. I'm gonna give you the dates. They had a meeting on the 3rd of July 2024, 31st July 2024, 13 August 2024, 26 September 2024, 13 March 2025, and recently 28 March 2025. Then there's an issue of the unfunded budget. Yes, indeed, the budget is not funded for 2025-26. In particular, we're owing pension funds. That's a very material amount, 258. We've got DWA, we've got other long outstanding creditors that have been there. But it has been approved, the budget has been approved with the funding plan. The issue of the budget, Majoro has already spoken to the budget, 21-22. Okay, what is happening with the budget? The budget becomes like, the budget, no financial statements, 21-22. It becomes a snowball in the sense that if you haven't got your final financial audited statements, even if you have your things ready, you'll still have to wait to the finalization of the audit and you get the audit account, then you move with that. So it became a snowball since 2018-19, because 18-19 was submitted in February 2021. So it became a chain reaction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, are you all answered? You have follow-ups? Okay. Honorable Mteto. Honorable, yeah, you'll be the last one. It's okay. We'll come this way. 30 seconds or less.
Oh, Bagit. Okay, Lungit. I'm picking up on, I think, is it CFO? When she says UIF crisis dated back to 2012. Then it is really raising a flag that says, I think we are dealing with a syndicate situation here. I'm a public finance management person. I've never heard of a municipality or government being funding their activities using a pension fund. So it is a breach of a practice in public financial management wherein the deductions that are taken from employees or public servants are not being sent to a fund where they are hosted for futuristic purpose. We shouldn't be talking about staff demorality, being demoralized. It is because of this illegal practice. And I'm imagining the one who should be hosting this pension fund, I think it's them who leaked intelligence to say we're having a huge fund of money that is unused.
As you wrap up, the honorable member.
Then I see the white business is thriving as a result of this, because all these municipalities, I hear them, they're doing new projects, and I don't see blacks being in business. It is the white who are in business and who are procuring from whites, and then they're enjoying.
Thank you, honorable member.
So there is something. Okay,
your point has been noted. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Matuane.
No, Chair, it's just a concern. Because you have the executive and then you have council. We have a situation here where the executive is accounting on the functionality of committees of council. We haven't heard anything from the speaker with regards to the functionality of MPEC. Thank you.
Honorable Mwine.
Chair, I heard the CFO saying they're going to be submitting financials for the first time after a long time. Are they going to be credible financials? Because I'm afraid, I want to check, when did you start with this new administration in this municipality? Because it's not only going to be financials that you're looking for. We'll be looking for a correct GL. We'll be looking for a fixed asset register. We'll be looking for schedules. be looking for recons. So you need a pack of schedules that will support your financials. So are they going to be credible, or is it going to be a disclaimer? Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give to Majoro and the team, there's this matter. The issue of rural maintenance is serious, and it causing serious distress in that municipality, and it's been there for a very long time. So, as you respond to that, you indicated that you need assistance. So the MECs are here, Treasury and COGTA. I will also request that when we wrap up the discussion, they must also take us along as to what are they doing in assisting you to terminate that particular contract, because the reason that you find yourself in the situation where you are currently is because of that contract of 25 years, which we don't even know the legality of it in your municipality. Honorable Mayor, can you please respond to clarity-seeking questions and follow-ups?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think the questions were directed to the Speaker, and then the CFO will then take over.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The reason why also the MPEC are not sitting well, because of one of the reasons, we did not having a CFO that took longer time with the municipality, and believe that the income coming acting MM will also assist us under intervention of the MEC as an intervention team. Because where is our problem? The problem is only we don't have the long honest management who are working with us. Then there is a challenge. But also the committee, we have established a disciplinary board committee and internal committee now. Again, we renew it. Maybe when time's going on, we're going to report better under the intervention, because this intervention that we're working with is the intervention who are act. I know very well, previously, there is an intervention, but we can't see any of leadership like CFO or the Premier. Now they are acting. And it's true, it's not working well because of this reason. Thank you very much, Honorable.
CFO and the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. The question of Fs will be submitted with the audit file, with the leading schedules as required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, I think the question that we also missed the last time, it was the issue of the allocation of sites in Watshu. There are informal settlements there, as it was referred as Munnahalad, and human settlement is assisting the municipality with this process of registering this informal settlement, with the formalization of informal settlements. And there is also allocation of 3,000 sites that is happening there in Frankfurt to ensure that we cover all these things, to ensure that we cover most of the people, because we were having the challenges with regard to your informal settlements in Frankfurt. But this 3,000 sites will assist us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate. Honorable Member, you are noted. You will come this side if there's other members who will also want to.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I've got very few easy questions. One is the Mafube Rates Payers Association, or the Mafube Residents Association. There were rumors that money was being paid into their account, and there was a whole mix-up with residents paying them rates and them withholding it so that your services can be rendered, and then they'd pay it over to you. Has that debacle been resolved? Is there still an issue ongoing with that? That's the first question. The second one, has your extraction point been resolved? And in the last, with the water, because that was a big problem, that it wasn't actually getting down to the bottom. If it was too low, of the turbidity, it couldn't suck because there was a problem, so you couldn't extract water. And then the very last one, is when last was your indigent register verified? And are you carrying over your indigent benefits over to the rural from your equitable share? Thank you.
Thank you. Majoro, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. The issue of the Mafube Business Forum with regard to the collecting of funds on behalf of the municipality, we had engagements with them as we are normally having engagements with the stakeholders in our municipality. So we had engagements with them and they denied collecting money on behalf of all these business people and even the community. And we then engaged with other stakeholders in our municipality to verify this information. And this is where they came in to ensure that they make payments to the municipality. This is why for the month of June, we were having 51% in terms of our revenue collection, moving from the normal 30%. So according to them, they said they are not collecting anything, but what we know as the municipality is that it is the issue of co-governing that they were looking for with regard to the municipality, to say that the municipality must open a certain bank account where the money for service delivery will be deposited and then it will be co-managed by the municipality and them, but that is not lawful. The municipality cannot operate like that. So, and also to involve them in the runnings of council, it's part of the challenges. And the issue of abstraction point, this is where we are saying the project, the contractor was appointed October last year, and the duration of the project will end October this year. The project is still ongoing to ensure that the community of Cornelia and the community of Frankfurt gets water regularly, to ensure that they also upgrade the pumps at the intake and also at the purification water works of the municipality. And with regard to your indigent registration, yes, the municipality is still busy with the indigent registration. It's ongoing. The only thing that had stopped the process from going forward, it was this delay in terms of the payments of salaries of the employees, where we were now having challenges in terms of employees of the municipality moving from one town to the next. So then this process was then put on hold. Now that the employees got paid, the project is going to run again in our municipality. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Now I will allow the MECs to take us along on the rural maintenance contract in Mafube.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The issue of rural maintenance is in court, and we are supporting the municipality with an intention to nullify that contract. There are a number of issues around it. Not only is it robbing the municipality of the required revenue, there are many issues, Chair, around it. It is simply killing that municipality, not enabling it. They will indicate they are not getting any cent out of it. On monthly basis, they've not been kept to terms. They've not adhered to all the terms and the quotations attached to it. So the provincial government is of the firm view that that contract has got to be nullified to allow the municipality to be able to have a firm base. But just to add, we, unlike the normal or historical interventions that would have been made, where you dump officials in the municipality, leave them there and hope that the intervention will work, we've taken a different approach in Mafube, where we are anchoring an intervention where, as COCTA, we are effectively present, consolidating the ability of the municipality, firstly in terms of its administration and ability to provide basic services, harnessing the relations between the municipality and the stakeholders, your households as well as your business sector, intervening and making sure that we coordinate all the departments of government that are playing a role, be it Val Central, be it ourselves, human settlement, all of them, making sure that the municipality is consolidated as an integrator. So we have met, there are several departments that are there where everything that we do in Mafube can then be coordinated around the municipality. And there can be, that reinforcement where we don't just go in there and do work without placing the municipality at the heart of the work we're doing. So all the problems that they have are the problems that we know. We're working with them, we're on top of them. And we have agreed that every third week we will be reconvening the bigger team. On a weekly basis, there are teams that are at the technical level as well as at the political level. So the issues that they were relating to in relation to the stability, particularly the labor at the level of the labor, is an issue that will be engaging with the leadership of the organized labor that you find there, because some of them have not been helpful. It's part of the stakeholders that we need to make sure that we can have the municipality doing service delivery, which will enhance the revenue collection based on the mobilization that will have been done. The municipality has got potential and capacity. I think it is in the month of June or May where they will have collected around 4 million in a period of about 2 weeks. But that has got to be consolidated with a clear service delivery that is tangible and visible to our people. And we agreed with them as to what are the basics that needs to be done immediately for commerce, for residential, and what is it that we'll be doing as a provincial government. So it's quite a action-based type of intervention that is based on what we've committed in public, what has got to be measurable, and that will be monitored on a regular basis. The hurdles that were there, Chair, to help the municipality administratively, we believe that our intervention has got to help to resolve those. We had an EXCO team there, which we are revamping. The first one was with the acting MM, who's been seconded to the municipality after the departure of the MM, whose appointment had a number of challenges. So we believe that we've got a person with the necessary expertise, especially in the recovery of municipalities, who has got an experience that will help the municipality to turn around. And every intervention we take there, we're trying to shoulder the costs so that we do not burden the municipality where under normal circumstances we can afford the person and ask them to shoulder the cost of that particular person. So we will include the report of Mafube as part of what we're expected to report in the next 3 months in terms of the tangible issues. But the stability is dependent on ring-fencing the money from the equitable share to stabilize salary, to focus on service delivery. Initially we had said that cover on the third parties, particularly the pension funds, the SARS, and so on. But with the approach of Treasury to say we give you this part and then you pay your third parties, give us a proof of payment, then we release the remainder. That sort of removes the third parties, Chair. We did request the municipality that we need to foster consequence management. And that starts with us. Those that will have seconded there before that were not showing up, coming to work, have not renewed their contracts. And we'll relook at the team. We have agreed that the HOD will work with the municipality in terms of value for money on those that are at the level of the senior management. So that is just really summary to help with the Mafube intervention, because it is one of the most distressed municipalities in the province, and in fact the only one that still has got challenges on the payment of salaries, and we hope going forward the matter can be stabilized. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. MEC Treasury, Tate Makume.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We were in 100% behind the initiative that has been taken by COGTA. You will remember that the National Treasury also tried to take the rural maintenance to court, and things did not turn in our favor. But I think COGTA has taken the initiative to begin to review or to ask for a review of the decision. But there are a number of things that we have